Chapter 937. Girls' Literature, Attack from All Sides. At this time, their power continued to attack at this time, forcing Su Yan to let go of the Shura. These guys were ruthless. They completely ignored the Shura next to them and only wanted to kill him. If he did not escape, then he would immediately be shrouded by such power. But if he escaped, then the previous battle would be in vain. This Shura would completely die under the attack of the companions, and he would not have any chance to devour it. Square Seal, set the universe. At this time, Su Yan directly summoned the Square Seal. In the Square Seal, the will of the white-boned black tortoise had been destroyed by Su Yan. Without the will of the white-boned black tortoise, this Square Seal passed down by the Stupa sect seemed to lack a unique spirituality. However, Su Yan did not care about this. What he needed was a magic treasure that he could use, and not something that would cause him trouble at a critical time. Suppress, stop them. It did not take too long. It would be enough to buy him a little time. As long as he could stop them for a while, then he would be able to complete the devouring. At this moment, the Square Seal immediately shone, and a huge shadow of a black tortoise appeared. It directly enveloped Su Yan. So what if the Shura are attacking me? I'm going to take the chestnut out of the fire. Su Yan's power was operating wildly. At this time, the power of the Very Supreme was also operating at this time, constantly refining this power. As the refining went on, his aura was also increasing. Another Shura, together with the Shura crystal and everything else, was all devoured by Su Yan. Su Yan was able to directly turn at least half of the power into his own. This was an extremely terrifying efficiency. At this time, he smiled coldly and said, "I'll let you guys have a taste of the power of the Shura." At this time, Su Yan's aura was operating, and the power that had not been refined by him was forcibly condensed on his long sword. Destroy. Another sword fell down. The terrifying sword tip continued to rotate at this time. The incomparable power whistling sound was simply incomparably terrifying. His power was so strong at this time that the Shura who were close to him were immediately covered by this sword chi. Ha ha ha, come on, kill me. At this time, Su Yan put away the Square Seal. The Shura was indeed terrifying. The Four Directions seal had only lasted for a short period of time before it began to falter. However, Su Yan was already very happy that he was able to buy so much time for himself. At this time, he immediately activated the demonic dragon wings and directly rushed into the Shura cave. At this time, they were caught in a bitter battle. Two Shura now. This Su Yan really has some tricks up his sleeve. He knew that Su Yan had yet to become a venerable, but the fact that he was able to kill two Shura in such a short time was already very rare. Even a 2 essences supremacy, or even a 3 essences supremacy, would not be able to do better than Su Yan. Su Yan had helped him attract the attention of almost all the Shura. Of course, he only took a glance and did not pay attention to it, because at this time, the flaming Shura was suppressing him with an even fiercer attack. Su Yan's aura continued to rise, and the slaughter continued. After devouring 2 Shura, the energy in Su Yan's body had reached a new limit. However, at this time, he was not satisfied at all. The slaughter had just begun. Satisfied? That was just a joke. At this time, Su Yan was constantly fleeing, and the Shura had begun to chase him. In a battle of attrition, the Shura would constantly attack the humans' defenses, and the human venerables would bitterly defend. However, at this time, it had become a chase. There was almost no pressure on the 7th Vice Sect leader's side. This kind of chase was extremely good for Su Yan. His biggest advantage was his speed. In a battle, as long as you were fast enough, you would have enough advantage to kill the enemy. At this time, Su Yan was constantly using his speed advantage to move around. Then, he would look for opportunities to directly assassinate the Shura who were alone. The Shura were extremely angry at Su Yan. However, there was nothing they could do. After more than half a day, the headless Shura had begun to fall. Such a loss had completely enraged the flaming Shura. However, at this time, Su Yan would not let him escape. Damn you, human. The power of the flaming Shura directly pressed down. It was the terrifying fire of the great Shura, and its terrifying power was almost the pinnacle of heaven and earth. However, Su Yan did not dodge. He let out a soft cry, and a terrifying demonic light directly swept out at this moment. Holy demonic heavenly light. The power of the two sides was still tit for tat. At this time, the Shura cave changed again, and a huge spatial crack appeared. The moment the spatial crack appeared, Su Yan's expression immediately changed. Damn you, Martial Shura. For so many years, every time the Shura realm attacked, only one Martial Shura could be sent. Therefore, according to their calculations, they only needed to delay the flaming Shura. Even if Su Yan died in battle, they could still hold on. However, at this time, the spatial crack's appearance immediately disrupted the layout of the place. At this time, the appearance of another Shura was simply a disaster for them. Kiki, stupid human, do you think you're the one holding me back? No, you're wrong. In fact, I'm the one holding you back. At this time, the powerful sea of flames of the Shura spread directly at this time, and immediately surrounded Su Yan. What a cunning plan. Su Yan immediately realized that he was now in unimaginable trouble. These guys were really bold. They actually wanted to kill him directly. Humph. That little brat is actually able to kill so many powerful warriors of my clan. He can be considered powerful. However, that's all there is to it. After you, I will immediately kill him and eat him. At this moment, the second shadow had already appeared. The second Martial Shura. Even at this time, Su Yan felt an incomparably huge pressure. Being held down by two Shura marshals was simply a huge disaster. Before he could react, the second Martial Shura had already made his move. At this time, his power directly emerged. Demonic Blade Shura. A terrifying cold light appeared. Such a radiance was so terrifying that it almost annihilated the world. When that terrifying illusion appeared, even if it was as powerful as Su Yan, at this time, his mind was taken away in a short time. At this time, Yan Xiao realized that something was wrong and immediately made his move. His Yama Son of Heaven's sword erupted at this time, and a powerful force directly flew out. His power was incomparably strong. Under such a blow, everything would be torn apart. However, at this moment, an attack also came from the other side of the Shura cave. Hee, do you really want to fight with me? The Shura King's mocking voice sounded. At this moment, if a terrifying attack was launched, then a huge crisis would erupt in the Shura cave. This was a responsibility that even Yan Xiao couldn't bear. At this time, he could only watch as his beloved Su Yan was swallowed by this terrifying radiance. After a short period of absent-mindedness, Su Yan finally recovered, but it was already too late. His demonic light could no longer break free from the shackles of the flames. Even if it could break free, it was already too late. Damn it, I didn't expect to fall here today. Su Yan had entered the Shura cave many times, but he had never encountered such a situation. The Shura realm had actually teleported two great Shura marshals here at this time. This was a disaster. Just as he was in despair, an extremely terrifying power suddenly appeared. Godslayer Sword Intent. An extremely terrifying sword intent directly pierced through the void. This sword intent was so terrifying that it had long surpassed one's imagination. The terrifying aura was like the blade of a wind valley that constantly swept out. Such a powerful force was constantly changing. The power of the Shura demonic blade was instantly destroyed. After destroying the Shura demonic blade, the sword intent showed no signs of stopping. It directly went towards the second great Shura marshal that had appeared. The change was too fast. The sword intent was too fast. The terrifying sword intent directly cut the second marshal in half, causing him to die. At the level of great Shura marshal, his body was incomparably strong. He was almost immortal. Even if his head was cut off, he could still be reborn. However, this time, the Godslayer sword intent was given by the real Godslayer sword. The moment the change occurred, Su Yan had already noticed the change in this place. Thus, he did not hesitate to use this sword intent. In reality, the Godslayer's sword intent was very precious. After all, he had only mastered one sword intent at this time. Every time he used it, it consumed his strength. However, Su Yan still used it without hesitation. Shura King's attention was all on Su Yan. He did not expect that Su Yan would have such power. Thus, the appearance of the Godslayer's sword intent was so unexpected. It immediately achieved a miraculous effect. "Why aren't you leaving?" Su Yan's voice immediately rang in Su Yan's ears. Not only did the Godslayer's sword intent kill the second great Shura marshal that appeared, but it also directly scattered the power of the flaming Shura. At this moment, there was nothing holding Su Yan back, so he could naturally leave. However, if he continued to be in a daze, it would be too late for Shura King and the flaming Shura marshal to react. "I can't thank you enough." Su Yan immediately retreated. Almost at the same time, a terrifying fluctuation appeared in the air. The great Shura marshal was killed. The Shura King was naturally extremely angry. At this moment, he actually started to flip the table. "No need. I'm just returning the favor." In the past, Su Yan's appearance allowed Su Yan to escape from Zhuoleitao. Now, he was returning the favor. Chapter 938. Female Literature, You're Courting Death. At this moment, King Shura flew into a rage out of humiliation. Marshal Shura was an extremely tyrannical existence. A Shura king couldn't possibly have many Shura marshals under him. Two of them was already an extremely luxurious lineup. This time, two Shura marshals moved out together. They wanted to catch the human five essences venerable off guard and kill him directly. Originally, everything was going very smoothly. Taking people by surprise would always yield good results. However, it was a pity that a sword intent that suddenly descended disrupted everything. This sword intent was truly terrifying. That terrifying power was enough to injure him, let alone an Azura at the level of a marshal. But before this, how could he have expected such a thing to happen? This Shura king had launched countless invasions and naturally had a good understanding of the human realm. Su Yan's battle strength naturally attracted his attention. After all, he could see that Su Yan was still not a venerable. But he had already killed several Shura marshals. However, in the vast human world, there were always a few geniuses. This wasn't anything to be surprised about. If that five essences venerable was killed, then under the joint attack of the two marshals, all the humans here would die. They had no chance of escaping. But he never expected that Su Yan would be able to burst out with such terrifying sword intent and kill his favorite general in one fell swoop. How could he not be angry? Although he couldn't attack with his full strength, he could still kill this kid. A terrifying will descended, and an enormous power directly descended. Just this will alone was a bit more terrifying than the Shura devil blade from before. At this moment, Su Yan felt this will. Suddenly, the same feeling he had when facing Xing Tianrua that day appeared again. When facing a Dao Venerable, it wasn't a matter of whether or not you had a trump card that could hurt him. It was a matter of whether or not you could break free from his will. If Yan Xiao hadn't suddenly appeared that day, Su Yan wouldn't have had a chance. At this moment, it was no longer possible for Yan Xiao to do anything. That was because King Shura had already disrupted the space before he attacked. Yan Xiao had to stabilize it. What's more, the furious King Shura's attack enveloped him and Su Yan at the same time. Damn it! Despair filled Su Yan's heart, but no matter what, he was not willing to die like this. Therefore, at this moment, his strength was constantly rising, and his sea of consciousness was also crazily gathering power. He wanted to break free from everything and finally welcome freedom. It was at this moment that Yan Xiao suddenly roared, "God vanquishing sword." It was the deity vanquishing sword that Su Yan had imparted to him. As Yan Zhao's power erupted, an extremely terrifying demonic sword appeared in the void. The demonic sword swept across the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was completely separated. Yan Xiao was indeed a genius. In such a short period of time, he had already mastered this move. The deity-vanquishing sword that he displayed was many times stronger than Su Yan's. In an instant, the realm that King Shura had created was directly cut apart. However, at this moment, Yan Xiao seemed to have used up all his strength. After all, this was only his first time using it. He had already used all his strength to achieve this. Su Yan. At this moment, his strength was no longer sufficient. However, he could still barely save one person. Between Su Yan and Su Yan, he did not hesitate at all and chose to save Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan could not bear to. After all, Su Yan was in such a dangerous situation because of him. Don't talk nonsense. Su Yan is the child of destiny. He won't die so easily. Yan Xiao immediately formed a palm and forcibly snatched Su Yan away. At the same time, he forcefully activated his power again. Then, a terrifying attack appeared. Su Yan, in front of you is the Shura realm. If you want to live, escape into it. This is the last effort I can do for you. However, whether or not you can survive depends on your own luck. I will wait for you for 10 days. After saying this, Yan Xiao left without looking back. At this moment, Su Yan immediately took a deep breath. He didn't say anything unnecessary and directly entered the passage. Although Su Yan was furious that Yan Xiao would abandon him because of Su Yan, he knew that this was inevitable. If it were him, he would have made the same choice. Moreover, Yan Xiao had helped him obtain a chance of survival. He had forcibly turned a situation where there was no chance of survival into a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Even so, he was still very grateful. Alright, I will definitely return in 10 days. The laws of time in both realms were distorted. 10 days in this world would be at least 10 months in the Shura realm, or even longer. Therefore, Su Yan still had a glimmer of hope. What a decisive boy. In that case, I will fight for you. I hope you will not disappoint me. Yan Xiao stabilized at this moment and then his gaze fell on King Shura. Since you dare to cross over to this world, don't blame me for killing you. He directly condensed his power. It was necessary to activate the deity-vanquishing sword again. The second time he used it, it was naturally smoother than the first time. Many things that he did not understand before immediately fell into place. An expert in the Tao Master realm was so terrifying. At this moment, King Shura immediately let out an angry roar. At this point, he had no other choice. He could only choose to retreat. After all, he was currently being suppressed by the laws of this world. If he did not leave now, he might really die here. Damn it, the Shura realm will rule over the world sooner or later. When that time comes, I will definitely kill all of you. That day is not too far away. His voice gradually faded away, but that angry will continued to ripple in the air. At this moment, Yan Zhao's expression was very ugly. This time, he was made a fool of by his opponent. If it was not for Su Yan's sudden burst of power, he would probably have died. At this moment, although he had saved Su Yan was forced to enter the Shura realm. The Shura realm was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying place. No one knew what it was like. Legend had it that some of the 7 great saints had entered that place. Other than that, no one else knew. He had no other choice, so at the last moment, he contacted his fellow Taoists in the Shura realm, hoping that Su Yan would really have heaven-defying luck. After all, for him, Su Yan was an extremely important subordinate of his, and he had a deep relationship with him. Lord. At this moment, Su Yan looked at Yan Xiao, silent and did not know what to say. At this moment, Yan Xiao said, "Don't blame yourself. This may be his predestined tribulation. I will fight for that opportunity for him. If he doesn't come back, then this is his fate. During this period, I will pass on the inheritance of the great devil heaven lord that I obtained from him to you. You must comprehend it well and hope that you can become a Tao master as soon as possible." Su Yan could only nod silently. This time, he had learned the importance of strength. If he was strong enough, things would not have turned out this way. Although he didn't have much contact with Su Yan, the reason why he saved Su Yan last time was because he had his own motives. He did not expect that Su Yan would take it to heart. For him, at this moment, there was a heavy feeling in his heart. He looked back at the void. At this moment, the void seemed so deep. The Shura cave was gradually shrinking, and the violent power was also beginning to disappear little by little. You have to come back alive. At this time, this was all he could say. If Su Yan really died, it might be an inner demon for him. But no matter what, because of Su Yan's sword intent, the crisis of the Shura cave was resolved. This could not be better. Just as they turned their heads and left, Su Yan was struggling in the passage of the Shura realm. The magic dragon armor had appeared, and the dragon wings were constantly flapping, trying to stabilize his body. At the same time, 10 streams of dragon chi were constantly wandering. This passage was blasted open by Yan Xiao in a hurry, so it was very unstable. To be honest, although Yan Xiao had become a venerable, it was impossible for him to blast open a passage across the two realms. It was just that this place happened to be where the Shura cave was located, and the power between the two realms was particularly weak, which gave him the opportunity to strike. The spatial turbulence here was constantly turbulent, and Su Yan's body was constantly trembling. Under the impact of such a terrifying power, he felt that his body was about to be crushed. At this point, he did not dare to be careless. He directly spread his aura to the extreme, using it to defend his body. If he had not devoured the 5 Shura generals during the battle, which made his aura unprecedentedly long and deep, he would have died at this time. The power of these existences was so terrifying that it had even exceeded a certain limit. Even with his strength, under the impact of such a violent and terrifying power, he began to tremble. Nevertheless, trembling did not mean that he would die immediately. The more dangerous the situation, the more he needed to increase his strength. This was Su Yan's persistence and persistence. It had been like this for many times, and this time was no exception. At this moment, his aura kept increasing at this moment, resisting the pressure of the mysterious spatial power. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan felt that his body was about to be crushed. His power was changing bit by bit. Earlier, he had devoured a lot of Shura's power, and because of the power of the Supreme, he was able to suppress it. Even so, he knew that the power was only temporarily contained. In other words, it was only forcibly squeezed in. Although the power was immense, it was uncertain how much of it he could use. Chapter 939. Female literature, however, it was completely different now. The power of space was constantly distorting and compressing his body, as if it was tempering him with a huge hammer. As the saying went, a treasured sword was sharpened through tempering. A true powerhouse must have gone through countless tempering to reach such a level. It was the same for Su Yan at the moment. The power did not belong to him at the moment. However, once he experienced the tempering under this terrifying pressure, he would immediately become a powerhouse if he could survive in the end. This would definitely benefit him immensely. Su Yan's aura continued to condense. The indescribably turbid power was constantly refined, while the remaining pure power continued to gather. In the end, it formed an extremely terrifying and powerful light. At the moment, waves of sounds were released from his body. However, the sound was no longer the sound of a dragon's roar. Instead, it was like the sound of waves in the ocean. Su Yan's body was constantly improving. Such a change could almost be considered an evolution. The structure of his body was constantly becoming perfect, and this change was a huge change from the inside to the outside of his body. At the moment, an extremely brilliant light appeared in Su Yan's eyes. It was an unimaginable divine light, as if a god was awakening in his body. This time, it should have been an unimaginable disaster for Su Yan, but it was also a huge improvement for Su Yan. He never thought that his body could be like this at this moment. His aura continued to rise. At this moment, the aura released from his body had truly surpassed that of a one-origin venerable. In this world of time, many geniuses would have a battle prowess that surpassed their cultivation level. Su Yan had always been like this. This time, his aura continued to change, and his strength continued to rise. However, the strange thing was that his cultivation level was still at the 10 dragons level. At this moment, even Su Yan himself could not describe the changes that had happened to him. However, this was a good thing. In such a time of crisis, his strength could be improved. This was the best thing that could happen. In the beginning, the terrifying spatial pressure made it difficult for him to breathe, but at this moment, the pressure had become much less. He had even gradually begun to adapt to the terrifying pressure. Just as Su Yan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, an extremely frightening will suddenly appeared. The moment the will descended, Su Yan felt his body become heavy. At this moment, he was in much more pain than before. Furthermore, this was only the beginning. Flames suddenly began to burn in his body. These were not illusions, but the most realistic flames. The power of the flames continued to rise, and the terrifying aura had reached an unimaginable level. Su Yan immediately felt extremely painful. At this moment, he had a feeling that the entire world was against him. He wanted to bury himself completely. He had never felt such a situation before. What's going on? Why is this happening? Where is this inexplicable hostility coming from? Why am I in so much pain? Ah! Su Yan's entire body was constantly trembling and spasming. He only felt that he was going to die in the next moment. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that when he thought of the word death, the thought of death immediately became incomparably firm, as if he was born with it. Suicide. Su Yan actually had such thoughts. This was simply terrifying. Gradually, an extremely terrifying blood-colored humanoid monster seemed to appear in his sea of consciousness. The appearance of this creature seemed to want to tear Su Yan's sea of consciousness apart in an instant. I'm a lowly person. Do I deserve to die? As soon as this thought appeared, Su Yan could no longer control himself. He even began to raise his hand and put it on his throat. Death, death, death. The voice of One Face Village was constantly roaring, trying to forcibly suppress Su Yan's consciousness. No, impossible. How can I, Su Yan, stretch out my neck to be killed? Impossible. At this moment, the green lotus in Su Yan's sea of consciousness suddenly bloomed with divine light. At the same time, the Taishang sword soul suddenly flickered, and a mighty majesty directly erupted at this moment. At this moment, the Taishang sword soul clearly seemed to have come alive, and that extremely powerful and terrifying light burst out at this moment. The body of the sword was dazzling and shining, and at this moment, that extremely terrifying power was being torn apart bit by bit. At this moment, the blood-colored aura was also constantly disappearing. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly roared, Shura. At this moment, Su Yan already knew what had happened. He finally understood why he suddenly had such a change. It turned out that all of this was caused by the will of the Shura realm. He was an outsider, so after passing through the space passage and arriving here, he was immediately enveloped by an extremely powerful will of space. Just like how Shura was extremely suppressed when he rushed into their world, Su Yan was also immediately noticed by the will of the world when he entered this world. Everything that had happened before was because the will of the world wanted to kill Su Yan, so it was like this. It had to be said that the will of the Shura realm was really terrifying. Even though Su Yan had experienced life and death and had an extremely strong will, under the control of the will of the Shura realm, he was almost killed. If it had been someone else, it would have been even more terrifying. Under the impact of such power, it was likely that they would have immediately killed him. Even so, this time it was extremely dangerous. The vision in his sea of consciousness saved his life again, and the truly powerful one was the Taishang sword soul. Not only did the Taishang sword soul directly destroy this terrifying power, but it also directly devoured that part of the will of the world. The will of the world was the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens was high and mighty, looking down on all living things. It was an unparalleled powerhouse. However, at this time, the Taishang sword soul was able to burst out with such incredible power that even the will of the heavens was devoured. At this time, Su Yan finally understood why the Godslayer sword in his body valued the Taishang sword soul so much. He had always thought highly of the power of the Taishang sword soul, but at this time he realized that he had underestimated it. The power of the Taishang sword soul seemed to be at the highest point that would never end. The moment the blood-colored mark disappeared, Su Yan immediately felt the pressure on him relax, and an unimaginable feeling of freedom spread out. The will of the heavens targeted every invader. Even the most powerful person would be watched by the will of the heavens. Perhaps a powerhouse could use his own power to suppress the will of the heavens, but he was destined to be an invader, an evil demon of this world. As long as he was in this world, he would be haunted by bad luck. And when the experts of this side of the world saw him, they would immediately have killing intent, wanting to completely annihilate him. In other words, he would become the public enemy of the world. However, at this time, things were different. The will in Su Yan's body was devoured by the Taishang sword soul, and a power was released from the Taishang sword soul, shrouding Su Yan's body. This power was very mystical, and it was not a power that could be used in battle. It was more like a shielding of the will of the heavens. With the existence of this power, Su Yan did not need to worry about being targeted by the will of the heavens. Boom! All of a sudden, Su Yan felt a pain in his head. At this time, he realized that he had fallen from the sky and smashed into a rocky mountain. Earlier, he was entangled by the will of the heavens, so he forgot about his own situation. It was only now that he realized that he had fallen from the sky. Fortunately, Su Yan's body was incomparably strong. Otherwise, this fall would have caused him to be badly mutilated, and he would have died completely. It hurts. Not long after, Su Yan adjusted his state and then struggled to get up from the ground. At this time, he realized that something was different. That was, every movement of his seemed to be too difficult. Raising his hand and straightening his waist had become so difficult. It was unknown how much more effort it took than usual. What's going on? Why is it so difficult? Su Yan took a few deep breaths and finally got himself to stand still. Then, he immediately began to circulate his spiritual force and began to devour the aura around him. At this time, he understood the reason. So that's how it is. The aura here is completely different from our world. In the world where he was, the air was full of spirit chi, and cultivators absorbed the spirit chi to cultivate, making themselves stronger and even transforming their bodies to reach an unimaginable level. However, it was completely different here. The spirit chi in this place was thin. No, it could only be described as deficient. Su Yan's ability to devour aura was very terrifying, but at this time, it had become extremely difficult for him to absorb the spirit chi here. At such a level, how could he cultivate? There was a kind of black aura in this place, and this aura was very strange. It was as if the aura itself was full of the smell of blood. Su Yan tried to devour this aura directly into his body. He sharply found that there seemed to be a desire to kill in his body that had been directly awakened. I understand now. No wonder every one of the Shura is so terrifying and full of murderous aura. It turns out that this is the environment they live in. In the knowledge of their world, every Shura was extremely terrifying. Their strength was extremely strong, and they seemed to be born to fight. Chapter 940. Girls' Literature, They Were Born to Fight. However, Su Yan finally understood why the air of the Shura world was filled with such a powerful and crazy aura. Compared to the spiritual chi, the aura here contained a more powerful force. However, there was an endless sense of ruthlessness in this powerful force. The Shura people had grown up in such an environment since birth. For generations, the killing intent that came from their bones had completely filled their hearts. It was precisely because of this that they were so terrifying and so warlike. The world was big and full of strange things. It was the first time Su Yan had seen such a world. If the people of the infinite world were to grow up here, it would probably collapse in a few days. It was no wonder that the Shura people had become like this. The so-called Shura people were born to destroy. However, it's difficult now. I can't stay here forever. Su Yan began to think as he devoured the special aura here. The aura was indeed extremely violent. However, Su Yan was not afraid. After all, the Taishang sword soul could naturally restrain such an aura. After the aura was devoured by Su Yan's body, it would immediately be filtered and then strengthen Su Yan's body and strength. Su Yan was not like a fish in water here, but it was not bad. At least in terms of strength, it was extremely beneficial. However, Su Yan knew that he could not stay here forever. He could purify the power here, but this purification ability was not without limit. Once this limit was exceeded, he would be affected by the power. If there was a powerful Tao master here, he might be able to directly blast open a space passage. Unfortunately, Su Yan was not a powerful Tao master, so he could not do this at all. Therefore, how to leave this place became a problem. Just as Su Yan was puzzled, a silent roar suddenly sounded. The sound came from afar. It was not loud, but it had an extremely terrifying oppressive power. What's that? Whatever, let's go and take a look. At this time, Su Yan immediately went forward. Of course, at this time, he had just adapted to the rules of this world. He naturally knew that he should keep a low profile. However, at this time, he really couldn't find a way forward. It was a red canyon. The surrounding rock seemed to be burning with flames. Su Yan cautiously approached the front. At this time, an extremely ferocious existence immediately appeared in his sight. It was a gigantic lizard with a length of at least 30 meters. It was a colossal monster. At his tail, there was a wisp of light burning. It was a flame, but it was very weak. Compared to the surrounding rocks, it was very inconspicuous. However, Su Yan immediately set his eyes on it. Without a doubt, this gigantic flame lizard was currently hunting. His prey was the Shura. Su Yan was surprised to find that these Shura were not different from humans. In Su Yan's memory, Shura were those with blue skin and terrifying power. However, the Shura in front of him was exactly the same as a human. There were a total of 5 women here, and 3 more women. These people's auras were not weak, but Su Yan could not determine what realm they had reached. Therefore, at this time, he decided to continue watching. Among the 8 people, one of them was a man who was 2 meters tall, and he was undoubtedly the strongest one. In his hand, there was a spear. This spear was somewhat special. It was made of a material that Su Yan had never seen before. The spear was deep and seemed to be emitting a dim light. From this, one could see that the spear was very powerful. At this time, the gigantic lizard's claws directly fell from the sky. The powerful force was simply terrifying. The man immediately let out a strange roar. Then, he jumped high into the air. He did not dodge or evade, but directly charged towards the gigantic lizard. At this time, the spear was emitting a dark red light. Such an attack seems to be similar to that of a Dragon Realm expert. Su Yan looked at the man, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. But soon, he understood what was happening. Yes, the Shura I came into contact with were all first-class experts, so I thought that all Shura were the same. In this world, if every Shura was equivalent to a venerable, then the Shura realm would have swept through the universe. That spear is very powerful, but this man seems to be unable to use the spear's power. Therefore, he must have failed. Su Yan's eyes were very sharp. Although he did not know the power system of this world, he immediately saw the comparison of power. At this time, the spectating Shura were still roaring. Su Yan naturally could not understand what they were saying, but he could feel that they seemed to be cheering. Obviously, they thought that their warrior would win. However, this world never developed according to their imagination. At this time, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared on the fire lizard's palm. It was a terrifying flame, which immediately turned into a scale. The fire lizard's power increased again at this time. At this time, the terrifying spear immediately pierced the terrifying scale. The originally tall young Shura's expression immediately changed. Roar, damn it! At this time, a terrifying aura directly rushed towards him. The strength of the aura was beyond his expectations. In an instant, his body directly retreated. Rumble. A loud sound was heard. His body directly crashed into a huge mountain. The mountains and rocks here were exceptionally hard. At this moment, the man directly crashed into it. What kind of heavy blow was this? Just looking at it was enough to make one feel pain. Roar. However, it had to be said that the Shura's body was indeed terrifyingly strong. After enduring such a violent attack, the male Shura still managed to stand up. Su Yen had analyzed the male Shura's cultivation through the scene just now. According to the standards of the infinite realm, the male Shura's strength should be at the peak of the square sphere. However, his long spear was truly a powerful treasure. It was precisely because of this that he was able to unleash a powerful combat strength that was comparable to that of a dragonized cultivator. Unfortunately, he seemed to have underestimated the strength of this beast. The strength of this beast after it unleashed its full power was simply terrifying to the extreme. It was as if he had completely crushed him. If it wasn't for the fact that the spear had absorbed a lot of energy, he would have been dead by now. This spear was really good. At this moment, Su Yen had already taken a liking to this spear. Although this spear could not be compared to the Scorching Sun sword, this was the Shura realm. The Scorching Sun sword had the aura of the Shura's curse. When Su Yen entered the Shura realm, he was suppressed by such a powerful will of heaven because he had the curse of the Shura before they died. However, at this moment, the very supreme sword soul forcibly took away the aura of the curse. However, if he took the Scorching Sun sword out of the Qi Li sword case, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. In order to travel in this unknown world, he needed a weapon. Obviously, this spear was not bad. The male Shura's fall immediately made the 7 Shura around him panic. He was the strongest among them, but he was defeated so easily. At this moment, the flame lizard had already rushed towards the tall Shura warrior. At this moment, the 7 of them immediately began to work together, preparing to block the huge flame lizard's attack. Unfortunately, their strengths were not enough as compared to the fearsome lizard. This lizard was a real monster. Moreover, its skin was tough and had mysterious flame scales. It was very difficult to deal with. The tall young man had used this powerful force to increase his combat strength to the dragon realm, but in front of this flame lizard, he was still so weak. At this moment it was even more impossible for him to defeat this lizard. At this moment, the huge lizard's snake swung like a long whip. Before the tall Shura could react, he was immediately swept up by this terrifying force. Ah! The male Shura struggled angrily, trying to break free. But at this moment, how could he make it in time? At this moment, the other Shura finally stood up and shouted in Shura's language, "Save him!" The 7 of them rushed forward almost at the same time. But at this moment, the male Shura at the back suddenly turned around and left. This man was really cunning. He obviously had the intention to retreat from the beginning, so he left at the most critical moment. This scene stunned Su Yen for a moment. In his mind, the people of the Azura clan were extremists who lived for war and died for war. But at this time, he actually met a piece of trash who fled in the face of battle. However, this had nothing to do with Su Yen. At the same time, his attention was focused on the battle. At this moment, the tall Shura was very weak. His body was constantly being swung around by the flame lizard, jumping high and then being heavily smashed to the ground. Although at this time, he was still holding the blood-red spear tightly, but at this time, he no longer had the strength to attack. Chapter 941. Female Literature, Tatar. At this moment, a female Shura discovered the man who had secretly escaped. Hearing her shout, the others also noticed this scene. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do at this time. This was because they were already within the blood-fire lizard's attack range. A flame appeared. This was the blood-fire lizard's method. The area within the flame's range was its hunting ground. As for the kid who had already escaped, it did not care about him at all. After all, the prey here was enough for it to fill its own stomach. At this moment, the 6 Shura youths all rushed forward. They displayed the Shura's fearless spirit to the extreme. However, the blood fire lizard only twisted its body, and a tyrannical force immediately shot backward. Such an easy attack immediately let the Shura know what it meant to be overestimating one's own strength. The 6 young Shura youths all spat out blood. It was obvious that they had all been seriously injured by such a terrifying attack. If it were not for the Shura's strong physique, which was far superior to that of other races, they would have all died from such an attack. At this moment, the blood fire lizard was certain that its opponents were no longer a threat to it. It walked around a few times complacently. Then, it rolled its long tongue and threw the tallest Shura youth into the air. The youth fell from the air and was sucked into its huge mouth. Aganda. Seeing this scene, the remaining youths were on the verge of exploding. However, they were powerless to save the man. After all, they could not even get up. At this moment, the Shura youth called Aganda's face was ashen. His previous bravery was completely gone. Under the threat of death, everything was fake. The only thing that existed was endless fear. It was at this moment that a ray of light flashed by. Su Yan had made his move. Su Yan's goal was not to save the man, but the red spear. He had already seen that the spear was extraordinary. Under the circumstances where it was not convenient to use the scorching sun sword, this spear could barely bear his power. It was precisely because of this that he acted so decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Roar! At this moment, the blood fire lizard was about to enjoy its meal. However, at this moment, Su Yan suddenly appeared. The blood fire lizard's perception was extremely sharp. The moment Su Yan appeared, it felt a dangerous aura. Although this aura was very weak, it was enough to make it wary. Under such circumstances, as expected, he chose to give up on the food. His disgusting and terrifying long tongue once again danced out, directly lashing towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan had just grabbed the spear in his hand. He didn't have any interest in saving people, but if he didn't do anything, this long spear might have fallen into the blood fire lizard's mouth along with its owner. That was why he took action. After all, if such a battle spear was stained by the saliva of such a monster, it would be a little disgusting. However, since the blood fire lizard had directly attacked him, Su Yan would definitely not be polite. After all, this blood fire lizard was really not enough for Su Yan at this moment. Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way. Su Yan's power erupted in an instant. Faintly, a mysterious and terrifying roar came from his body. The appearance of this roar immediately made the lizard feel fear. At this moment, its long tongue also slowed down a bit. At this moment, Su Yan had already made his move. Su Yan's power was extremely terrifying. With one strike, a scarlet light appeared. The blood fire lizard was a powerful Shura beast that used flames, but in front of Su Yan's power, it was nothing. In just a moment, the Shura beast was immediately killed by Su Yan. Su Yan's power directly penetrated its head. At this moment, Su Yan took the blood-red battle spear and stood on the blood fire lizard's head. When Su Yan landed, the tall young man also landed from the sky. However, he landed right in the blood fire lizard's mouth. If the blood fire lizard was still alive at this moment, then he had obviously become its food. Well, although this blood fire lizard is not powerful, there seems to be a crystal in its body. It's better not to waste it. With a thought, Su Yan immediately turned the battle spear in his hand and directly stabbed at the blood fire lizard's core. Even if the blood fire lizard was dead, its power was still incomparably powerful. This was something that could not be criticized. However, at this moment, Su Yan's spear actually pierced through its body so easily. One had to know that the tall young man had used all his strength at the very beginning, but he was still unable to leave a mark on the blood fire lizard's body. These young Shura obviously knew what had happened at this time. At this moment, they immediately broke free and looked at Su Yan with eyes full of awe. Respecting the strong was a convention that existed in every world. However, at this moment, Su Yan ignored them. He only dug out the blood fire lizard's crystal. The crystal was beyond Su Yan's expectations. Its power was very rich. When the young Shura saw the crystal, their eyes almost shone. Su Yan took the crystal, then his eyes fell on the young Shura. These young Shura had just rescued their companion, the 2-meter-tall Shura youth. At this time, they felt Su Yan's gaze and immediately looked at Su Yan. Su Yan could see the tension and uneasiness in their eyes. They were afraid of Su Yan. After all, Su Yan's power was terrifying. With a casual blow, he defeated and killed the blood fire lizard. If Su Yan wanted to kill them at this time, it would not be difficult. At this time, the tall Shura youth had already recovered. Seeing Su Yan silent, he finally stood up and said to Su Yan, "Senior, I am Aganda. These are my friends. Junior thanks Senior for saving my life." He thanked Su Yan in Shura language. Unfortunately, Su Yan could not understand his words at all. At this time, Su Yan was deep in thought. He was not familiar with this world at all. No, to be more precise, he was unfamiliar with it. Now, he didn't know how to return to his own world. Although the time here and in the infinite world seemed to be in different proportions. However, he couldn't continue to consume his energy endlessly. Therefore, he must find a way to leave here as soon as possible. These Shura youths saw that Su Yan didn't speak, and his expression didn't change at all. They looked at each other, not knowing what Su Yan was thinking. If Su Yan wanted to kill them at this time, then they wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. Now, they could only hope that Su Yan was a person who could pay attention to details. At this time, Su Yan held the crystal and began to absorb its power without any hesitation. Su Yan's strength was extremely terrifying. Under his devouring, the powerful force was immediately sucked dry. Seeing this scene, these people secretly swallowed their saliva. One had to know that the blood fire lizard was very powerful. If they obtained the crystal, they would have to carefully absorb it. Only then would they be able to devour all the power inside. However, at this time, Su Yan actually consumed all the power inside casually. From this, it could be seen how powerful Su Yan was. At this time, Su Yan didn't pay attention to them. At this time, he was wholeheartedly absorbing the crystal from the blood fire lizard. In fact, such a crystal was no longer enough to attract him. After all, he had consecutively absorbed the crystals of 5 powerhouses that General had defeated. Compared to them, this blood fire lizard was simply pitiful. However, even the smallest sparrow had meat. This was the Shura realm. Being able to obtain power was already an extremely rare thing for Su Yan. When the power of the crystal completely disappeared, Su Yan looked at these Shura people. At this moment, Su Yan was thinking about how to deal with these fellows with his sword. Those who were not of his race were bound to have different intentions. At this time, Su Yan would not have any mercy for them just because they were weak. "Who can tell me where this place is?" Su Yan asked. After saying this sentence, he felt a little embarrassed. This was the Shura realm. How could these people understand his words? Communication was always a problem. At this time, he directly transmitted his thoughts to these people. The moment they felt Su Yan's will, they were all stunned. Obviously, they had never experienced such a thing. At this time, the tall young man suddenly shouted, "You're not a Shura." His shout stunned Su Yan. He had just analyzed that there was almost no difference between him and these people, but this guy could actually say that he was not a Shura. This was interesting. He couldn't figure out how this guy found out. However, he was now sure of one thing, and that was that he could communicate with this guy. Communication through mental power was effective. Hee, this is interesting. Tell me, how did you find out? Su Yan transmitted his will again. At this time, the tall young man from the Shura realm actually went crazy and shouted, "Kill him, he's an enemy of God." Chapter 942. Girls' Literature, He is the Enemy of God. The Shura man kept roaring at this time. Hearing his voice, the other people were shocked. They didn't expect that the person in front of them had such a strong background. Su Yan didn't understand the meaning of his words, but he felt his will in his mind. Interesting, you want to kill me? Su Yan was somewhat disapproving. This fellow had clearly forgotten how he had killed the blood fire lizard, which had rendered them powerless to retaliate. However, at this moment, the young man had already leaped up and rushed towards Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to make a move, because at this time, he found something strange. This Shura man was clearly injured just now, and his injury seemed to be a bit serious, but when he attacked, his injury actually healed a lot. Even if Shura's healing ability is very strong, this kind of recovery ability is really terrifying. If everyone in the Shura has this kind of recovery ability, then this is a very scary thing. At this time, his eyes also swept the other people. At this time, he found that the condition of these people also began to recover at this time. Although it's not as good as the tall Shura man who took the lead, it's still very rare. At this time, the Shura man has already bombarded Su Yan with a punch. This punch made Su Yan a bit surprised. It's not because this young man's punch is beyond his tolerance range. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides is too big. In any case, this young man can't be his opponent. What really made Su Yan care is that the strength of this tall Shura man has directly improved a lot at this time. This kind of change is a bit too fast. It's like he's a child of destiny. When he meets an enemy, he will get help from the heavens and directly improve his strength. Moreover, this improvement is not just a little bit. At this moment, the young man's strength has improved so quickly and greatly that even Su Yan himself is dumbfounded. Damn, this is really strange. I originally wanted to communicate with you, but now it seems that I have to let you understand your situation first. Su Yan has no interest in playing with children here. As a result, these Shura youths were like children in his eyes. The difference in strength between him and them was too great. He also punched out. This punch seems very gentle, but the power in it is extremely shocking. Before the young man could get close, he was directly sent flying by Su Yan's power. His whole body hit straight on the mountain wall. This time, he was even heavier than when he was thrown out by the blood fire lizard. However, Su Yan could clearly see that his injuries seemed to be less severe. A mysterious power seemed to have appeared in his body, causing his resistance to become even stronger. Kill. At this moment, the young Shura men also directly charged over. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a cold smile. He wanted to see if this group of stupid brats would be like that person from before. It was a fact that Su Yan was able to sweep through all of them. At this moment, Su Yan also realized that the strength of those who had attacked him had increased at this moment. However, there was a woman among them who did not have much of an increase in strength. Su Yan's eyes were like flames. He saw fear in the woman's heart. Is this heaven's will? At this moment, he was talking to himself. Previously, this was just his guess, but now he was even more certain that it was a fact. Yes, heaven's will. It was heaven's will in the unseen world. Everyone who had attacked him had been blessed by heaven's will. Therefore, their strength had increased at that moment. It was not only their offensive power, but also their defensive power. Of course, the woman who had fear in her heart did not seem to have been blessed by heaven's will. In other words, as long as someone has the intention to kill me, the heavens will in this area will make them stronger? This is really interesting. I have actually become the enemy of heaven. Although Su Yan was smiling, there was no doubt that his heart was somewhat heavy. Heaven's will was a terrifying power. Among the enemies he had encountered, which one of them could compete with heaven's will? This made him recall the scene when he had just passed through the spatial passage. Now, he was even more aware of the terror of the revered Sword Soul. If it was not for the revered Sword Soul, these people would not have needed to make a move at all. The mysterious divine punishment would have killed him directly. At this moment, he waved his hand again, and those people were immediately sent flying in an instant. Su Yan's eyes stopped on the tallest young man. At this moment, he did not want to communicate with these people anymore. Instead, he directly used his enormous divine thoughts to search the other party's sea of consciousness. Obviously, at this time, he wanted to use his divine thoughts to find the information he wanted in the other party's memory. This was the soul search. The so-called soul search was to search one's soul and then obtain the information one wanted. However, since it was related to one's soul, it was definitely not a simple matter. The soul was the most complicated thing in this world. Those who could come into contact with the mystery of the soul were all first-class powerhouses. But even so, the person who was subjected to the soul-searching power was still in extreme danger because the slightest mistake would cause him to be struck by this powerful force and lose himself completely. If the person who performed the soul-searching technique had reached a certain level of strength, then he might have been able to survive. However, it would be extremely difficult to ensure that his soul did not suffer any mishaps. If a weaker person performed the soul search, whether or not he could get the information he wanted was another matter altogether. The person who was subjected to the soul search would undoubtedly die. Su Yan's divine thoughts were naturally very powerful, but he was also aware that he had definitely not reached the level where he could leave people safe and sound. Therefore, he had never performed the soul search because it was really against the harmony of heaven. But now, he did not have any scruples. After all, he was in the Shura realm at this time. The heaven's will of the Shura realm was targeting him and wanted to kill and obliterate him. Therefore, the harmony of heaven had nothing to do with him. As for this male Shura, whether he died or not had much to do with Yi Shiwen. Su Yan's divine thoughts pressed in. It was as if a mountain had descended directly. The will of the Shura youth was stronger than Su Yan expected. The bright moon in Su Yan's sea of consciousness released a radiance that directly pierced into the youth's mind. He finally touched the youth's soul. At this moment, the youth began to tremble. Obviously, he was suffering unimaginable pain. Not long after, his whole body convulsed. Then, he finally let out a scream and died immediately. When he died, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. It was extremely miserable. Su Yan sighed. The information he wanted to get from the youth's soul was very limited. However, he found an answer. In the beginning, these guys were very polite to him and were very respectful. But why did they immediately go crazy after he released his thoughts? It turned out that they felt the curse of the Shura in his will. The most supreme sword soul devoured the terrifying will and completely eliminated the aura of the Shura realm's heaven's will on his body. However, it could not affect the aura in his will. Therefore, when his will was transmitted, the people of the Shura realm could immediately feel the aura of an outsider. Just like how the Shura realm would definitely be discovered by that world when they broke into his world, it was the same when he entered this place. Forget it. If I die, I die. Su Yan flipped his palm and the Azura immediately disappeared, turning into dust. He was simply too weak. Even if Su Yan absorbed the energy from his body, it would be of no use to Su Yan. Therefore, Su Yan simply did not want to waste the world. At this time, Su Yan once again transmitted his thoughts. It seems that you all hate me very much. However, this is something that can't be helped. Now, I just want to confirm one thing. Which one of you is willing to be my guide? If anyone is willing, I won't let them die. Su Yan's gaze fell on the second Shura. This Shura was also very tall. Although he was not as strong as the male Shura who had died, his strength was already at the top of the group. What about you? Are you interested in being my guide? If you don't, then I will kill you. Su Yan said directly, not bothering to hide his evil intentions. At this moment, the young man was trembling all over. At this time, he was really scared. Su Yan's strength and methods were too terrifying. At this moment, other than shivering, he seemed to be unable to do anything. But in the end, he still refused. Su Yan sighed again. He activated his divine will again and directly suppressed the person's mind. Just like the previous Shura called Aganda, he also died very miserably. Of course, his strength was not as strong as that person called Aganda, so Su Yan saw a lot of scenes in his soul that he wanted to see. No matter what, this was a good thing. Su Yan asked one by one. Right now, he needed to find a spokesperson. Someone who could help him do things because he was now the enemy of the Shura realm's heaven's will. Although the revered sword soul could suppress some heaven's will, this suppression could not be perfect. Once news of him leaked out, it would cause a lot of trouble. Chapter 943. Female literature. Of course, he didn't care about these small fries in front of him. But he couldn't stay in this place forever. Through the soul search, he just found out that this Shura world also had its own civilization. There were also cities built in this world. If he wanted to immediately return to the Shura world and return to his own world, he could either rely on his absolute strength to forcibly break through space, or ask the Shura king to make a move and create the Shura cave. However, these two methods were obviously unrealistic. First of all, although his strength wasn't bad, to reach the point where he could directly tear through space was still too far away. Perhaps he could properly improve his strength in the Shura world, and when his strength reached a certain level, he would finally succeed. But unfortunately, time waits for no man. The ratio of time here and in the infinite world was naturally different, but Su Yan didn't know what exactly it was. He didn't want to wait until he finally returned to find that everything was over. Lu Lan was already dead. If that was the case, then what was the point of him working so hard? And it was even more impossible to ask the Shura king to make a move. Although the most supreme sword soul suppressed heaven's will, when he released his will, such a weak Shura king would be able to discover that he wasn't an existence of this world. So when he stood in front of the Shura king, how could he not see the clues? At that time, other than death, Su Yan couldn't think of any other end for himself. So, if he wanted to enter the city and communicate with people, he needed someone to carry out his will. Su Yan didn't want these people to be stubborn, because if that was the case, he would be very passive in doing things. When the fifth person died, he found that the will of the remaining two people was completely shaken. The remaining two were women, one of them was someone who didn't receive the blessing of heaven's will, and the other looked better than him, but she was also trembling. "Don't kill me, don't." Su Yan felt her fear and dread from her will. "If you don't want to die, then become my effort, become the executor of my will." Su Yan was still as cold as ever. He would never give in on this matter. Although such cold-bloodedness was not in line with his usual style. Finally, the two women agreed. The moment they agreed, Su Yan finally let out a sigh of relief. He was actually very worried that the people in this world would be so stubborn, and that no one was unafraid of death. If that was really the case, then he would be in a difficult situation. Fortunately, there were always people who were afraid of death. Very good. Now, all of you should prepare yourselves, and then we will set off. Su Yan didn't say much to them. At this time, he needed to organize the information and learn the language of Shura. He had already grasped the language in his heart during the previous soul contact. Su Yan began to meditate quietly. The unique aura of the Shura realm was directly absorbed into his body. At this time, the two Shura girls looked at each other. Obviously, they weren't having a good time. This was a kind of mental torture. Their companions were already dead, but they chose to betray them in order to survive. Making such a decision made them feel very humiliated. However, compared to this humiliation, the two of them were more afraid of being mercilessly killed. They had already seen Su Yan's ruthlessness and indifference, as well as his strength. The blood-fire lizard was like a toy in front of him. In just a few moments, it was directly killed. Their companions were even more so. In front of this man, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Not long after, Su Yan opened his eyes. At this time, he had already grasped the basics of Shura's language. This was the benefit of having a powerful divine sense. He could directly extract information from the other party's soul and learn it. Basic language communication was still very necessary. Although he had already decided to let these two women act as his executors and communicate with others as much as possible, there would always be times when he would need to speak. Of course, he also had a certain understanding of Shura. The Shura were a race that worshipped fighting. This was not strange. After all, the environment here had already determined this. In the beginning, Shura didn't look much different from humans. In fact, they were almost exactly the same. However, as their cultivation increased, their body shape would change. For example, the young man that Su Yan had killed was over 2 meters tall. Of course, this was only the beginning of the change. When their cultivation reached a new level, their skin color would change as well. According to his memories, the Shura's skin color first changed to green. This was the green-faced Shura. In terms of cultivation, the green-faced Shura was equivalent to a human cultivator in the dragon realm. In the Shura world, there was naturally a division of power. However, a Shura's background didn't mean much. What was truly important was strength. A green-faced Shura was already revered. This tall young man wanted to break through to the green-faced Shura, so he came to this mountain to hunt Shura beasts. This young man came from a family in a town not far away. It was the Aganda family. In the family, he was considered to be one of the more outstanding children. As long as he became a green-faced Shura, he would be able to become one of the successors of the family and compete for the position of the family head. These people were all his friends or his vassals. Unfortunately, this young man's temper was too impulsive. He actually chose to hunt the blood-fire lizard. From the young man's memories, Su Yan found that when they found the blood-fire lizard, they didn't think that it was impossible to deal with. The blood-fire lizard just kept running away. It was only when they reached this place that the blood-fire lizard suddenly showed its power and almost killed them all. This blood-fire lizard actually knew how to lure the enemy in. Of course, Su Yan wasn't very interested in this. After the green-faced Shura, there was the blue-faced Shura. That was a powerful existence at the level of a venerable. Although Su Yan had killed 5 blue-faced Shura outside the Shura cave, he didn't dare to be careless here. After all, the environment of the two places was different. When he was there, the blue-faced Shura was suppressed by the will of the world. However, this was the Shura realm, their home ground. Therefore, if it wasn't necessary, Su Yan didn't want to fight with them. His goal was a big city in the distance. There was a way to break through realms there. Of course, it was very difficult to activate the breakthrough realm's teleportation. The cost was too high. It was difficult for ordinary people to use it. To be honest, Su Yan didn't have the confidence to do this at all. But no matter what, he had to go and see this teleportation formation first. Even if it was just for himself, it was good to give up. Okay, let's go. Su Yan directly used the simple Shura language to communicate with them. The two women asked, "Where are we going?" "Back to Ganlu town." Ganlu town was the town where they lived. "No, we're going to Darla." From their memories, Su Yan knew that Darla was a real big city. Millions of Shura lived there. Such a city was already very extraordinary in the Azura world, and it just so happened that there was a huge teleportation array placed there. Hearing Su Yan's words, the two women immediately felt surprised. They didn't know where this enemy of God came from, but at this time, he actually learned their language. Su Yan didn't pay attention to them. He continued calmly, along the way, "If it's not necessary, I won't speak again. I'm your master, but I'll pretend that I've lost my ability to speak. Do you understand what I mean? I'll transmit my will to you through telepathy." The two women nodded even though they were in great pain. Tartar betrayed them during the battle. At that time, they were very angry. They felt that he had abandoned the dignity of Shura. But now, they chose to betray Shura. Su Yan obviously wouldn't spend time comforting them. He just led the way. The reason why he didn't go to their town was because Su Yan didn't want trouble. From his memories, Su Yan knew that there was a blue-faced Shura in their town. He was the ruler there and the head of the Aganda family. If they entered that place, then there would naturally be people who would ask about the matter of the other people. Su Yan, who had just arrived, felt that he should at least keep a low profile. He deeply understood that only those who kept a low profile could live for a long time. Even if he had enough confidence to face the blue-faced Shura, he would still expose himself. Even a few immature brats could see through his identity. He didn't think that the powerful Shura wouldn't be able to. But the two women were hesitant. Obviously, they weren't willing to accept Su Yan's decision. At this time, they needed to communicate with each other. But when they saw Su Yan's expressionless face, they finally chose to give up. The living conditions in the Shura world were actually very difficult. In addition to the terrifying aura that was everywhere, the sun here was also extremely hot. In Su Yan's Wuji world, even the sun in the hottest place couldn't compare to the sun here. The sun's rays would destroy people's skin. If they didn't have enough strength to resist, they would be burned alive. Chapter 944. Female Literature. This was the law of the Shura realm. If you were not strong enough, you would die. Just as Su Yan and the other two were about to descend the mountain, another group of people came up the mountain from afar. The leader of the group was a man who looked miserable. There was a collar on his head. Behind him was a tall young man who was riding a creature similar to a horse. The man with the collar was Tatar, the traitor who fled first. Every time Tatar slowed down a little, the man behind him would lash out with his whip and land it on Tatar's body. When the whip landed on Tatar's body, it would release arcs of electricity, causing Tatar to grimace in pain. But at this moment, he didn't dare to resist. This was because the Shura who whipped him was stronger than him. He was also a disciple of the Aganda family and was the elder brother of the tall Shura, Kol Aganda. Moreover, compared to the Gauda youth who had already died, this person was undoubtedly much more powerful because his skin was green. Green Shura. Tatar fled and headed for the town. Being a coward, he successfully avoided being killed by the bloodfire lizards. However, he was not very lucky. When he was about to return to the town, he ran into Wood Rhino who was looking for his younger brother. In front of Wood Rhino, Tatar did not even have the right to lie. In the end, he told Wood Rhino everything that happened. Wood Rhino was infuriated when he heard the answer. As a Shura, he chose to retreat in the face of a battle. This was a disgrace to the Shura. Moreover, Tatar was his younger brother's retainer. A retainer who abandoned his master at a critical moment deserved to die. The suitable Wood Rhinoceros almost killed Tatar. However, he needed Tatar to lead the way. No matter what, Cole was his younger brother. In front of the family rules, he had to save his younger brother. It was because of this that he allowed this despicable and weak person to survive until now. Otherwise, based on his character, he would have killed this person long ago. Tatar crawled forward with difficulty. Not long after, he said, "Great Lord Mushi, up ahead is where the battle took place." His voice was trembling. At this time, his heart was filled with incomparable hatred, but he didn't dare to show it. At this moment, Mushi and his retinue's expression all changed because they smelled blood. Sure enough, something happened. It was unknown whether Mushi was happy or not, but his expression was very dignified. After all, that was his younger brother. If he really died, then he would naturally be responsible. He immediately leaped up. At this moment, his tyrannical strength was immediately displayed. The gravity of this Shura world was very strong and abnormally heavy. Ordinary people couldn't fly at all. Only by reaching the level of the green-faced Shura would one be qualified to leave the surface. And in the infinite realm, not to mention the square circle realm, even the spiritual sea realm was enough to soar into the sky. The sinister illusions had already given birth to more powerful warriors. He was the first to arrive at the top of the mountain. At this moment, his expression was very ugly. Not long after, the rest of his retinue arrived as well. Apart from the thick stench of blood, there was nothing left here. Whether it was the corpse of the crimson fire lizard or the corpses of the other people, they were all gone. This was the arrangement Su Yan had made before leaving. He knew that the great Kol Shura was from a clan, so he naturally predicted that his clan would come to find him. In order to avoid trouble, Su Yan naturally wanted to destroy the corpses and destroy all traces. Therefore, he directly set a fire and burned everyone to ashes. Even the crimson fire lizard was burned to ashes by Su Yan's flames. As such, even if the clan came, they wouldn't be able to discover that the two women were still alive. At the very least, this would save Su Yan some trouble. Of course, if the other side had a powerful expert and used a time reversal technique, they would still be able to discover traces of this place. However, Su Yan couldn't do anything about it. This was what it meant to do what one could do and leave it to fate. As for what would happen to fate, there was nothing he could do about it. Dead, they're all dead. Not a single one of them is left. Mu Shi roared furiously. His powerful aura spread to the surroundings. That terrifying power made all the retainers feel terrified. As expected of the azure-faced Shura, he was actually so powerful. Since he could become a retinue of the Aganda clan, he was naturally not a weakling. However, compared to the one in front of them, he was still too far away. At this moment, they finally realized how powerful a true azure-faced Shura was. Since they're all dead, why are you still alive? Mu Shi's gaze finally landed on Tartar. At this moment, Tartar's entire body was trembling. He was truly afraid at this moment. If these people were still alive, his end would be extremely miserable, but he might still have a chance of survival. However, at this moment, he didn't have any hope of survival at all. At this moment, Mu Shi's hand reached toward him. An invisible force appeared. In the face of such a terrifying power, Tartar didn't even have a chance to resist. His entire body was trembling non-stop. It was obvious that he was extremely afraid. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. He began to beg for mercy. However, it was a pity that no Shura would plead for mercy for someone who was afraid of death. Tartar's expression became increasingly unsightly. The shadow of death had already enveloped him. Perhaps he would die in the next second. However, at this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Young master. Mu Shi's expression was very unsightly. He never liked to be disturbed when he was killing. If it wasn't for the fact that the person who had interrupted him was one of his trusted aides, one more person would have died by now. Speak. Mu Shi responded coldly. The blood fire lizard is dead, the person said very seriously. Mu Shi's gaze fell on him. He continued to speak. I found the blood fire lizard's tail here. When a blood fire lizard encounters a major unforeseen event, it will cut off its tail in order to survive. Its tail will burrow into the ground to escape, and when it is out of danger, its tail will reunite with its body, allowing it to come back to life. This was a characteristic of the blood fire lizard. Ordinary people wouldn't know about this. The blood fire lizard's tail was actually very important. Its method of cutting off its tail to survive was different from that of ordinary lizards. When it abandoned its tail and burrowed into the ground, its life essence would gather in its tail. In this way, even if it died, as long as its body was still there, even if only a layer of skin or a bone was left, the tail would come back to life. This was a characteristic of this creature. However, at this time, the tail had lost its life force. This meant that the blood fire lizard's body was no longer there, so even its tail couldn't be preserved. Mu Shi's eyes narrowed. At this time, he couldn't care less about crushing Tartar to death. Instead, he walked over. You're saying that someone killed the blood fire lizard and completely destroyed its life force, leaving it without a corpse? Humph, a trash like Cole would never be able to do something like this. That means that there must be another powerhouse here, and it must be that powerhouse who did this. Mu Shi said very calmly. The retainer said, that's most likely the case. Mu Shi suddenly laughed. Huh, what is this? Destroying the corpse to erase the evidence? If he came for the blood fire lizard, then there's no need to do this after obtaining its crystal. Look carefully and see if there's anyone else here. Hearing his order, the subordinates all went to do their work. At this time, Mu Shi's gaze was looking into the distance. He released his spirit sense to sense with all his might. Releasing his spirit sense to sense with all his might was actually very tiring for him. Shura's strength lay in his body, but not his spirit sense. Every time he let his spirit sense leave his body and go to a distant place, it was a heavy burden on his body. Under normal circumstances, Shura wouldn't do this. If he was ambushed at this time, he wouldn't even have a chance to cry. But at this time, he was among his retainers, so he didn't need to worry about being ambushed. His spirit sense flew for an unknown distance, but he didn't find anything. In fact, he was only doing this because he didn't want to give up. He knew that even if someone did appear, they should be far away by now. It was at this moment that a mysterious feeling appeared in his heart. That direction. As long as he went in that direction, he would be able to find something. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his spirit sense had become even further away at this time. Moreover, there seemed to be something that was helping him in the dark. God Shura bless me. At this time, he was extremely happy. The increase in the range of his spirit sense meant that his strength had increased. Before this, he had never thought that his divine consciousness would grow so quickly. One had to know that he hadn't been a green-faced Shura for long. Logically speaking, even if his strength increased, it was impossible for it to reach this level. But at this time, such a thing happened, which made him very happy. Of course, more importantly, he remembered that direction. His intuition told him that as long as he went in that direction, he would be able to find the answer he wanted. Chapter 945. Female Literature. It was a wonderful feeling. Mushi had never experienced such a magical feeling since he was young, so he could only attribute this feeling to the guidance of a true god. Perhaps only the almighty and omnipotent god Shura could do this. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes. In the past, if he did such a thing, he would definitely feel tired and would need a while to recover his spirit. However, it was different this time. He didn't feel tired at all after releasing his spiritual sense for such a long time. Instead, he felt like he was flying. If he wasn't afraid that his spiritual power couldn't support it, he wouldn't have given up. It was a wonderful feeling. Young master. At this moment, his retainers immediately approached him. They were afraid that their young master would be too tired. After all, using one's spiritual sense for a long period of time would exhaust one's spiritual sense. Only the powerful blue-faced Shura could let his spiritual sense soar in this world without any worries. However, this time, Mushi waved his hand and said, "It's fine. The two of you, bring Tatar back." As a retainer, he chose to betray his family. This is a path to death. But we can't let it go so easily. His family will pay for his stupidity. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze fell on the other retainers. I'm going in that direction because I've received guidance from God Shura. The enemy is there and I must hunt him down. You can't keep up with me, so take my mark and sense my direction. Catch up to me as soon as possible. An enemy who can kill the blood fire lizard shouldn't be a simple enemy. At this moment, Mushi's wisdom and steadiness were reflected. He had already made arrangements in an instant, and had even considered the worst-case scenario. Even if one did not look at his cultivation level, just from this point alone, he was much stronger than his younger brother. After he finished his instructions, he immediately soared into the sky and flew into the distance. He wasn't heading toward the town they were in. Instead, he was heading toward the largest city nearby, Blood River City. He didn't know who that person was, but he vaguely guessed that his younger brother was most likely dead. When he arrived, he might only be able to avenge his younger brother. Of course, he believed that with the guidance of the gods, he would definitely be able to find that guy. The truly powerful Azuras had absolute confidence in themselves and had incomparable willpower. At this moment, his speed was extremely fast. His entire body was like a stream of green light, constantly shuttling through this space. At this time, Su Yan was leading the two women towards Blood River Town. The speed of the two women was not fast. Firstly, their strength was not very strong. Furthermore, at this time, they were clearly still in a state of shock. Su Yan didn't force him, and just calmly walked behind him. But at this moment, Su Yan suddenly stopped. He said to the two women, "You two go first. I'll catch up later." With regards to Su Yan's decision, the two women didn't dare to have any doubts. The scene of Su Yan killing their friends in a cruel way was still vivid in their minds. They were obviously very afraid that they would also suffer the same fate. Su Yan watched them go, then turned his head and looked behind him. His gaze was so deep, and then the corners of his mouth rose. Sure enough, he caught up. This damned heavens will is really giving me a headache. In fact, Su Yan had already guessed from the beginning that this matter was definitely not so simple. If it were anywhere else, his arrangements might have been effective. But this was the Shura world, and he was already the target of the heavens' will. Because of the existence of the revered sword soul, the heavens' will couldn't directly send down heaven's punishment to deal with him. However, the heavens' will that existed in the unseen world could use countless methods to kill him. Obviously, the pursuer behind him was one of those methods. Su Yan told the two women to leave immediately because he didn't want the pursuer to know their identities. But that was it. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a green-faced Shura. He already knew the definition of a green-faced Shura. It's just a green-faced Shura. That's not enough. A green-faced Shura was only in the dragon realm. Such strength meant nothing to Su Yan. At this time, Mushi saw Su Yan. When his eyes fell on Su Yan, he was sure that this was the person he was looking for. At this time, his little brother Cole wasn't here. So, he was really dead. No matter how heartless a Shura was, he was still angry that his little brother had been killed. Of course, at this time, he didn't dare to be careless, even though the person in front of him didn't seem to be a green-faced Shura. Even so, he didn't dare to be careless. Someone who could kill the bloodfire lizard was definitely not simple. In an instant, he had already figured out his battle strategy. That was to stall for time and wait for his subordinates to arrive. With the help of his subordinates, he could at least hold on for a longer period of time. His other retainer returned to the town to inform his father, who was the most powerful Azura in Aganda, a powerful blue-faced Azura. As long as his father arrived, everything would fall into his control. Still not coming down? How long do you plan to stay in the sky? Su Yan asked in broken Shura. Su Yan's provocation infuriated Mu Shi. If Cole was here, he would have charged at Su Yan to fight to the death. However, Mu Shi didn't. Are you the one who killed my brother Cole and his subordinates? Do you know that the person you killed is the only green-faced Shura in Aganda town, David Aganda's son? Your actions are simply courting death. His gaze was so cold that his entire being seemed to exude an extremely powerful killing intent. This undisguised killing intent was his fury. At this moment, Su Yan spoke again. His words had completely shaken Mu Shi and made him feel fear. Green-faced Shura? Don't think that green-faced Shura is that great. I've already killed 5 of them. Su Yan was actually about to attack. Of course, he could tell that the green-faced Shura was stalling for time. This guy had a brain, but unfortunately, stalling for time required great power. The strength of both sides was not on the same level, so stalling for time was just nonsense. As Su Yan spoke, his figure disappeared from the spot. Mu Shi was extremely shocked. He hadn't sensed how his opponent had moved. It was at this moment that Su Yan's voice came from behind him. To be honest, I don't actually mind killing a green-faced Shura. You think you're much stronger than your brother, but in my eyes, there's not much of a difference. Su Yan's voice made Mu Shi's heart tremble. At that moment, he felt as if he'd fallen into an icy hell. He was a green-faced Shura, who knew how many times stronger than his brother, Cole Aganda. Therefore, he took it for granted that no matter how strong his enemy was, even if he couldn't defeat him, he would at least be able to stall him. Only now did he realize that he was wrong, and very wrong at that. He clearly wasn't a green-faced Shura, nor was he a green-faced Shura. Yet, his strength was simply unimaginable. Now, he was standing right behind him. Mu Shi didn't know what to say. He didn't know how to face this person with the courage to do so. Instead, he threw a punch behind him. He was afraid that if he continued to talk, he wouldn't even have the courage to attack. Unexpectedly, his fist hit Su Yan directly. This was something even he hadn't expected. The furious Shura's fist smashed directly into Su Yan's head. At that moment, he was immediately overjoyed. Mu Shi had used all his strength to hit him directly. No matter how strong he was, he should have been injured. He didn't expect to be able to kill this mysterious existence. He only hoped that it would give him some time to breathe. He only hoped that his father would come in time. But in the next moment, his eyes widened. His fist did land on Su Yan's cheek, but at that moment, Su Yan didn't move at all. His head didn't even tilt. You want to kill me? How naive. Since that's the case, I'll send you to the Western Paradise. At that moment, Mushi's whole body was cold. He only hoped that he could get as far away from Su Yan as possible. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head with difficulty, only to find that Su Yan's hand had already penetrated his body. A mysterious and unfamiliar aura surged into his body. As expected, you didn't reach the level of a blue-faced Shura. You didn't even condense a Shura crystal. How disappointing. But if your father comes, maybe I can get another crystal. Su Yan's voice was somewhat indifferent. At that moment, Mushi's consciousness was gradually fading away. Of course, the last bit of consciousness was still floating around. This person said that he wanted to kill his father. This time, Su Yan simply waited in place. He looked up at the sky. He knew that his true enemy was definitely not the blue-faced Shura that was about to arrive, but the sky above him. It was as if there was another pair of eyes watching all of this. Chapter 946. Girls' Literature. Come, you want to kill me, so I'll kill your people. They'll become food for me to walk the path of the strong. At this time, Su Yan had already reached the point of indifference. He didn't care how many people he killed, because this was the world of the Shura. In this world, there was no such thing as good or evil, there was only survival and survival. He wouldn't kill for no reason, but if those Shura wanted to kill him, then he wouldn't show any mercy. This was his attitude. This time, he didn't burn Mushi's body. Instead, he activated the aura of the corpse, waiting for the arrival of the blue-faced Shura. Of course, Su Yan also did not directly swagger out. At this time, he had already sent his divine sense into the distance. Although he had already killed 5 blue-faced Shura, he didn't want to be too conceited. Back then, in the Shura cave, the Shura's strength was already suppressed. Therefore, they couldn't completely unleash their full power. As for Su Yan, he might have been blessed by the will of the heavens. Therefore, at that time, he was able to move unhindered, using his advantage of speed to kill 5 Shura in succession. Of course, all of this was based on his own strength. If he didn't have enough strength, then everything was fake, and in the end, he could only be killed. For example, Mushi also received the blessing and guidance of the Shura world's heaven's will. But in the face of absolute strength, he couldn't resist at all, and could only be directly killed by Su Yan. But now, Su Yan's enemy was completely different. It was the blue-faced Shura, whose strength was far beyond that of the blue-faced Shura. And according to Su Yan's estimates, their battle strength would be even more terrifying here. Su Yan really didn't want to meet the blue-faced Shura. But when he was killing Mushi, he suddenly thought that since he was in the world of Shura, there was no way he wouldn't fight against the truly powerful Shura. How could Shuras will let him come out unscathed? Since they were going to fight sooner or later, why not fight now? That way, he could learn more about the blue mask Shura. It would also save him the trouble of being flustered when he encountered a real crisis. The blue mask Shura didn't disappoint Su Yan. He really did come. Although his aura was still extremely far away, Su Yan's divine sense was extremely powerful, so he immediately sensed his aura. Under the guidance of the mysterious heaven's will, these fellows have never missed. However, this is also good. Su Yan immediately adjusted his aura, allowing himself to be in his best condition. At this moment, he was ready to begin his hunt. In the distance, Aganda had already sensed the aura of his son's death. Unlike his youngest son's mysterious death, this time, he truly felt the terrifying aura of death. Now, he was so angry that he felt like he was about to burst into flames. His son, Mushi, was his most outstanding successor. But now, he received the news of his son's death. His whole body was trembling. If he knew who killed his son, he would definitely receive the cruelest punishment in the world of Shura. He would directly kill that person. At this moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and then he suddenly let out a thunderous roar. "You're courting death!" He suddenly roared, and immediately punched to the side. At this moment, an extremely powerful roar suddenly sounded from the void, and a terrifying power directly appeared at this time. Die! It was an extremely blazing sword light. Before the sword light appeared, Aganda almost didn't feel anything. If he didn't suddenly receive an inexplicable warning in his heart, he would have inexplicably died at this time. His power collided with the blazing sword light. Although it was a hasty attack, he was still powerful, and the attack was blocked in the end. After the initial panic, he was incomparably furious. He looked straight ahead. He dared to conclude that the person who suddenly attacked him was the person who killed his son. He wanted to see who dared to be so bold. At this moment, Su Yan finally appeared in front of him. As expected, this damn heavens will still gave you a warning. If it wasn't for the heavenly Tao's warning, you would have been killed by me. Su Yan's words were calm and quiet, but in the person's ears, it was no less than the roar of thunder. Because Su Yan used the Shura language, he could clearly hear the heavenly Tao's warning. At this time, he suddenly remembered that just a moment ago, he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment in his heart, and then he suddenly attacked. It was a warning from the heavenly Tao. For Aganda Shura, the heavenly Tao was the supreme god Shura. He looked at Su Yan as if he was an ordinary Shura. However, he knew that this was definitely not the case. The attack just now had made him feel a huge and heavy pressure. This person was a super expert who could threaten him. "You're not a Shura, you're a human." Perhaps ordinary Shura didn't know, but at his level, he had become a blue mask Shura, so he naturally knew many things. He knew that there were many worlds outside the Shura world, and one of them was called the Infinite World. The ones who ruled there were naturally not Shura, but humans. The Shura regarded the Infinite World as a land of conquest, and their will was to conquer that rich land. Unfortunately, the barrier between the two worlds was very deep, and it wasn't easy to enter the Infinite World. Only the great Shura king had the chance to tear the spatial enchantment, and even if he tore the spatial enchantment, he still had to bear the suppression of the rules of that world. The path of invasion seemed to be forever hopeless. However, at this time, everything seemed to have changed. Because the mysterious and great god Shura once passed down his will, and in the near future, the passage between the two worlds will be completely opened. When that time comes, it will be time for the brave Shura warriors to invade. However, Aganda didn't expect that before his side began to invade, he would meet a human here. "Human, so you're the one who killed my son, Mushi?" Although Su Yan's attack was just a flash in the pan, he was already sure that it was this hateful human who killed his son. At this time, the anger in his heart was burning, almost erupting from his body. At this time, Su Yan chuckled and said, "No, to be precise, your other son also died at my hands, and now, it's the same for you." The opponent was a powerful Shura general, so Su Yan naturally didn't show any mercy. His body suddenly moved, and an extremely terrifying ray of light shot forward. That terrifying power was like a thunderclap. At this time, the terrifying blue-faced Shura immediately burst out with an extremely terrifying power at this time. At this time, the power of the two directly began the most terrifying confrontation at this time. At this time, Su Yan immediately felt the true power of the blue-faced Shura. His attack was already very powerful. Back in the Azura cavern, he had been able to kill a blue-faced Azura with a single blow. But at this time, the opponent blocked this attack. The blue-faced Shura's expression became very ugly. "Damn it! I'll definitely kill you, human!" The blue-faced Shura roared. Earlier, he took a hit from Su Yan. Su Yan's attack came too quickly, and he only had time to block it. Although he managed to block the attack, his body was still trembling uncontrollably at this moment. However, because of this, his killing intent towards Su Yan had become even deeper. Not to mention that both of his sons died at the hands of the opponent, just his identity alone should have killed him. After blocking the attack, he immediately launched the most intense counterattack, and terrifying power burst out with punch after punch. The aura of the confrontation between the two spread directly to the surroundings. In the distance, Mushi's retinue was coming here. They were not the powerful blue-faced Shura, so they didn't know that their master had died at this time. When they saw such a terrifying scene, they felt as if the end of the world had come. Such a terrifying battle was not something they could interfere with. Even if they were just a little bit affected by the aura, they would be directly plunged into death. In another direction, the two women were rushing forward without any regard for their lives. Ellen, run, we have to run. That's a demon, a truly terrifying demon, an enemy that even the god Shura wants to destroy. Now that we've finally escaped from his control, we have to leave here. The woman who gave up first was running quickly at this time, and roared in pain. To her, this was simply too painful. Although he was a retinue, he naturally didn't lack battles. But this was the first time he experienced such a terrifying scene. This kind of despair was about to completely engulf him. No, Linda, I think we should wait a little longer. The woman named Ellen suddenly stopped and looked behind her. Lord Aganda is here, it must be. Only a blue-faced demon can have such terrifying power, he will kill that demon. She muttered to herself. At this time, Ellen said, almost crying, but no matter what, we are already traitors, we can't go back. Chapter 947. Girls' Literature. Su Yan's expression became colder and colder. The battle between the blue-masked Shura Aganda and him was almost a collision of the purest power. The confrontation between the two had reached a point where words could not describe it. That terrifying power and aura kept howling, and everything in the surroundings had already been swept up in the fierce wind. Su Yan's sword became extremely terrifying at this time. Of course, at this moment, Su Yan also felt the malice of the heavens towards him. Although the power of each of his attacks was very strong, it could not be compared to when he was at his strongest. It seemed that 10% of the power of each sword was suppressed. 10%. How powerful was 10% of the power of a powerhouse at this level? To put it bluntly, 10% of Su Yan's power could easily kill a powerhouse like Mu Shi, and it was the kind of effortless. And when fighting against such a blue-masked Shura, it was needless to say how important 10% of the power was. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the blue-masked Shura's combat power was actually higher than the one he killed in the Shura cave. The Shura's powerful combat power was vividly displayed at this time. Such a terrifying power was enough to make anyone feel despair. If Su Yan's combat power had not improved greatly in the Shura cave, it would be very difficult for him to block it at this time. Venerable One, you're a human Venerable One? No, you seem to be different from a Venerable One's aura. I really didn't expect that you, who is not a Venerable One, could fight this old man to this extent. However, this is your limit. Today, this place is destined to be your burial ground. This old man will let you understand that in the world of the Shura, a weak human like you can only become this old man's glory. The Shura clan was crazy for battle. Killing the enemy was their glory, and the enemy's head was their supreme merit. This was an obsession buried in the heart of every true Shura. To this world, Su Yan was an invader, an otherworldly demon. If he could kill Su Yan, it would undoubtedly be a special honor for Aganda. Of course, this was only secondary. Killing the extraterrestrial demons would allow one to gain the approval of the heavenly axiom. Then, he would be blessed by the will of heaven. In this way, his strength would definitely increase rapidly. He might even be able to break through utmost coolness and improve himself further. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to kill Su Yan. This was no longer just a matter of hatred, but also for his own path of advancement. Thinking of this, his strength became even more violent. Every punch seemed to require his full strength. With a single punch, it would immediately trigger extremely terrifying wind and thunder. Moreover, he had already discovered that the power he could draw from his sea of consciousness when he punched was much stronger than when he was fighting normally. The resistance of heaven and earth against him had been greatly reduced. Good, good. You really are an extraterrestrial demon. I will definitely kill you today. At this point, his extremely terrifying power once again descended. The terrifying radiance was like a surging wave, crashing towards Su Yan with an earth-shattering momentum. Boom! Su Yan withstood this punch. At this moment, his body actually sank towards the ground involuntarily. Such a punch was truly terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's body began to tremble. His eyes were cold as he stared straight ahead. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. At this moment, Su Yan no longer had any other emotions. His fighting spirit was also boiling. Shura was not the only one who liked to fight. Shura was not the only one who would feel his blood boil when facing a powerful opponent. Su Yan was a person who liked to fight. His fighting spirit had never been extinguished. Facing such a powerful and terrifying enemy, facing the suppression of the heavenly axiom, at this moment, he had cast away all of his emotions. Fighting was nothing more than that. Human, if you have any other means, take them out. Otherwise, your head will be my medal. At this moment, Aganda once again pounced on Su Yan. At this moment, he was like a ferocious tiger. The terrifying power was so terrifying that the powerful light was as dazzling as the Milky Way. At this moment, endless power was constantly rioting. Su Yan took a deep breath, and his scorching sun sword condensed light again. Come on, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Whoosh, scorching sun. At this moment, the sword light condensed, and the extremely terrifying power directly released boundless light. In the next moment, the light had already swallowed everything around it. This light was almost comparable to Shura's scorching sun in the sky. Slash! Su Yan roared furiously. At the same time, the scorching sun also directly smashed forward. Such terrifying power was constantly flickering at this moment. The powerful power was so terrifying, and the terrifying light was constantly increasing. Soon, the two forces directly met. At this moment, the terrifying light had become the most dazzling light at this time. At this moment, all of the Shura's eyes were fixed on this place, and at this moment, they could no longer open their eyes. The few retinues closest to this place were directly blinded. The power of these two people was so terrifying that compared to these retinues, they were really too weak. In the scorching sun, Su Yan's body was like a frightening dragon. The terrifying light directly descended, and directly turned into a bright dragon king. At this time, the aura of the great demonic dragon in Su Yan's body was directly stimulated. The terrifying dragon power of the great demonic dragon spread, and Aganda, who was fighting against Su Yan at this time, couldn't help but tremble at this time. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Such a terrifying aura, such a terrifying light, and such a power completely shocked him. The dragon's power was already enough to shock the world. As long as the dragon's prestige was strong enough, it was an existence that looked down on the world. Moreover, the great demonic dragon was once an extreme figure between heaven and earth. So what if it was a blue-faced Shura? Under the majesty of the great demonic dragon, it was just a trembling kitten. At this time, Su Yan's power was rolling at this time, and then his aura was condensed to the extreme. Sharp edge. At this time, Su Yan was like a sharp sword. Aganda had just blocked the power of this sword and was about to counterattack, but at this time, Su Yan grinned and directly said, "Shatter the sun." Revered sun shattering slash. First, the supreme true power condensed into a terrifying sword chi to form a terrifying scorching sun, and then used it to attack the enemy. Of course, when the sword chi reached its peak, the sword chi would be shattered in one go in exchange for the most terrifying attack. This was the revered sword scripture, revered sun shattering slash. At this time, the blue-faced Shura Aganda, who was about to counterattack, felt an endless power directly impact his body. At this time, the terrifying aura directly hit his body at this time. At this time, even with his extremely tough body, he felt suffocating pain at this time. Such a terrifying power was simply indescribable and indescribable. He constantly let out low growls, eager to cancel out this terrifying power. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, at this time, he could no longer do so. Such a power was too terrifying and too sharp. Boom! Finally, his body was directly bombarded and directly flew out, and then sank deep into the ground. Damn it, this guy. Although he was blasted into the ground, and although his whole body was in terrible pain, he did not lose consciousness at all, and his fighting spirit did not fade. However, there was endless fear in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan. For a mere human to be able to unleash such a terrifying amount of power, this made him extremely shocked. At this time, Su Yan did not care at all. At this time, he was neither sad nor happy, and his whole body had entered an incredible state. This state was somewhat similar to Wang Baichuan's grim state, which was to let oneself enter a deep fighting state. Aside from fighting, there was no other thought in one's mind. In this way, his fighting spirit would become stronger, and his reaction would reach an incredible level. What was even more terrifying was that in this state, he almost forgot about fatigue and even forgot about pain. However, the grim state was Wang Baichuan's talent of dragonization. At this time, Su Yan naturally entered such a state at this time. Su Yan slowly raised his sword. It was a simple movement, but it was so slow that it was as if there was an unimaginable power on the blade of his sword. His aura became even purer. As a result, it became even sharper. At this moment, Su Yan's heart seemed to have become the heart of the sword. At this moment, in the eyes of the blue-faced Shura Aganda, Su Yan had turned into a terrifying sword. At this moment, his aura was extremely sharp. The terrifying light was so dazzling, and the terrifying power almost made people tremble. Damn it! He knew that it was impossible for him to receive this attack, so the only thing he could do at this time was to choose to dodge. He had to dodge this sword, or he would die. Invincible Shura Seal. He roared with all his might, as if he was summoning or praying. At this moment, a light appeared on his chest. It was a mark. It was a complicated and mysterious pattern. This was the most powerful bloodline hidden in his body, which was left behind by his ancestor. This Shura seal was extremely powerful, and it had always been Aganda's greatest reliance. Even for the current him, it was very difficult for him to use the seal of inheritance. Chapter 948. Female Literature. In the beginning, Aganda had been worried that the mark would not respond to his summons. Fortunately, the mark of inheritance had appeared very smoothly this time. Such terrifying power continued to converge at this time, and his aura increased again. It seemed as if another Shura had appeared behind him. Moreover, unlike him, that Shura had a faint golden color. A golden Shura was the king of Shura. Aganda's ancestor had actually become the king of Shura. At this time, Aganda had become extremely powerful with the help of the mark of inheritance. Of course, he could not become the king of Shura all of a sudden, but it was enough. The shadow gradually merged with him, causing his power to increase again. Ha ha ha, you are really blessed by the god of Shura. This time, I want to see how you will resist. Although the sword that Su Yan was condensing at this time was extremely terrifying, he was confident that he could directly pierce through Su Yan. This was because when the mark burned, he was an invincible existence. Aganda roared furiously like an angry lion. At this time, Su Yan did not react at all. His expression was very calm. Wang Baichuan's cold attitude was the same as Su Yan's unintentional attitude. A true powerhouse was unintentional. This was because only when one was unintentional could one be fearless and have no worries. Only then could one be reckless. At this time, Su Yan was just like that. The power was still condensing, and at this time, Aganda had already rushed forward. Stupid, you are too slow. This power was terrifying, but it took so long to condense. Was this human really an idiot? He actually used such a move in a fight with him. But this was also good. This way, he could directly kill Su Yan at this moment and let him know who the real king of this world was. However, just as he was feeling proud of himself, Su Yan's eyes turned into a sharp light. At this time, the blue Shura Aganda suddenly realized that his speed had slowed down. He was blocked by an inexplicable force. This was the Shura world, his home ground. But at this time, his speed was suppressed. Not only that, his strength seemed to have weakened a bit. He couldn't believe it. Die. Su Yan's voice was indifferent. Even though it was suppressed, Aganda's power was still terrifying. His gaze was still locked onto Su Yan. He wanted to use his terrifying attack, which contained the seal of inheritance, to blast Su Yan to death, to kill this invader from beyond the heavens. But at this moment, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. At this time, lines of patterns suddenly appeared on his enemy's face. Then, these patterns intertwined and turned into a three-colored mask in the end. The moment the mask was completely formed, Aganda felt an extremely terrifying will. It was like the most terrifying beast, but also like the ruler of the world. At this time, he actually thought of escaping from this place. This was unbelievable, but at the next moment, the power of the burning seal of inheritance dispelled all of his fear. At this moment, he even felt anger. When facing an enemy, he actually felt fear in his heart. This was a shame. Therefore, in order to wash away this shame, he had to use all of his power to kill Su Yan. Only by doing so would he be able to ease his conscience. Go to hell. He finally threw a punch. This terrifying punch directly tore through everything. The golden light in the dark blue was so terrifying that everything was about to be drowned out at this time. The air in the Shura realm was mercilessly torn apart. In front of the terrifying power, extremely hot flames had already appeared. Go to hell, Shura's fist. He firmly believed that such a terrifying punch would definitely be able to kill his opponent. At this moment, an extremely terrifying roar suppressed everything. It was the roar of a dragon. The dragon's roar of the 9 heavens shook the sky. In Su Yan's body, the shadow of a dragon was constantly swaying, as if it was going to directly soar into the sky at this moment. This kind of terrifying power was almost impossible to describe with words. This power was really too terrifying. At this time, his power was actually not inferior to that of Shura's fist. The two powers met in the shortest possible moment. Then, endless power immediately spread out in all directions. Terrifying fluctuations spread out in all directions at an unimaginable speed. No matter what it was, as long as it was in the way of this power, it would immediately be cut down at this time. Not even a little bit of residue would be left. This was an unstoppable power. Aganda looked at the terrifying scene in front of him and trembled in his heart. Damn it, could it be that Shura's fist is not enough to kill this outsider? While trembling in his heart, he had no choice but to support all of his strength to defend himself. This power was really terrifying. If he did not have enough strength, he might have been directly injured by this terrible recoil. But it was at this moment that a cold word entered his ears. That was, kill. Kill. That was Su Yan's voice. Under such a terrible recoil, Su Yan did not retreat, but directly turned into an extremely terrifying light and killed towards the Shura general. Aganda raised his head. At this time, in his eyes, there was no longer the high fighting spirit. Only disbelief and fear existed in his eyes. Su Yan's sword of extermination did not have the terrifying waves that directly rushed into the sky. What it had was only the calmness of a small bridge over a flowing river. The wind blew gently, and the water was calm. These few words were probably the best description of this sword intent. However, in the eyes of the blue-faced Shura general, this indifferent sword strike was even more terrifying than the previous one. Without a sound, the terrifying sword had directly cut open his chest and pierced into his body. The moment the sword intent pierced into his chest, he did not feel any pain. However, his strength was dissipating. He was full of disbelief. His consciousness had not yet dissipated. His gaze fell on Su Yan. Su Yan was not unharmed. On the contrary, at this time, Su Yan's aura was extremely chaotic. Obviously, going against the flow and then releasing such a sword strike had cost him a lot. But no matter what, he had won in the end. Devour. Ignoring the Shura general's unwilling and disbelieving eyes, he had already directly released his dragon chi. 10 streams of dragon chi directly wrapped around him and then began to madly devour his strength. I said that you would die at my hands and that you would be able to reunite with your son. I have already done it. These words completely destroyed the blue-faced Shura general's consciousness. Endless darkness had already completely swallowed up his consciousness. Dead. He was completely dead. And all of the power in his body had been completely devoured by Su Yan's dragon chi. That was not all. More importantly, Su Yan could feel that the seal of inheritance originated from the power of a powerful Azura king. Although it was only the power of an inheritance, it was already very powerful. Su Yan's dragon chi was extremely excited by this power. At this time, his supreme power was madly activated, and at this time, this terrifying power was finally dragged into his body bit by bit. After doing all of this, Su Yan found that he was very tired. However, this was to be expected. A blue-faced Shura general was not that easy to kill, and this one had his own trump card. Coupled with the suppression of this world, if it weren't for the fact that he had devoured the power of the 5 Shura general in the Shura cave and had been hit by the power of space when he first entered the Shura realm, allowing him to completely refine all of this power, he might not have been a match for this Shura general called Aganda. At this time, Su Yan's divine sense was far away, and then locked onto the 2 Shura women who were escaping. He directly headed towards the 2 female Azuras. Of course, at this time, his presence had already disappeared without a trace. He knew that in the Shura realm, he had to hide his aura at all times. Otherwise, who knew what kind of powerful enemies the heavens of the Shura realm would arrange for him to face? Ellen and Linda were currently running for their lives. Although they couldn't see the battle clearly, the terrifying aura in their hearts had already destroyed all of their hopes. Linda was right, no matter what, they were traitors. Even if their hero, the blue-faced Shura general Aganda, won, they couldn't go back to how they were before. Therefore, at this time, their best choice was to escape. They used all of their strength, but only a terrifying wave of energy was transmitted over. When that wave of energy reached here, it had already dissipated almost all of its power, but even so, this terrifying and powerful force still blew the 2 of them away, causing them to crash into a tree. Is it over? Ellen, who do you think won? Linda stood up with difficulty and then asked. In their hearts, of course, they hoped that their hero would win. At this time, Ellen didn't have time to answer, but she immediately jumped up in fright, and then she said in a trembling voice, "Yes, sir, right now, they were only slaves, and the Shura realm was a very cruel world. In this world, slaves were the most lowly existence, no matter what the reason. As long as they became slaves, it was almost impossible to turn over. And if a slave escaped, they must face the punishment of death." Although Su Yan wasn't the Shura of this world, in their eyes, Su Yan was a demon more terrifying than the Shura. After such a fierce battle, Su Yan appeared here, which meant that their hero, the powerful blue-faced Shura general Aganda, had already lost. Chapter 949. Female literature. This kind of ending shocked them to the extreme, and at the same time extinguished the last bit of hope in their hearts. Su Yan looked at them, and then said, "Take me away from here immediately, but don't go to Blood River City first." Blood River City was a huge city, and there would definitely be other blue Shura there. Moreover, it might even be a blue Shura that was stronger than Aganda. Although Su Yan could hide his presence, he didn't dare to take the risk. This battle injured him, and although he devoured the opponent's strength and life, he still needed some time to recover. Right now, he was very weak, and if he met another blue Shura, he would definitely die. As for these 2 female Shura, Su Yan didn't care at all. They were already scared out of their wits. Su Yan continued, "Make a stretcher and take me away, I need to sleep for a while." After saying that, he suddenly fell towards Ellen in front of him. Ellen immediately hugged Su Yan's body. Actually, at this time, she was trembling. Because of fear, she even had a thought in her mind, and that was to kill Su Yan. Right now, this outer space demon seemed to be unconscious, and in this state, he was very weak. If she made a move at this time, it seemed that she could succeed. When this thought appeared, her heart started to beat crazily. This thought was too tempting. But soon, this thought was extinguished. Because she found that this person who was supposed to be asleep seemed to be coldly looking at her. At this moment, all of her thoughts were shattered. At this time, Linda came over. What should we do? At this time, she was really out of her wits. Obviously, before this, she also had other thoughts. She was a very timid person who was very afraid of death, otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to give up when her companions were fighting Su Yan. But when that abuse appeared, she actually had an uncontrollable feeling. It seemed that only by doing so could he become better. However, when she saw the change in Ellen's expression, she immediately dismissed her thoughts. In the end, she was still too timid. Su Yan's majesty from before had already been deeply imprinted in her heart. Especially at the last moment, when Su Yan and the blue-masked Shura fought a terrifying battle. In the eyes of the two of them, this was a level that could completely destroy the world. She had never seen such a terrifying battle in her life. Among the most powerful people she had ever come into contact with, only her master's older brother, the green-faced Shura. Under the fear of Su Yan, she did not dare to act rashly. Even though Su Yan was asleep, her fear of Su Yan overwhelmed everything else. The two of them naturally did not know that the reason why they had such thoughts in their hearts was because of the heavenly Tao. Unknowingly, the will of the heavens had influenced the two of them, causing them to have thoughts of killing Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan had long buried his majesty deep in the hearts of the two Shura women. Under the fear, such thoughts were immediately denied by themselves. Of course, in fact, even if the two of them made a move at this time, it was impossible for them to hurt Su Yan. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too huge. Su Yan began to fall into a deep sleep, and his breath became extremely weak. Ellen hugged Su Yan, and she could not even feel Su Yan's breath. But she knew that this terrifying demon from beyond was still alive. Her heart was full of torment. She should kill this demon from beyond, even if she had to pay with her life. However, not everyone was unafraid of death. At the very least, she wasn't that kind of person. She finally sighed and said, "Linda, go find some small trees, we'll make a stretcher." In the end, she did not dare to disobey Su Yan's will. Therefore, at this time, she could only follow Su Yan's instructions. At this time, Linda was obviously still hesitating. At this time, Ellen suddenly said, "This is Master's will. If you don't want to die, I think it's better not to go against his will. Of course, even if you want to die, don't drag me into it." She finally convinced herself and let go of the guilt in her heart. Since she had already come to this step, there was no other way for her to go. Instead of struggling in the uneasiness and self-blame, it was better to do her own thing. Compared to the hesitant and scared Linda, Ellen was more mature. Linda finally began to act. She actually knew her own situation, but, in her heart, she always hoped that she could get rid of Su Yan. But, at this time, after hearing Ellen's words, she finally let go of the hope in her heart and obediently went to cut the trees. No matter what, they were Shura with cultivation. Compared to the ordinary Shura who could not fight, they were already a level higher existence. Cutting down some small trees was not a problem. She quickly finished making the stretcher, and Ellen carefully placed Su Yan on it. Then, the two of them lifted the stretcher. "Ellen, what should we do now? Where are we going? Are we really not going to Blood River City? If we go to Blood River City..." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Ellen. "Shut up, you idiot. If you want to die, then from the start, you should have shown the same courage as Cole and the others. Then, would have respected you. But now, if you still act like this, then you are really stupid." Ellen almost shouted out these words. After all, at this time, her heart was actually very weak. She had finally convinced herself that Linda's repeated actions would only make her worse. She continued, "Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You want the people of Blood River City to kill our master. This is a demon from beyond the heavens. But, have you thought about it, even if the people of Blood River City could really kill him, then can we still live?" This was a question that did not need to be said, the answer was obvious. No matter what, they had once served this demon from beyond the heavens, then they had lost the dignity of the Shura, betraying the great will of the Shura god. If they were to fall into the hands of another Shura, then other than endless torment, death would be the best ending for them. Just this one point was enough to make Ellen dispel all other thoughts. Linda, you stupid woman, listen to me. Right now, the best and only way out is to serve and take care of this person in front of us. He is not some demon from beyond the heavens, he is our master, our only hope for survival. After she finished speaking, tears finally fell from her eyes. She continued, if we want to live, then we can no longer rely on the Shura god. We have betrayed him, so naturally he has also abandoned us. Now, he is our only hope. This was a helpless reality. They had betrayed their own beliefs, and were also abandoned by their beliefs, but they had to place their hopes of survival in the hands of their enemy. All right, Ellen, I understand. Let's go. Linda was silent. She did not say anything more, not even a word. Because there was no need to. In fact, she should have known it long ago, but she was not willing to admit it. There was no turning back for them now. Just as the two women were about to leave, two figures descended from the battlefield that had just taken place. They were emitting an extremely powerful aura, and wherever they went, they seemed to be able to destroy everything. They were two powerful Shura blue faces. Carlet, there was a battle here. From the remnants of the battle and the aura of the battle, both sides are not weaker than us. One of the blue faces Shura said directly. Arthur's, that is indeed the case. I think, it is very likely that one of them is the human who entered the Shura realm. Although there was no evidence, his intuition told him so. Even if it was just a feeling, he could feel the guidance of the great Shura god. The king has already said that if we follow the feeling in our hearts, then we will definitely be able to find him. After all, he is an outer space demon. When he entered the Shura realm, he was cursed by the Shura. Such a person should not be able to hide his aura. The Shura's king's understanding of the laws of heaven and earth is obviously above them. Based on his analysis, Su Yan will definitely be rejected by the will of heaven and earth, or even killed. However, he was not too sure whether he could survive or not, so he sent his two subordinates to search for him. After all, that guy killed 5 of his subordinates in one breath, and even killed a Shura marshal that he spent a lot of effort to cultivate. If this guy really survived in this world, it would be the greatest insult to himself. It was just that he did not expect that after entering the Shura realm, not only did Su Yan survive, but he could even hide his aura. If it was not under special conditions, ordinary people would not be able to find any clues at all. However, he was not wrong about one thing, and that is, if they follow the feeling, they will definitely be able to find Su Yan. The will of heaven will not let Su Yan go in the end, and will completely destroy Su Yan. Therefore, as long as his two subordinates follow their feelings, they will definitely be able to find Su Yan. However, it is hard to say how long it will take. This may be an extremely long process. Let's go. If I remember correctly, the Blood River City is in front of us. Will that guy enter the Blood River City? Carlet said. Chapter 950. Female Literature. Speaking of Blood River City, the faces of the two men simultaneously became somewhat unsightly. In such a huge Shura world, it was naturally impossible for there to be only one Shura king. Their king was the Shura king of destruction, one of the most powerful existences among the Shura kings. He was an extremely warlike person, so he was very interested in cross-border invasions. However, not all Shura kings were keen on cross-border invasions, and the ruler of Blood River City, Blood River King, was one of them. If Blood River King and King of Destruction were to fight, King of Destruction would have the upper hand. However, it was extremely difficult to determine life and death. Moreover, at this level, unless it was necessary, they would not easily fight to the death. After all, no one could guarantee that the other party did not have any trump cards. Therefore, even though the King of Destruction disliked the Blood River King and viewed him as a thorn in his side, he couldn't do anything to him. The two Azura kings had always minded their own business and minded their own business. They were the subordinates of Destruction King. If they directly entered the territory controlled by the other party at this time, it would be a provocation to the other party. Of course, they had enough reason to say that they were chasing after the demons. However, would Blood River King believe them? Even if he believed them, would he cooperate with them and let them mess around in Blood River City? No, it was impossible. The two men were almost certain of this point. They were not sure if Blood River King would even care about the so-called demons. After all, the thoughts of Shura kings were never something that small people like them could guess. The blue-faced Shura was naturally high and mighty among the ordinary Shura. He was like a god. However, in front of the Shura king, he could only be a small person. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. At worst, we won't make a move in Blood River City. Carlet said. As long as they did not do anything out of the ordinary after entering the Blood River City, then the attention of the powerful Blood River King would not fall on them. After all, every Shura king's vision is extremely high. Their goal is to pursue a higher level of power. The Blood River King was like this, and so was the Destruction King. It was just that their methods were different. The King of Destruction loved to invade and use it to increase his strength. Thus, invading was a part of his cultivation. As for the Blood River King, he had his own methods. If it was just to enter the Blood River City, then the Blood River City would naturally welcome them. However, if they wanted to start a fight in Blood River City, it would be the same as provoking the Blood River King. That makes sense. Try to restrain yourself as much as possible. After discovering that demon, we'll act according to the circumstances. After the two of them had a discussion, they headed towards Blood River City. To them, such a distance was naturally covered in the blink of an eye. According to their calculations, Su Yan, the extraterrestrial demon, had probably already entered the city. After all, they had witnessed the might of Su Yan's slaughter in all directions. Su Yan's speed made them feel incomparable fear. However, they did not expect that at this time, Su Yan was being led by two weak Shura girls, wandering around Blood River City. As for him, he had fallen into a deep sleep. At this time, Su Yan's body changed again. After stepping into the 10 Dragons realm, Su Yan's body became even stronger. Moreover, it became even more monstrous. Every time he fought, he would gain huge benefits. After experiencing a battle, not only would his strength increase, the structure of the cells in his body would also change, making him more perfect. The current Su Yan was actually walking on the path of evolution. For example, at this time, the supreme Qi was constantly circulating, and powerful energy was constantly filling his body. This made his strength more powerful, and at the same time, it made him more solid. At this time, Su Yan's body was so strong that it had long surpassed that of an ordinary dragon. If this continued, one day, it would definitely not be a problem for him to surpass the Dragon King. The more perfect his body was, the more his life essence would be improved. The two girls led Su Yan for more than an hour, and Su Yan's injuries from the previous battle were almost completely healed. Next, his supreme Qi had turned into the shape of a dragon at this time, and began to integrate the power of the Shura he had previously devoured. Aganda itself was a very powerful existence. Of course, for Su Yan, it was not much of a surprise. After all, before this, he had already devoured 5 blue-faced Shura. Compared to them, Aganda was still slightly inferior. However, the real harvest this time was his seal of inheritance. That was the power passed down in the bloodline of his ancestors. It was passed down from generation to generation in the Aganda family. Only when the descendants reached the level of the blue-faced Shura could this seal be split and passed down. In this generation, the only person in the Aganda family who could reach the level of the blue-faced Shura was the patriarch. Therefore, Aganda was his name, and also his surname. He carried the seal of inheritance. Unfortunately, in this battle, although the seal of inheritance had made him extremely powerful, it could not save him in the end. Moreover, this seal of inheritance had been directly seized and devoured by Su Yan. This seal of inheritance was the real good thing. It was the inheritance of a Shura king. A Shura king was an existence equivalent to a Tao master. The reason why a Tao master was so powerful, aloof, and insufferably arrogant was because he had mastered the Tao law. The battle between Su Yan and the third deputy sect master of the boundless demon sect, Xing Tianrua, was still vivid in Su Yan's mind. Su Yan possessed a heaven-defying existence like the Godslayer sword intent, which was enough to cause harm to a Tao master expert. However, when the real battle began, he discovered that this was not the case at all. Not to mention causing harm, he was not even qualified to make a move. Xing Tianrua's Tao law had directly suppressed Su Yan, making him unable to move. Even his thoughts had become sluggish. Under such terrible conditions, how could Su Yan win? Therefore, it was said that everyone below the level of a Tao master was an ant. No matter how heaven-defying one's combat strength was, in front of a Tao master, they were all trash. Unless one could resist the suppression of the Tao law, even if one had thousands of means, they would not be able to use them. Shura King and a Tao master were at the same level. Although they could not be from the same system, one thing was certain: Shura King could fight against a Tao master, and most likely could even suppress a Tao master. This showed that at the level of Shura King, he must have mastered the Tao law. Only in this way could he fight against a Tao master who had also mastered the Tao law and suppress or even defeat him. In antiquity times, there was a huge intersection point between the Shura world and the infinite world. At that time, a large number of Shura kings poured into the infinite world in an attempt to invade. At that time, the two sides fought, and countless Tao masters died in the hands of Shura kings. Of course, there were also many Shura kings who died in the hands of Tao masters. In any case, in terms of realm, the two sides should be on equal footing. At this time, Su Yan began to devour the inheritance mark, which meant that he was in touch with the Tao law in advance. This was a great opportunity for Su Yan. At this time, the energy contained in the inheritance imprint became insignificant. At this time, Su Yan spent a lot of energy to analyze and absorb this Tao law. As long as he could analyze and absorb this Tao law, although he still could not reach the sky in a single step, he would not be too passive when facing a Tao master or a Shura king in the future. At least, he would have the power to fight back. At this time, the way forward of the two women was blocked by someone. "Stop, who are you?" The two women were startled by the stern voice. Especially Linda, who was timid to begin with, and at this time, she was carrying the extraterrestrial demon. She was even more nervous and unconsciously took a step back. Ellen was more courageous and said directly, "We are the people of the Shura god. Who are you and why are you blocking our way?" At this time, her face did not look good. Naturally, she was also extremely fearful in her heart. However, she deeply understood the cruel rules of the Shura world. If you were weak, the other party would be even more unscrupulous. Although this place was the outskirts of the Blood River City, it was not the Blood River City. If this was the Blood River City, and there were rules set by the Blood River King, the Shura world would be well behaved. But outside the city, they would not be like this. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the rule of this world. Of course, it was also the same in other worlds. Hee, who are we? We are naturally the city guards of the Blood River City. Now, a valuable treasure has just been stolen from the Blood River City, and I suspect that it was done by you. If you know what's good for you, then cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. This person had an ominous look on his face, looking at the two women with ill intentions. These words were of course bullshit. If they had really lost something valuable, as city guards, how could they still be wandering around here? Moreover, with their appearance, no matter how one looked at them, they did not look like city guards. Of course, Ellen knew that these guys only saw that the two of them were weak now, and they were dragging another person, so they naturally had this idea. Hee, little girl, I advise you not to resist. Obediently cooperate with this master, then this master will let you know what true happiness is. But if you want to stubbornly resist, then I'm sorry, but not only will you be in trouble, that piece of trash lying down will also die. As he spoke, he had already walked towards the two women. Chapter 951. Female Literature, in the Shura world, it was very normal for something to happen between a man and a woman. Shura individuals were generally stronger than humans, but their reproduction rate was not high. Firstly, it could be because of their individual bodies. Secondly, it could also be related to the environment of the Shura world. Powerful men owned female slaves and even kept them as pets for their own pleasure and for the sake of their offspring. Of course, if it was a strong female Shura, it was normal for them to keep male pets. In this world, morality and the like were just nonsense. What really determined everything was one's strength. As long as you were strong enough, everything was easy. But if you were weaker than others, you could only accept your fate or die. You dog, I advise you not to look for trouble. When the time comes, you will regret it. If you do, then scram. Ellen released her aura. Her aura was not bad, and was equivalent to the Fangyuan realm. In the Shura world, it was not bad. Especially since she was a woman. After all, she was Cole's retainer. If she was too weak, Cole wouldn't have taken a liking to her. But since these men dared to do such a thing in the vicinity of a city, how could they be weak? After sensing Ellen's aura, they did not retreat or give up. Instead, they became even more aggressive. They laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. It's more interesting to play with a female Shura like this. Huh, what's so good about that useless man? He can't even move now. Come, let me show you what a real male Shura is. As he spoke, he had already reached out to grab Ellen's chest. Doing things like this was simply unbridled. But this was the rule of this world. Whether it was Ellen or Linda, they were naturally not virgins. This was the rule of this world. Obey the strong and bully the weak. The reason why Blood River City had rules was not because the Blood River King was benevolent, but because his territory needed order. That was all. However, this was not his territory, so there were many Shura causing trouble outside the city. A city wall was the separation of order and order. At this moment, Ellen was about to make a move. She hated this. Not to mention that the other party was such a person. If she didn't choose to resist at this time, she would only attract more wolves. However, she also knew that if it was just her and Linda, then it would most likely be a disaster. The surrounding wolves would not let them go. When these wolves swarmed them, they would definitely not be able to resist. She felt very wronged in her heart. All of a sudden, she felt a bit of resentment towards the dead Cole. If it wasn't for Cole's arrogance, thinking that he could kill the blood fire lizard, they wouldn't have gone to that damned mountain. If they hadn't gone to that damned mountain, they wouldn't have met the devil lying behind them. Although she acted as Cole's mistress, it was still much better than the current situation. The other party's cultivation was above hers, but it wasn't that she didn't have the strength to fight. However, the other party had no intention of showing off his manly demeanor. This place was so chaotic that if he found prey, he would have to make a move immediately. Otherwise, it was very likely that others would beat him to it. At this moment, the two women's hearts were filled with despair. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Actually, I really don't like this mess. His voice was very steady, almost inaudible in the noisy illusion at this time. However, when this voice sounded, everyone strangely quieted down. Even the person who had been the most aggressive earlier was silent at this time. His gaze finally landed on the source of the voice. He was certain that the voice came from the person who was still lying down. However, at this moment, his eyes were already closed. What are you trying to do? You're not a coward, are you? All you can do is hide behind a female Shura and eat her farts. If you have the ability, then fight me, he said arrogantly. But in the next moment, he regretted it. At this moment, he actually floated up strangely, as if an indescribable force had directly landed on his body. That force floated over and directly lifted him up. What's going on? Quick, save me, save me. At this moment, he immediately panicked. He didn't know what was going on at all, but at this moment, he was floating strangely. He wanted to struggle and break free from this force, but unfortunately, he couldn't do so at this time. Just as he was crying out in pain, an irresistible force appeared. In the next moment, all the curses disappeared, and all the anxious cries stopped, leaving only heart-wrenching screams. Then, his body suddenly burst into flames in a strange manner. The flames danced quietly, and even looked a little dim. However, in just a moment, the male Shura who was leading the group died directly. He died silently and disappeared without a trace. If he was killed by someone, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, death was too common in this world. Every day, every moment, people died. However, the person in front of them was too intimidating. It was such a strange and terrifying way to die. They didn't see anyone attack. They only saw the person's body float up, and then he suddenly died just like that. That scene was truly too shocking. At that moment, those people no longer dared to continue approaching. Instead, they retreated backwards. They didn't want to be affected by this terrifying force. However, the same thing happened to the person's companions. They were lifted up by an extremely mysterious force, and then directly burned to death. I don't think anyone will choose to stop us anymore. Then, let's enter the city. It was still Su Yan's voice. At this moment, even Ellen and Linda were trembling. The devil attacked again, and every time the devil attacked, someone would die. Moreover, the deaths of these people were too terrifying. However, although they were afraid, they also felt Su Yan's strength. He was able to kill these people without a trace, which showed that he was extremely terrifying. At this moment, they carried Su Yan to Blood River City. At this moment, someone with sharp eyes suddenly blurted out, "Green-faced." "That's a green-faced Shura." Immediately, everyone's eyes were gathered on Su Yan's face. Su Yan's skin began to turn green, from his face to his body. If such a phenomenon was seen in the Wuji realm, everyone would think that Su Yan was abnormal. However, it was different here. Such a change won him respect and fear. A green-faced Shura was a powerful existence. At this moment, the Shura were relieved. It turned out that this man was a powerful green-faced Shura. These guys really didn't have the foresight to provoke a green-faced Shura. They were courting death. Although most people still felt that the previous scene was too terrifying, the words green-faced Shura were enough to intimidate them, and they didn't dare to criticize. In fact, the most shocked at this moment were Su Yan's two maids, Ellen and Linda. They knew very well that Su Yan wasn't a person of this world. He was a demon from beyond the sky, and was targeted by the great Shura. But at this time, he actually changed so much. Su Yan naturally couldn't become a Shura. He must have used some method to change. Su Yan's change was actually a good thing for them. At least, they didn't need to be so frightened. If Su Yan was found out that he wasn't a Shura, they would definitely die. But now, it was different. At least on the surface, Su Yan had become a Shura. And a green-faced Shura. Although it wasn't the top kind, the green-faced Shura's deterrence was enough. At this time, Su Yan was still meditating with his eyes closed. It seemed that he hadn't woken up at all. But at this time, no one dared to stop them. Everyone knew that the previous trick was done by this sleeping man. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two women entered the Blood River City. At this time, two men were looking at them from above the Blood River City. The strength of these two male Shura was not ordinary. One of them was a green-faced Shura. His aura was extremely deep, and he looked like a terrifying beast. The other one was even more terrifying because he was a green-faced Shura. The appearance of a green-faced Shura and a green-faced Shura at the city gate. If this news were to spread, it would immediately shock everyone. "My lord, this person?" At this time, the green-faced Shura asked. The green-faced Shura smiled and said, "I know what you want to say. Do you think this person is an outer space demon?" The green-faced Shura didn't say anything, which was equivalent to admitting it. The green-faced Shura smiled and said, "You should have felt it." The power he just used was extremely pure Shura power. Human cultivators use true power. You haven't been to the other side of the world, so you don't know that the power on the other side of the world is completely different from ours. This green-faced Shura had entered the everlasting world in the past. But unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Instead, he was heavily injured by a human venerable. In the end, it was the Blood River King who saved him. So now, he was working under the Blood River King. Chapter 952. Female literature. In fact, he hated human cultivators very much, but he also understood human power very well. The power of the two worlds was completely different, and what Su Yen used before was not true power, but Shura's power. Therefore, he was sure that Su Yen was not the so-called otherworldly demon. In fact, he did not know that Su Yen did it on purpose. His divine sense was more powerful than the Shura's. He had discovered that there was an expert here from the beginning, so he might as well show off his power. Speaking of which, he still had to thank Aganda. The reason why Su Yen could use Shura's power was because of the inheritance imprint of the Aganda family. If it was not for this inheritance imprint, it would be very difficult for him to use Shura's power. However, it was completely different now. He had already deciphered a new law from the imprint. Although he was not the same as the Shura, as long as he followed the rules, he would be able to execute them. Su Yen had the power of the Supreme, which was an extremely powerful and mysterious power. Su Yen used this opportunity to directly transform the rules into his own. Finally, he unleashed the Azura flames. Moreover, his body had turned green. It was not as simple as turning the surface of his body green. It was truly changing the structure of his body. At this moment, even if the Shura king came personally, if he could not invade the core of his divine sense and feel his will, he would be a Shura in his eyes. Unless Su Yen took the initiative to circulate his will and reveal his soul aura, he would be a true Azura. This subordinate was oversensitive. After hearing the words of the blue Shura, the green Shura immediately accepted. As a Shura, as long as they could fight, they would want to become stronger. At this time, although he was only a green Shura, he naturally wanted to become a blue Shura. To become a blue Shura, not only did he need to be strong, but he also needed to improve his knowledge. At this time, the explanation of the blue Shura was very useful to him. However, at this time, he had another question in his heart. Sir, Carlot and Arthurs came to Blood River City. I think if there was no invasion of the otherworldly demons, why did they send the two of them? This was the question in his heart. Even among the subordinates of the Destruction King, except for Marshal Shura, the two of them were definitely big shots. But at this time, these two big shots actually appeared here at the same time, so at this time, he had doubts in his heart. After all, he was just a green Shura. Although his talent was very strong and he even received the praise of the Blood River King, but at this time, facing two powerful blue Shura, he couldn't help but feel nervous, especially when facing the otherworldly demons. At this time, the blue Shura said, Aina, what are you nervous about? This is Blood River City, a place covered by the glory of the Blood River King. No matter how strong Carlot and Arthurs are, they can't overturn the sky, can they? Hee, otherworldly demons? They really dare to say that. You don't know that when we enter their world, we will be noticed and suppressed by the will of heaven, so when we fight with humans, we will be restrained everywhere. If a human enters our world, it will be even more so. You should know that our will of heaven is our great god of Shura, and its power is stronger than the will of heaven on that side. If the otherworldly demons really enter here, I'm afraid that the first thing they will face is the punishment of the will of heaven. Although I don't know how terrible the punishment will be, I think it's absolutely not something that ordinary people can bear. And if a human Tao master enters here, it will be even more dangerous. Do you think the Destruction King is a fool? He just watched a human Tao master enter without taking any action. Therefore, all of this is simply unfounded. All of these words are nothing more than nonsense. The blue-faced Azura seemed to be very confident. He sneered and said, the King of Destruction has always been at odds with my king. This time, he might be up to something again. However, this is nothing to worry about. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. If these two guys behave, it can't be better. But if they dare to be presumptuous, then I'll make them regret it. Tan Nashio said directly and coldly. Hearing Tan Nashio's words, Aina was relieved. All right, from what I see, this matter can only be settled as such. However, as long as these two fellows don't leave Blood River City, you and I will have to stand guard here to prevent any accidents from happening. As for that little fellow, he seems to be pretty good, and is also a genius. After all, there aren't many people who are able to use the Azura flames to such an extent. Just based on this aspect alone, I think that even you are slightly inferior to him. Tan Nashio continued. Aina did not refute and just said, you're right. If it's only in the attainment of the Shura fire, I can't compare with him. But if I fight with all my strength, I believe that I will be the one to survive in the end. Speaking of this, his eyes shone with an extremely blazing light. If it was night at this moment, his eyes would be able to pierce through the darkness. Tan Nashio smiled and then said, I believe that. You are a genius and a madman among the fighting madmen. No wonder you can be favored by our king. You need to work hard. For you, the blue Shura fire is not the end at all. Your road is to become the king of Shura, or even more powerful. Sometimes I really envy you young Shura. It's so good to be young. At this time, he suddenly felt a kind of desolation in his old age. Back then, he was also in high spirits, so when the Shura cave appeared, he directly killed his way into the Wuji world. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. He encountered a powerful human venerable. After a fierce battle, he was seriously injured, and his origin was damaged. If it were not for the Blood River King's rescue, he would have died. And even if he survived, it would be extremely difficult for him to take another step forward. But at least he still had the cultivation of the blue Shura fire, which was enough to make him very satisfied. That guy is a good seedling, and his current appearance is clearly in the midst of a transformation. You can go over and build a good relationship with him. After all, you're all young people, and you can find common topics. His strength was so terrifying, and his potential was even greater. This was Tan Nashio's previous impression of Su Yen. The struggle in the Shura world was cruel, and it was even worse than that in the Wuji world. This was not only a confrontation between the strong, but also a struggle between the subordinate forces. Among the kings of this generation, the King of Destruction was undoubtedly the strongest. His combat strength was tyrannical, and what was even more terrifying was that many of his subordinates, the Blue Shura, were also extremely terrifying. However, it was said that in this invasion of the Wuji world, he had suffered heavy losses, and even a Shura marshal that he had just recruited had died. This was good news for the Blood River King. After all, a Shura marshal was too terrifying. He was a terrifying existence that was above the Blue Shura, and the Blood River King only had one Shura marshal under him. Originally, this person was already unable to defeat the Flame Shura. If the new Shura marshal was added, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to him. But now, his death immediately reduced the pressure on the Blood River King. At this time, although this young Shura was still a Blue Shura, his potential was huge, just like Aina in front of him. If he could join the Blood River King, then as long as he could grow up, he would immediately become a powerful Blue Shura. 2 invincible Blue Shura marshals were very important, needless to say. As for Su Yan's origin, he did not want to care too much. After all, he had already confirmed that the other party was not the so-called extraterrestrial demon. This was enough. The Shura world was a world where strength reigned supreme. As long as you had strength, then everything could make way for you. Aina said, Okay, my lord, I understand. I will contact that guy and see if he can fight with me. I really want to see if he is a good-for-nothing. Otherwise, it will be too boring. After saying that, he turned around and left. Seeing the young Shura marshals leaving, Natasha laughed at himself and said, This is a young man. Being young is really good. Forget it, let him go. Don't Shura need to constantly fight? After he sighed with emotion, his face became dignified. Carlet, Arthurs, what do you two want to do? Humph, no matter what, if you dare to mess around in Blood River City, then I will make you regret it. His life was saved by the Blood River King, and he could not go any further, so he sold his life to the Blood River King. The Blood River King had great trust in him and had handed over the entire Blood River city to him to manage. Moreover, he had spent so much time and effort to do his best, making sure that everything was done well. Ellen and Linda carried Su Yen to a restaurant. This restaurant was opened by the Blood River King, so very few people dared to cause trouble here. Aganda town naturally could not compare to Blood River City, but Aganda was after all a blue shura, so his status was very high. As Aganda's son, Cole naturally came to Blood River City. Chapter 953. Female literature. As his retainers, the two women had naturally been to this place before. Thus, they were no strangers to this place. The two women carried Su Yen into the restaurant. Ha ha ha, it's actually two beautiful girls. This is really strange. You're actually carrying a living corpse. TSK, TSK, TSK. Could it be that he's your lover? Hee hee, it's not good to choose a living corpse as your lover. Do you need to change to another one? What do you think of me? Before the two women could enter the restaurant, a very muscular male shura blocked their way. This guy was really tall. He was even taller than Cole back in the day. His whole body was full of well-developed muscles. His aura was so condensed that it was obvious that he was not weak. Although he was not a green-faced shura yet, he was probably not far away. If it was at the beginning, the two women would definitely be flustered. However, after experiencing the scene outside the city, the two women already knew how powerful their master was. Thus, the fear in their hearts had disappeared. At this time, Ellen said directly, "Big Black Bear, you should get out of here. If you continue to block us, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died." With someone to rely on, naturally, she had confidence. As she spoke, a domineering aura was reflected. This sentence immediately infuriated the man. "Little girl, your mouth is really not cute. But, I like it. If you kneel down and apologize to me now, I will forgive you. Otherwise..." He did not continue, but everyone understood what he meant. After all, his gaze was very unfriendly at this time. However, at this time, a cold voice came directly from the restaurant. "Black Bear, are you trying to cause trouble in the Blood River Tower? Are you sure?" The last three words were spoken very slowly. The person who spoke was one of Blood River Tower's employees. Compared to Black Bear, this employee could only be considered small and skinny. However, when he faced Black Bear, he had an arrogant attitude. He didn't put Black Bear in his eyes at all. At this time, Black Bear didn't waste any time talking nonsense. He just smiled and said, "So it's Brother White. I was just joking with this little sister. I wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in Blood River Tower. Hee hee, I'll get out of the way." As he spoke, he turned his body to the side. However, when he looked at Ellen, it was obvious that he was not in a good mood. He did not hide the trace of viciousness in his eyes. However, at this time, Ellen didn't care about it at all. She and Linda went inside and asked the guard to take out the money from the shura and said, "Please give us a quiet room." The Aganda family was also a family, so the shura naturally had a lot of money. As a young master, Cole naturally didn't have the habit of carrying money, so the shura's money was kept by Ellen. The rooms in the Blood River house were actually not cheap. For the average person to want to live here, it was not an easy thing to do. Because the shura's money was too expensive. If Ellen was alone, she would definitely not choose to live in the Blood River Tower. However, at this time, it was completely different. Now, she couldn't go back to the past. So, things like accumulating shura's money were meaningless. After all, she didn't know where the future was. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was in a precarious situation. So, at this time, she was willing to spend money. Moreover, even if it was for safety reasons, she had to do it. For example, the previous scene, this was only in Blood River City. Just now, Black Bear was so honest. But if it was any other place, he was afraid that this guy would have already made his move. At that time, he would only need to casually find an excuse to deal with this matter. Although Blood River City had established order, but after all, it was not as strict as a human city. Every place had a loophole in the rules, and there were always smart people who could find these loopholes and use them. In the end, this world was still a place where the strong preyed on the weak. But in Blood River Tower, there was really no one who dared to mess around. As long as there was enough Shura's money, Blood River Tower could give you the best service. After receiving the Shura's money, the waiter immediately led them upstairs. As the top restaurant in Blood River City, Blood River Tower was naturally incomparably luxurious. Moreover, it was dozens of floors high, and all of them were protected by special formations. Ellen looked at the waiter in front of her, but she did not dare to show any disrespect. Perhaps in other restaurants, the waiter was just a stunning beauty who served people without any status. But it was different here. That black bear was a very arrogant person, but in front of this waiter, he was also very submissive, deeply afraid of angering the opposite party. Well, this is your room. There is a communication device in the room. If you need anything, you just need to activate the device. My Blood River Tower will naturally give the guests the best service. That's right, this little one will say one more thing. In Blood River Tower, naturally no one will dare to make trouble, but if you leave the restaurant, we will not care, so you have to be careful. After he finished speaking, he showed a kind smile to Ellen. According to his character, he would never say a single word of nonsense. However, Ellen and Linda were both beautiful Azuras, so he had no choice but to say those words out of turn. Ellen responded kindly. Then she and Linda entered the room. Until they really entered the room, the two women's hearts finally relaxed. Along the way, the two of them carried Su Yan. It was not heavy, but the pressure in their hearts was incomparably huge. Betraying their own beliefs and relying on an outer space demon, such a thing, how could they just let it go? Along the way, every Shura's gaze made them feel more guilty, and they felt that they had done something that betrayed the whole world. The two women dragged Su Yan to the bed. At this moment, Su Yan's aura had become even weaker. If it weren't for the fact that Su Yan had displayed his terrifying power outside the city, they would have thought that Su Yan was already dead. Sister Ellen, what should we do now? Ellen was stronger than Linda, but Linda was really on the verge of collapse at this time. Ellen looked at her. What's the point of asking what to do at this time? Her indifference and calmness returned to her face, and then she said, what should we do? You go and activate the communication device and ask someone to send some food. I'll go and prepare hot water for Master to bathe. Linda looked at Ellen. At this time, she obviously could not accept it. She was the most timid, so at that time, she was the first to give up resistance, but at this moment, she also did not dare to accept her fate at this time. At this time, Ellen was extremely impatient, and then she directly shouted, what are you waiting for? After this light shout, Linda did not dare to say anything more, and immediately went to do things. After a long time, the two women finally finished everything. And at this time, night had already arrived. Facing the night again, the two women's hearts were naturally filled with a myriad of emotions, but compared to a few days ago, they were still wandering outside. Today they were already living in a comfortable restaurant. This was naturally a lot better. What should we do? Let's take it one day at a time. Ellen said softly, and then fell into a deep sleep. And at this time, Linda had already fallen asleep. Neither of them noticed that after they fell asleep, Su Yan's body began to emit a faint light. At this time, little by little power constantly emerged at this time, like light and dark elves. This light surrounded Su Yan and swayed continuously. It was quiet and beautiful. At this time, Su Yan's power increased again. After such a long sleep, his power began a new transformation. The power was constantly changing, and his aura was also constantly rising. His realm still did not break through, but the power accumulated in his body was more powerful than before. At this time, the faint light turned into dragon chi, and began to wrap around his body. A dragon amongst men. At this moment, Su Yan definitely lived up to this description. At this time, his aura had risen to an incomparably terrifying level, but such a powerful pressure did not affect the surroundings at all. and did not even blow the gauze. This was not because Su Yan's power was not strong, but because his control of power had reached a new realm and level. Such a change in power had reached an unprecedented level. Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. It was also at this moment that the lustrous radiance turned into runes one after another and fused into his body. At this time, the power changed, and his whole person underwent a tremendous change. At this time, he could be said to be a Shura, and an extremely talented Shura. If his soul aura was not perceived by others, no one would be able to distinguish him. After coming to this world, his 10 dragon auras constantly analyzed the rules of this world, and then began to adapt. And after he obtained the inheritance mark, it immediately accelerated this process, and also made his power more powerful and terrifying. And after this sleep, he finally transformed himself into a Shura. Su Yan naturally had his reasons for doing this. First, there was the problem of his own safety. If he did not do this, he would always be in danger. After all, if he faced the Shura king, he could not guarantee that he would not be discovered. But now, it was different. He was confident enough to deceive the Shura king's eyes and perception. On the other hand, he now had a plan to return to the Wuji world, and that was the Shura cave. The Shura world would definitely open the Shura cave again, and then enter the Wuji world. Chapter 954. Female literature. Even the Blood River King would do the same even though he wasn't keen on invading wars. Because the Shura world was very cruel and barren, there were many things that couldn't be obtained in this world, so they had to enter the Wuji world. And his opportunity was here. When the door to the Shura world opened, he had to enter the Wuji world with the Shura. However, this was actually a very difficult thing to do. Because there was something extremely important here. And that was the quota. It wasn't easy to enter the Wuji world, and the most important condition was the Blue Mask Shura. Only the Blue Mask Shura could enter the Wuji world, and not every Blue Mask Shura could enter. Only the best among them could enter. Just like last time, when the door to the Shura world and the Wuji world opened and formed the Shura cave, the people of the Wuji world would definitely sense it and come to the Hunter Shura. This was a hunt for both sides. Taking a step back, even if this didn't happen, if one didn't reach the level of the Blue Mask Shura, they would be invaded by Heaven's will and die as soon as they entered the Wuji world. Therefore, the first thing Su Yan had to do now was to increase his strength and become a Blue Mask Shura. In this case, his identity as a Shura was even more important. Fortunately, after such a long period of slumber, he finally allowed himself to do this. After a long time, Su Yan finally stabilized his aura. It was also at this time that Ellen suddenly opened her eyes. Su Yan's movements had woken her up. These days, her nerves were exceptionally weak, and any small movements would wake her up. At this time, Su Yan looked at her and smiled, then seemed to casually point at her. When he pointed his finger at her, Ellen almost screamed. She was too afraid of Su Yan. She was afraid that Su Yan would kill her at this time. However, before she could scream, a faint green light had already entered her body. When the green light entered her body, she suddenly realized that her body seemed to be slowly changing. Or rather, it was slowly evolving. This change was too sudden. She was at a loss for what to do, but it was followed by a pleasant surprise. Her talent was limited, and she was a female Shura. Reaching this level of strength was already her limit, so she had basically given up hope of becoming stronger. But at this time, she discovered that her strength was actually slowly increasing. What was even more incredible was that she found that her compatibility with Shura's aura was also increasing. In the Shura, the compatibility with the Shura energy was an important factor in one's talent. In other words, her talent was constantly improving. This was simply inconceivable. She had never thought that she would actually have such a day. The road ahead that was originally hopeless actually changed again at this time. At this time, feeling the powerful aura coming towards her body, she chose to accept it quietly. As for Linda, she was still sleeping at this time. She didn't seem to feel all of this at all. After a long time, the green light finally disappeared. Until now, Ellen was still a little reluctant to leave. But she soon woke up. This was Su Yan's gift, but it wasn't something she deserved. Ellen stood up and said with a chuckle, "Thank you, Master, for your gift." Su Yan smiled and shook his head, then said, "No need to thank me. I need you to do something for me, so naturally, the stronger you are, the better." At this moment, Su Yan walked back to the bed. He looked at his body at this time. He was very uncomfortable with his blue skin. After all, he wasn't a Shura. He didn't think that blue skin was a kind of beauty. He focused his mind and then began to operate his power. Under the operation of this power, Su Yan's aura began to condense little by little. Finally, his whole body began to change. Almost in an instant, Su Yan's original self returned. "You are tired these days. Have a good rest. In addition, although I'm not a person of this world, I don't want to take the initiative to hurt anyone. I just want to return to my world, that's all." After saying that, Su Yan lay down on the bed. In fact, he didn't need to say this at all. It's just that his heart was soft. Even if the other party was a Shura, at this time, she was still working for him. In this case, strictly speaking, at this moment, she was already one of his people. Therefore, Su Yan still wanted to make her feel more at ease. For some reason, after hearing Su Yan's words, Ellen suddenly felt a little better. She sighed and then gently came to Su Yan's side. The purple moonlight shone in from the window. The layout of the Blood River Tower's rooms was very original. Every room could enjoy the quiet moonlight. At this time, Ellen suddenly began to take off her clothes one by one. The gentle yet devilish purple moonlight made people's hearts flutter. Su Yan sensed her movements, but he didn't stop her. He just closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Ellen burrowed into Su Yan's arms and then gently hugged Su Yan. At this time, she was like a little tabby cat. Ellen was a first-class beauty. If not, Cole wouldn't have accepted her as a retainer. When she was with Cole, Cole liked her very much. She also knew how great her attraction to the male Shura was. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't make any movements. He seemed to have really fallen asleep. Ellen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She didn't know why she climbed into the bed, but after climbing into the bed, she didn't get Su Yan's favor, which made her a little disappointed. But soon, the disappointment was washed away by the sleepiness. She also fell into a deep sleep. The light of the second day arrived as scheduled. The moment the purple moonlight disappeared, a scorching sun appeared. The scorching sun of the Shura world was not friendly. The blazing light was always burning everything. Su Yan took the two women and left the Blood River Tower. Of course, they didn't want to leave the Blood River City. They just wanted to familiarize themselves with the surrounding illusion. After leaving the room, Su Yan became a green-faced Shura again. Linda didn't know about the changes that happened yesterday. She only felt that she seemed to have changed, but she couldn't tell what the change was. Of course, when she saw Ellen lying naked in Su Yan's arms, she was very surprised. Su Yan left the room and went to the Blood River Tower. Many people passed by him. At this time, the status of the green-faced Shura was undoubtedly reflected. When those people saw Su Yan, they all paid respect to him. They didn't dare to be impudent. Even the green-faced Shura gave each other a friendly smile. But Su Yan knew that in fact, this was just an illusion. If there was a chance, those vicious wolves would definitely bite you. When they came to the hall, Ellen's eyes stopped on the black bear from yesterday. That guy was really too tall, so standing there, he was very conspicuous. It was very difficult to ignore him. He was obviously very jealous of Ellen. When he saw Ellen, he licked his lips and made a very provocative gesture. But in the next moment, his face immediately changed. Because he saw Su Yan. Green-faced Shura? That sickly guy actually got up. I neglected it yesterday. He was thinking about it in his heart. However, at this time, Su Yan directly walked toward him. This made Black Bear surprised. However, at this time, he did not have any intention of panicking. Instead, he looked at Su Yan with interest. This guy must have something to rely on. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Before Su Yan came to his side, he had already opened his mouth. Brother, can you take care of these two delicate beauties by yourself? If you can't take it, you should tell me immediately. If you die on a woman's belly, it's not a wise choice. Such provocative words were really harsh to hear. But he wasn't afraid at all. Because this is the Blood River Tower. Just like how he didn't dare to do anything in the Blood River Tower yesterday, he believed that the other party didn't dare to do anything either. So, even if the other party was a green-faced Shura, so what? If he didn't go out, he wouldn't be his opponent. Isn't this the end? What's more, he was a Shura with a strong background, so he wasn't afraid. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt his clothes tighten. A force suddenly appeared, and immediately made his body involuntarily move forward. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that he was actually being lifted up. The one who lifted him up was Su Yan. Su Yan wasn't short, but compared to Su Yan, who was more than 2 meters tall, he was still short. But it didn't matter much because the one being lifted up at this moment wasn't Su Yan, but Black Bear. Black Bear immediately realized what was happening. He directly shouted, "Do you want to die? No one is allowed to cause trouble in the Blood River Tower." This was the rule of the Blood River Tower, and it was also something that everyone knew. Is this guy crazy? He actually treated me like this. But at this time, Su Yan didn't care at all. He directly activated a force and immediately subdued him. Then, a small flame appeared. This is the fire of the Shura. You can continue to shout, but I will kill you. Of course, you can also think that this small flame can't do anything to you. After saying this, Su Yan stopped talking and directly dragged him out. Chapter 955. Female literature. Su Yan's behavior was too arrogant. This was the Blood River Tower. Everyone knew that you couldn't fight in the Blood River Tower. But now, Su Yan dared to provoke them like this. Was this person crazy? Not to mention others, even Ellen thought that her master was crazy. But she didn't say anything in the end. After what happened last night, she had a new opinion of Su Yan. She trusted Su Yan even more. She would follow Su Yan's decision. Linda, on the other hand, was in a panic. But seeing how calm Ellen was, he didn't say anything. Su Yan dragged him outside. Black Bear wanted to resist, but he was afraid of the power of the Shura's fire, so he didn't dare to say anything. Fear and unwillingness appeared in his eyes at the same time. At this time, the waiter of the Blood River Tower appeared in front of Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan, he frowned. He naturally recognized Su Yan, but Su Yan's behavior made him very unhappy. He said, "This guest, no one is allowed to fight in the Blood River Tower. I think you know this rule, right?" The waiter's tone was calm, but it was different. It was a kind of calmness that suppressed his anger. In fact, he was very angry at this time. Su Yan said, "Yes, I know the rules here, so I didn't fight here. As for him, he willingly left with me, so please don't bother with him, Blood River Tower." After Su Yan finished speaking, his gaze landed on He Xiong's body. He said indifferently, "Tell me, are you willing to fight with me?" Hearing Su Yan's words, He Xiong almost exploded in anger. But at this time, he didn't dare to relax at all. He only said, "My father is the blue-face Azura, Li Sang. If you dare to hurt me, you will definitely die miserably." The blue Shura Li San was also a general under the Blood River King, and his strength was not bad. A single azure-faced Azura was enough to make many people shrink back, not daring to act presumptuously, let alone a blue-faced Azura. No wonder Black Bear was so unscrupulous. The reason why he came here today was to find Ellen. He believed that Ellen and the others would definitely come downstairs, so he would wait under the Blood River Tower. He wanted to see how long this woman could stay in there. None of the women that Black Bear had his eyes on could escape from his grasp. However, he didn't expect that Ellen would appear in front of him the next day, but with her was a blue Shura. In fact, he didn't care about the Blue Shura because of his father. If it wasn't for the arrival of the Blue Shura, he generally wouldn't care about the other party. As for himself, although he wasn't a Blue Shura yet, he believed that day wouldn't be too far away. Soon, he would become a Blue Shura. Unfortunately, before he could become the azure-faced Azura, his calamity had arrived first. Su Yen didn't play by the rules at all. Instead, he directly dragged him out. The Shura's fire opened up every pore on his body. At this time, although he wasn't burned by the fire, he was sure that if he was touched by the fire, he would die a horrible death. After Su Yen finished speaking, he took a step forward and directly walked forward. At this time, the waiter was even more furious. In the Blood River Tower, no one dared to do this because they all knew that this was the Blood River King's territory. A king represented supreme dignity. If anyone dared to offend him, they should be prepared to die. Even a Blue Shura wouldn't be willing to mess around here if there were no special circumstances. However, this Blue Shura in front of him dared to do so. Good, good, good. Men. He said the word good 3 times and then directly shouted. As his voice fell, a few people immediately appeared. 3 Azuras walked out, each of them coming from different places. The first to appear was a very ordinary-looking Shura. Of course, only his face was ordinary. However, there was one thing that couldn't be ignored. A Blue Shura. His green skin had already revealed his identity. A Blue Shura like this was actually a guard of the Blood River Tower. One had to admit that the Blood River Tower was very powerful. The other was also a man. He walked in leisurely from the door with a smile on his face. Moreover, it was a somewhat hooligan-like smile. As for the last one, it was a woman. She walked out of the room upstairs. Yo, 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 it seems that someone is causing trouble here. This is going to be very lively. It's been a long time since I've seen such a coward. Interesting, this is really interesting. She was full of smiles and looked very excited. Su Yen glanced at the 3 of them. They were all Blue Shura. However, among the 3 of them, the woman was actually the strongest. Although her aura was restrained, Su Yen could see that she was almost equivalent to an expert of the 5 Dragons realm. Of course, her combat strength was probably even more powerful. As for the other 2 men, although they were weaker than her, they were extremely rare and terrifying experts. At this time, Su Yen said directly, I don't mean to cause trouble. I just want to talk to this person outside. He said this as if he didn't want to cause a big scene. However, this waiter obviously didn't buy it. In the Shura world, there was basically no one with a good temper. If Su Yen had given him face when he first appeared, then he might have let it go. However, until now, Su Yen had no intention of letting go. How could he let Su Yen go? Humph, you don't mean to cause trouble? You're courting death by making a move in our Blood River Tower. I'll give you one more chance. Let him go and let him kneel down to accept the punishment of the Blood River Tower. Otherwise, you'll die. He was so unyielding. He was not a Blue Shura. Although his strength was not bad, if he really faced Su Yen, he would definitely die. However, at this time, he had another identity, and that was, he was a member of the Blood River Tower. The Blood River Tower was so overbearing. No matter who it was, they didn't need to give face. Su Yen looked at him, but only shook his head. The other's attitude was very clear. It seemed that at this time, there was no way to be kind. However, he didn't want to be kind. He said, in that case, the 3 of you want to fight with me? But I think it's better to go outside the Blood River Tower. If we fight here and break the things here, it won't be good. Su Yan's words made these people silent for a while. At this time, the man who came out first said, It seems that you're very confident. The 3 of us against you, do you still want to escape? It was normal for him to say this. After all, only outside would there be a chance to escape. If it was here, the Blood River Tower could become the #1 building in Blood River City. Of course, it was because of the prestige of the Blood River King, but this building itself was an extraordinary place. Even the Blue Shura couldn't get any advantage here. Therefore, Su Yan's words seemed to only mean one thing. He wanted to escape. Thinking of this, he looked at Su Yan with a smile. Of course, in his eyes, Su Yan was just a Blue Shura who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Su Yan sighed. In this world, there were always many people who liked to think that they were smart. But it didn't matter. If he wanted to fight here, then he'd do it here. In any case, his ultimate goal was to make a move and let others know his authority. But at this time, a voice suddenly sounded. I think this brother's words are very reasonable. If we break the bottles and jars of the Blood River Tower, it will be a loss. Then let's go outside. The appearance of this voice surprised Su Yan. He didn't think that at this time, there would be someone on his side. Of course, the reason why he said this was because Su Yan didn't feel any hostility from this person. Su Yan was somewhat familiar with this person. This was because when he used his divine consciousness to sense this person's existence. At that time, he was with a Blue Shura. At this time, the waiter was a little angry. Someone actually dared to question him. One had to know that although he was a waiter, he had a high status. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to speak to him like this. However, when his gaze fell on the person in front of him, he immediately didn't dare to continue speaking. Hyena. This was a person who had recently risen like a comet. His talent was extremely outstanding, and his combat strength was even more terrifying. It was said that since he appeared until now, he had never been defeated. Of course, his opponents were all Blue Shura. But even so, it was terrifying enough. Some Blue Shura had already cultivated for decades, or even centuries, but they still weren't his match. From this, one could see how powerful he was. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the Blood River King, very few people could compare to him. This person appeared here, and even spoke about that guy. This made the waiter feel very dissatisfied. But in fact, he also understood that even if he was dissatisfied, so what? The Shura world emphasized absolute strength. He was only doing things here because of some connections. Compared to this Blood River King's favorite, he was nothing. Since Lord Hyena has said so, then let's go outside. Otherwise, it won't be good if the things here are damaged. But don't even think about escaping, the waiter said through gritted teeth. Chapter 956. Female Literature. Su Yan smiled. He had never bothered to pay attention to such a small character, because there was no need to. Everyone had their own path of life, and for such a small character, his current status might have already reached his limit. Therefore, he had to emphasize his dignity and make people respect him. But if he met someone he couldn't offend, he would be smarter and more obedient than any dog. Such a person couldn't be said to be sad, but he was destined to have nothing to do with Su Yan. Such a person would exist in any world, but he was destined to have no interaction with Su Yan. If he did, then he would have angered Su Yan and been killed by a sword. As for now, Su Yan was still within Su Yan's tolerance range. At the very least, he had helped Ellen yesterday. Su Yan carried Black Bear to the outside of the Blood River Tower. He lightly yawned, and then looked straight at the three people standing not far from him. Before I fight with you all, let me do something first. Actually, I've already said this. I don't like trouble, and of course, I don't like to be troubled by others. When he said this, Black Bear immediately began to struggle. No, let me go, let me go. At this time, he finally began to feel afraid. In fact, he and the waiter were the same kind of people, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. There were always butchers in the world. Life had always been like this. If I let you go, you won't want to let me go. Since that's the case, what's the point of saying all this? Su Yan was very clear about the thoughts of these people. When they couldn't win, they would desperately beg for mercy. But when they had the chance, they would immediately bite back. Obviously, he provoked you first, but in his eyes, you have an irreconcilable enmity with him. If he didn't kill you and ruthlessly trample you to death, he would definitely not let it go. Such a person was actually very troublesome. If one's strength was not enough, one would naturally be bullied by him. If one's courage was not enough, then there would be endless troubles. Even if he had the guts, there would be endless trouble because he had a backer. If you killed him, his backer would come out. Of course, even if you don't kill him, he will still come out the day after tomorrow. Since that was the case, it was better to beat him to death. A ray of light was released. This was the fire of Shura. Outside the city, many people saw the flames. Of course, those who had seen it were still outside the city. People who wandered around outside the city would rarely enter the Blood River City, because they did not have the qualifications. Therefore, to the people in the city, they were still unaware of Su Yan's methods. Since that was the case, it was better for Su Yan to let them know a little. When the flames of Shura appeared, Black Bear immediately let out a miserable howl. However, the howl did not last long before it disappeared. Because he had disappeared as well. The fire of Shura was incomparably tyrannical. Under the flames, if one was unable to resist, then they would be completely annihilated. The reason why Su Yan could control the fire of Shura was because of the Shura Heaven's will. When he had just entered the Shura world, he had been targeted by the Shura Heaven's will. The fire of Shura appeared, wanting to burn this invading enemy. However, the Taishang sword spirit appeared and swallowed the invading Heaven's will. As Su Yan's analysis of the power of Shura continued to deepen, he had already grasped the basics of Shura fire. In the Shura world, there were not many people who could use the fire of Shura. This required talent and opportunity. Among the few green-faced Shura present, only Aina could use the fire of Shura. However, when it came to the attainment of the fire of Shura, he was not as good as Su Yan. Whether it was in terms of power or control, he was far inferior. That Rusty is right. This guy is a strong opponent. Interesting. However, Aina did not care much. Her fighting strength did not depend on the Shura fire. After Su Yan finished everything, he looked at the three green-faced Shura and said directly, "All of you, come at me together. I don't mean to look down on you. It's just that this will save everyone a lot of time. Of course, if you want, you can come too." When he said the last sentence, Su Yan's gaze fell on Aina. At this time, many Shura were still immersed in the terrifying power of Su Yan's Shura fire. This kind of intimidation was indeed very good. At this time, everyone's gaze towards Su Yan had already changed. They became incomparably fearful. The waiter was even trembling. If this guy went crazy and no longer cared about the rules of the Blood River Tower, he could directly kill him. He had seen Black Bear's incomparably painful appearance before he died. After killing him, that brat would not be able to escape the punishment of the Blood River King's rules. But so what? He was already dead. For him, what the world was like, whether other people lived or died, did not have much to do with him. He only wanted one thing, and that was to live well. Therefore, at this time, he was already somewhat regretful. The three green-faced Shura all had different expressions. The strongest female Shura still had a smile on her face. But the Shura who appeared first already had a look of fear on his face. The other person also had his brows tightly knitted. No one knew what he was thinking. At this time, Aina opened his mouth again. "The three of you are consecrators invited by the Blood River Tower. No matter what, the rules cannot be broken. I ask the three of you to act." The Blood River Tower also had its rules. If it was the green-faced Shura causing trouble, then the green-faced Shura would deal with it. If it was the blue-faced Shura, then the Blood River Tower would also have blue-faced Shura to deal with it. If you died, then it was because you were not capable enough. You deserved it. However, if you could survive, as long as you did not cross the line too much, then the Blood River Tower would consider you a friend. There was no other reason, it was only strength. If you are strong enough, then you will be able to get special treatment. This was the rule of this world. The three green-faced Shura were originally somewhat hesitant. Because Su Yan's Shura fire really made them feel apprehensive. The Shura fire was very powerful and very strange. If they were not careful, they would have to pay a huge price. Although they would not be burned to death like Black Bear, it would still be a big trouble for them. At the very least, it would hurt their vitality. However, this damned hyena actually directly asked them to act. Although his words were still somewhat polite, everyone could tell that he was urging them at this time. At this time, the female Shura stretched and then said, "Yes, yes, the rules cannot be broken. Then, let's fight." Her voice was somewhat crisp. If it was not for her green skin, it would be very in line with the human aesthetic. Just as she finished speaking, a cool breeze blew past. It seemed that nothing had happened. However, at this moment, Su Yan's mouth suddenly curved into a smile. Then, for no reason, he directly blasted a punch to the left. This punch immediately burst out, immediately bringing about a whirlwind. The powerful force at this time continued to move at this time, directly causing the air to tremble. This move was so fast that it was almost impossible for many people to react. At this time, Hyena thought to himself, what a fast reaction, fast speed, and not weak strength. Not bad, a good opponent. The reason why he asked these green-faced Shura to act was because he wanted to see what abilities Su Yan had to be able to make Gina Roy think highly of him. Gina Roy was not the strongest green-faced Shura after the Blood River King, but he was undoubtedly the most vicious of them all. Someone who could make him think highly of must be extraordinary. Hyena respected Gina Roy very much because it was Gina Roy who had led him on the path of cultivation back then and made him recognized by the Blood River King. After Su Yan punched, a woman's exclamation was immediately heard, "Damn it, you guy, you are not romantic at all." It was the voice of the green-faced Shura woman. Everyone was stunned. She was clearly still standing in the same place, but at this time, her voice was heard in this place. Such an unforeseen event was obviously shocking. However, there was no lack of people with good eyesight among them, who immediately saw the whole story. From the moment she finished speaking, no, perhaps from the moment she started speaking, she had already disappeared from where she stood. What people saw was just an illusion, maybe an afterimage, maybe a clone, or something like that. Her real body was approaching Su Yan at an extremely terrifying speed, sneaking up on Su Yan. If Su Yan's perception was weaker, Su Yan would have been beheaded at this time. Previously, everyone was only afraid of Su Yan's Shura fire, but Su Yan's punch showed them his true strength. At this time, Hyena said again, "You guys should come at me together." The other two green-faced Shura were angry, but in the end, they still attacked at the same time. Although Su Yan only threw a simple punch, they already knew that they were definitely not Su Yan's opponent. Since that was the case, there was no need to care so much. Moreover, this was Hyena's idea. The two of them were both green-faced Shura, so when they attacked at the same time, they immediately rushed at Su Yan from two sides. At this time, if Su Yan didn't dodge, he would have to bear the impact of the power from two sides. Of course, if Su Yan chose to dodge at this time, then they had a follow-up plan. At the very least, the female Shura was waiting for him at this time. Any change in Su Yan's movement seemed to have been calculated to death by them. This was the result of Su Yan being too careless. If it was one-on-one, the three of them might not be Su Yan's opponent, but now it was 3 against 1. When their fists were about to fall on Su Yan's body, Su Yan finally exploded. He didn't dodge, and just stood there quietly. Flames suddenly rose around his body, and a fire vortex directly swallowed Su Yan. Chapter 957. Female literature. As soon as the flame vortex appeared, it immediately alarmed these people. Shura fire, it was Shura fire again. He didn't dodge, but chose to defend with Shura fire instead. Everyone knew how domineering Shura fire was. In the past, there was a blue-faced Shura who had mastered Shura fire. He was invincible, and now he was the Marshal of Fire Shura, second only to the King of Destruction. And at this moment, Su Yan's method of controlling flames was actually so amazing. This kind of method was simply as he pleased. The two azure-faced Asuras immediately hesitated in the face of the Asura fire. This thing was so powerful that they couldn't help but think of Black Bear's death just now. They were indeed stronger than Black Bear. After enduring the power of this fire, they might not die, but they couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't be injured. This was the key to the problem. If they attacked, they might be able to break through the fire, but they would also be injured. But if they didn't attack, it would be a joke. They came with great momentum, but in the end, they gave up. Just as they were in a dilemma, Su Yan suddenly made his move. Since you are so hesitant, then let me give you a hand. While speaking, Su Yan had already turned into a bolt of lightning. It was as bright as a bolt of lightning. It was simply terrifying. Su Yan's target was very clear. He chose the man who seemed to be older. His eyes were so sharp that he could naturally see that this man was actually the weakest of the three. Naturally, he had to pick the weakest persimmon. This was the Tao that everyone understood, so Su Yan didn't show any mercy at all. 3 azure-faced Asuras were nothing to him at all. However, at this time, he had to use the strength of a blue-faced Shura. If he used his own strength, he would reveal his details. He had already sensed the aura of the 2 blue-faced Shura under the helmet of destruction. Su Yan had come into contact with them in the Shura cave. To put it bluntly, these 2 blue-faced Shura survived by luck. The reason they were still talking was not because they could resist Su Yan's sneak attack in the Shura cave, but because Su Yan didn't make a move against them. However, this was not the Shura cave, so Su Yan naturally couldn't be so arrogant. What he needed to do now was to become a Shura. As for his identity and origin, it didn't matter. This was the Shura world, a place where chaos was the law, was the order. God knows how many Shura had unknown origins and couldn't be verified. At this time, what he needed to do was to use the means of the Shura world. At this time, his speed had increased to an unimaginable level. In just an instant, a blue light appeared in front of the middle-aged Shura. The middle-aged Shura immediately showed a surprised look. Just a moment ago, he was thinking about how he should deal with it, whether to attack or just give up, but now he had no choice but to defend. Su Yan's speed was so fast that it seemed to be on par with the female Shura. The female Shura was called the Dark Mist, and she was best at speed. When her speed was at its peak, it was almost invisible, and even the middle-aged man couldn't guard against it. At this time, Su Yan's speed was not inferior to the Dark Mist's. This made the middle-aged man very shocked, and he wondered where this guy came from. He was able to control the fire of the Shura, and his strength was terrifying, his reaction was sharp, and he had such a terrifying speed. As long as such a person lived, he would definitely become an extremely powerful and terrifying person. At the very least, he would have no problem becoming a blue-faced Shura. Of course, at this time, the middle-aged man's priority was to find a way to resist it. He didn't think for long, not because he had an answer, but because he had no time to think. At this time, Su Yan was directly in front of him, and there was a faint sneer on his blue face. Then, he threw a punch. It was such an ordinary punch. When the punch was thrown, it didn't even have any force behind it. However, the middle-aged man knew that such a punch was absolutely terrifying. How could this be the extent of his strength? He subconsciously crossed his hands in front of his chest, forming a cross. In the next moment, an intense pain was transmitted over. His nerves were completely swallowed by the pain. He could clearly feel that his bones had been completely broken. To think that this punch had actually reached such a level. His entire body was trembling. Even at this moment, he could not believe that Su Yan's punch was actually so terrifying. At this time, Su Yan had no intention of letting him go, and his body was directly in front of the middle-aged man. Fall. These 2 words directly pierced into the middle-aged man's soul, and his body fell to the ground involuntarily. That terrifying power was almost completely crushing, and that extremely terrifying light was displayed to the extreme at this time. Is it painful? It doesn't seem to be the pain that I thought it would be. Well then, I'll fight back. This kid underestimated me too much, and I have to let him know how strong I am. Even if I'm not a match for him, I have to let this kid know that there will be a price to pay for having such an attitude in front of me. However, at the next moment, he immediately became panicked. At this time, he found that he was no longer able to move, whether it was his hands or feet. He couldn't control his body, damn it. Thud. He heard his body fall to the ground, but he didn't feel anything. At this moment, his whole body's perception had stopped. Without any reason, a wave of boundless darkness came, directly swallowing his consciousness. He lost. It was so thorough that he didn't even have the slightest chance of winning. At this time, Su-Yan's body began to slowly rise, and his eyes fell on another person. The process of knocking down this middle-aged man was too short. Except for the real experts, many people didn't even have time to react. At this time, he was already moving towards the second man. At this time, Fog had already warned, "Be careful, full defense, he's too fast." In fact, the moment Su-Yan just moved, Fog had already realized that things were not good. When she attacked, she just wanted to pretend. After all, she was also afraid of Su-Yan's Shura fire. However, at this moment, she already understood that Su-Yan wanted to use them to establish his power. Therefore, her sneak attack was repelled by Su-Yan. At this time, Su-Yan had no intention of holding back. The first guy who was knocked down by Su-Yan was called Tong-gu. His attack was not very outstanding, but his defense was extremely rare. If it was a frontal attack, there were definitely not many people who could break through his defense among the green-faced Shura. Even Fog could only break through his defense by using the method of breaking through the surface. However, this green-faced Shura defeated Tong-gu with absolute strength. How terrifying was that? Next, his target had obviously fallen onto his other companion, Mu-hu. Mu-hu was definitely not his opponent. This was without a doubt. Her only hope was that Mu-hu could hold on for some time, so that she could make a truly ruthless counterattack. How could she have known that the moment she finished speaking, she was immediately locked onto by a sense of perception? At this moment, she had actually forgotten to move. Damn it, this guy's target is me. Fog immediately understood that Su-Yan's attack on Mu-hu was just a facade. His real target was her. This was indeed Su-Yan's idea. Mu-hu was more comprehensive in all aspects and could be considered a very stable green-faced Shura. However, stability meant that there was nothing special about him. Such people were definitely not the most difficult to deal with. The troublesome ones were those who were unconventional. For example, this female Shura. She was extremely fast. Su-Yan was naturally not afraid of her, but she would bring trouble to him. When he attacked Mu-hu, this female Shura would definitely attack. When the time came, Su-Yan would have to spend more effort. At this time, Su-Yan wanted a clean and swift strike. Therefore, he would definitely not give this woman a chance. In the beginning, this woman was fully on guard. However, the moment he attacked the man, she issued a warning. A warning meant anxiety, and anxiety meant that he had an opening. How could Su-Yan let go of such an opening? Perhaps to others, this opening would be too fast and would disappear in the blink of an eye. However, for Su-Yan, it was enough. Don't forget what kind of people his opponents were. His speed was so fast that it was simply unimaginable. By the time the woman reacted, she had already taken action. However, she was still a step too late. Shura fire suddenly appeared under her feet. The Shura fire had formed a cage in an instant. The terrifying power spread directly at this time. The terrifying light rotation had reached an extremely terrifying level. Fog became even more vigilant. This lunatic. At this time, she no longer had any other thoughts. She deeply felt that Su-Yan was a lunatic. Was he trying to kill someone? If Su-Yan really wanted to kill someone here, he would definitely not have a good ending. However, at this time, Su-Yan did not care at all. His powerful aura and terrifying will became even more profound. Fog immediately formed around Fog's body. That was the aura condensed from her power. Bit by bit, the power changed at this time. In an instant, the fog directly collided with the Shura fire. Chapter 958. Girls' Literature. Sue's strategy was clearly to close the door and beat the dog, using the azure flames to trap the dark fog, and then unleash a thunderous attack. The dark mist could only choose to fight Su Yan head-on. However, after witnessing Su Yan's power, the dark mist did not have the courage to do so. Therefore, at this moment, her first thought was to flee. She wanted to meet up with Mu Hu and then combine their powers to fight against Su Yan. Otherwise, she had no chance of winning. Copperbone was defeated by Su Yan in one blow. She did not know how Copperbone was now, whether he was alive or dead. She did not dare to take the risk, so she could only choose to break through the Shura fire. The Shura fire was naturally terrifying, but it did not mean that it was unsolvable. Moreover, this was only the Shura fire released by a green-faced Shura. Her name was the Dark Mist, and this mist was the weapon that made her famous. The mist was definitely not just a puff of white smoke, but the condensation of extremely powerful Shura fire. Just like the Shura fire, it was a manifestation of power. Using the white mist to attack the Shura fire was her choice, and it was also an extremely wise decision. The two powers collided directly. Only now did the dark mist realize how terrifying Su Yan's Shura fire was. That kind of power was really too domineering. In the first moment of contact, her white mist was already at a disadvantage. Fortunately, she only wanted to create an opening, and not completely extinguish the Shura fire. Otherwise, there would be no hope at all. But fortunately, she succeeded in the end. A gap had appeared in the Shura fire. She immediately seized this opportunity to leave through the gap. As long as she left this place and met up with Mu Hu, she would still have the strength to fight. This was her idea. However, the moment she left the Shura fire, she suddenly discovered that a shadow was already standing in front of her. Not good. The green-faced Shura was actually here. He was waiting for her to appear from the Shura fire. He had already predicted this. Heavens, who exactly was this guy? Why was he so terrifying, so frightening? The dark mist's soul began to tremble at this moment. Her fear of Su Yan had unknowingly increased by another level. At this moment, Su Yan's fist had already arrived in front of her. She only felt a terrifying storm attacking her, and she was unable to adapt. I'm finished. That was the thought in her mind at this moment. However, the storm did not hit her face. The punch actually stopped not far away from her. Just admit defeat. I'm not used to hitting women. Su Yan's voice sounded. The dark mist was stunned. This guy said that he was not used to hitting women. This was a joke in the world of Shura world. But this time, she didn't hesitate at all and admitted defeat. Almost at the same time, Mu Hu let out a blood-curdling scream. The moment the dark mist was subdued, Wood Tiger was stunned. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Su Yan. In such a short time, Su Yan had already arrived in front of him and defeated him directly. The whole process of the battle was really short. It was so short that it did not take more than a few breaths. The three powerful green-faced Shura were defeated just like that. The dark mist admitted defeat, Wood Tiger was directly put down, and Bone was unconscious. It should be known that the three green-faced Shura fire were definitely not weaklings to be able to become the guardians of the Blood River Tower and protect the Blood River Tower. In the territory ruled by the Blood River King, the three of them were definitely the cream of the crop among the green-faced Shura. Their combat prowess was very well known among the Shura. However, in just a moment, this foreign green-faced Shura fire had defeated and disposed of them. Terrifying, truly terrifying. My name is Su Yan. Now, it's your turn, Aina. Su Yan ignored the shock and fear of the Shura. Instead, he looked directly at Aina. Aina was much stronger than the three green-faced Shura, and definitely not just by a little bit. Su Yan was naturally able to tell that this IE was a genius whose battle prowess far exceeded her cultivation level. The three green-faced Shura weren't weak, but they were afraid of Aina. This fear was definitely not only because of his identity, but also because of his strength. Therefore, Su Yan did not hesitate to challenge Aina. If he wanted to truly intimidate them, he would need to defeat the strongest person. Su Yan deeply understood this point. At this moment, Aina was also a little stunned at first. Su Yan actually challenged him directly. But then, he felt a kind of joy and excitement in his heart. Interesting, very interesting. Aina did not have the slightest fear. Instead, he was extremely excited. He was a battle maniac who liked to challenge experts. There was no one under the Blood River King who was a match for him in the green-faced Shura fire. It was said that in order to become even stronger, this madman Aina even went to challenge a green-faced Shura. Moreover, the green-faced Shura he challenged was not under the Blood River King, but another green-faced Shura under the Skeleton King. The challenge was naturally a failure, but he still managed to escape from the green-faced Shura. This made him even more famous in a region. It was also said that although the green-faced Shura defeated Aina and pursued him, he was also injured. Aina injured a green-faced Shura. Although the injury was not serious, in the Shura world, where the strong were worshipped, Aina was enough to become the idol of many people. In fact, he had become a legend among the green-faced Shura. But now, there was actually someone who challenged him. Although Su Yan defeated these people with extremely terrifying means, no one thought that he could defeat Aina. Of course, not everyone saw it that way. And Wu and Mu Hu, who had just fought Su Yan, were the same. Only when one experienced it personally could one understand the despair that they felt. When they fought Su Yan, they actually thought that they would die without a doubt. It was as if Su Yan was a master, and as long as he wanted to, he could kill them directly. Such a person was really too heaven-defying. His existence was simply a huge pressure for the green-faced Shura. This was definitely a monster who could fight against Aina. Under everyone's gaze, Aina walked in front of Su Yan at a leisurely pace. You're a strong person who excites me. Whether it's your speed, your strength, or your reaction, they're all first class. What's more, you've mastered such a powerful Shura's fire. I'm really looking forward to fighting with you at full strength. At this time, almost everyone unconsciously moved away, leaving more space for the two young green-faced Shura. The battle between the two top green-faced Shura was about to begin. In the distance, Luo Xiao had already cast his eyes on this scene. I don't know if Aina can beat him, but in any case, this is a good thing for Aina. He has been going smoothly for too long. Even if he has suffered setbacks, they were all from the green-faced Shura, so in his heart, he has long been invincible and supercilious. If he is defeated by someone who is also a green-faced Shura this time, then he should be able to understand himself more clearly. Aina could be said to have been brought up by Luo Xiao, so he knew Aina very well. On the surface, Aina was still modest, but there was an unimaginable pride in his bones. This pride was not without reason, because he was really strong. He was so strong that no one could compare to him. Such a person's fighting strength was simply terrifying. As he fought more and more, he also proved that among his peers, there were very few green-faced Shura who could be his opponent. Even the green-faced Shura, who had just risen under the King of Destruction and was known as the Lesser Destruction, could barely fight Aina to a draw. Therefore, he already had a feeling that he was invincible. And this kind of feeling would be more comprehensive as his realm increased. Perhaps in the eyes of others, it was a good thing to have an invincible heart. But Luo Xiao was clear. Blindly being invincible would only make people more arrogant, and in the end, they would even become supercilious. However, at this time, it was meaningless to just talk to him. The best way was to let him hit the wall himself and bleed. In this way, he would know his shortcomings. And now, it seemed that this time had come. Of course, the premise was that the green-faced Shura called Su Yan could defeat Aina. However, the name Su Yan was a little strange. It was just that the Shura world was so big that it was not strange to have a name. On the other side, in another tall building, the two blue-faced Azuras were also paying attention to this place. Is that Aina? He is really strong. It seems that even the lesser destruction could only barely fight him to a draw, Carlet said directly. The lesser destruction was the strongest green-faced Shura of this generation under the King of Destruction, but even he could only fight Aina to a draw. One had to admit that Aina was really strong. The generation under the Blood River King could be considered to be full of talents. Such a person would be very difficult to deal with after he grew up. That Su Yen always gives me a strange feeling. At this time, Arthur suddenly said. He furrowed his brows and stared at Su Yen. Now that you mention it, I seem to have the same feeling, but it doesn't make sense at all. This guy, whether it's his appearance or the power he uses, shows that he is a real Shura, but what's with that feeling? Chapter 959. Female Literature. At this moment, the two blue-faced Shura had a strange feeling, and that was suspicion. They felt that this blue-faced Shura looked very familiar. So much so that a thought had already appeared in their minds. Human? But how is that possible? How can a human become a Shura? One must know that not only did his appearance change, but even his aura had completely changed. If one were to see the current Su Yen, one would say that this was a Shura and definitely not a human. The aura he was circulating was that of a Shura, and he even displayed the Shura flame. That was a flame that only extremely talented Azura clansmen were capable of unleashing. But at this moment, Su Yen was actually able to do it at his fingertips. Such strength, one had to say that it was amazing. As soon as that thought appeared, it was rejected by them. No, it can't be. He definitely isn't a human. I don't know why, but I keep feeling like someone is warning me that there is something wrong with this Shura. Arthurs, what do you think? Carlet asked. At this moment, Arthurs also nodded. If it was just one person, it wouldn't matter. But at this moment, both of them were acting like this, which meant that there was a problem. He can affect us unknowingly. What is the reason for this? Could it be that the Blood River King made a move? Legend has it that the Blood River King is best at the path of the heart. He built the Blood River city here and created order here in order to deduce his orthodoxy to the extreme. At this moment, Carlet said so. Thinking of this, the two of them had a hollow look in their eyes. If that was really the case, then this matter was even more terrifying. The two of them didn't think that it was the heavenly Tao that was secretly influencing their wills. Because it was too high up in the sky, it was unimaginable. Instead, they attributed this reason to Blood River King. As a result, the two of them didn't dare to act rashly at this moment. In their opinion, this might be the Blood River King's intention. Once they fell into his trap, they would immediately sink into it. If the Blood River King caught them, they would die without a burial place. After all, the struggle between the Shura kings was actually very cruel. Although the King of Destruction put most of his attention on the cross-border invasion, he and the Blood River King were absolute enemies. And the two of them were the King of Destruction's subordinates, and they were also at the level of a general. If they could stay here, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for the Blood River King. If he was really caught red-handed, then he would have no place to cry even if he wanted to. Forget it. If we can't confirm that it's an alien, then we won't make a move. If that's the case, Blood River King won't be able to get hold of anything. If he doesn't have a reason to act, then Master won't let it go. This was a special period between the two kings. This was because the two sides had reached an agreement. If there were no special circumstances, they wouldn't easily make a move. Even if the King of Destruction suffered heavy losses in this cross-border war, the Blood River King wouldn't easily make a move. Your name is Su Yen. What an interesting name. Although I don't like your name, in that case, let's make a move. I will let you know my strength. Of course, I still think you should change your name. This name doesn't sound good. As soon as his words fell, a flame immediately appeared. This flame was the Shura flame. When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked. The Shura flame, it was actually the Shura flame again. The two Shura flames burned quietly. The power contained in them was extremely powerful and terrifying. The terrifying aura constantly drifted at this moment, like a ball of wind fire. Su Yan's gaze became sharper, like that of an eagle. He already knew that this guy wasn't necessarily so, but he didn't expect him to be able to directly summon the Shura flame. His own Shura flame was devoured by the revered sword soul, so he guessed that he would be able to use it. However, this guy was actually born with such a skill. It had to be said that he was a true Shura genius. At this moment, an inexplicable killing intent rose in Su Yan's heart. It was just that Su Yan's control over himself was too strong. The moment this killing intent appeared, he directly suppressed it. This killing intent appeared so suddenly, as if it was a kind of instinct. At this moment, Su Yan already knew the reason. It was because he and the Shura flame were natural enemies. It was like if he released his own aura, then all the Shura flame here would treat him as an enemy. Wasn't he the same? This hyena flame was a genius of the Shura clan. He was able to trigger a terrifying killing intent in Su Yan, which showed how terrifying he was. Perhaps he was a person chosen by the heavens. Such a Shura flame might have a huge impact on the Wuji world in the future. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan directly produced a terrifying killing intent at this time. At this moment, Su Yan's power was constantly boiling. That inexplicable will, let's put it aside first and fight with the other party first. In any case, this was definitely not a good place to kill hyena. Since the other party was so provocative, Su Yan wouldn't be polite. His Shura flame also appeared at this time. The Shura flame's appearance was actually very weak, so weak that it even made people wonder if it would be blown out by the wind. However, in the Shura world, as long as one had some common sense, they would know that this flame was so terrifying. At this moment, the two Shura flames were actually going to fight here. For them, this was the greatest confrontation of power. That terrifying aura that was rolling out was incomparably frightening. The aura at the top of the sky had become so terrifying. It seemed that except for the two powers, everything had lost its temperature. The two flames soared at the same time and then moved forward. At this moment, Nana Rusty sighed helplessly. I knew it, this kid. He felt helpless in his heart. This kid was really too competitive. Forget it, since he was like this, perhaps it was a good thing. It was not good to always consider things from the perspective of an experienced person. There were many things that one had to experience before they could understand many of the principles behind them. At this moment, his power was constantly churning. At this moment, his speed had been raised to the extreme. At this moment, the two flames turned into huge flame pythons at the same time. The terrifying power immediately erupted at this moment. At this moment, the violent power was constantly moving at this time. The terrifying aura was simply terrifying. Whether it was the ordinary Shura or the green-faced Shura, at this moment, the expressions on their faces were not good. The power of these two guys had actually reached such a level. They were both green-faced Shura, but how could his power be so strong? There was simply no justice in this world. The extremely terrifying aura had already explained everything. They were both green-faced Shura, but why was the gap between them so huge? It was as if they were born to be superior. As for the rest of them, they could only serve as foils forever. The flame pythons directly began to fight. The fight between the two terrifying monsters immediately caused countless terrifying flames to appear in the surroundings, and the terrifying aura continued to surge. That kind of power was almost indescribable. At this moment, the terrifying power was like a terrifying shadow that was constantly thrown down, and the terrifying flames directly spread to the surroundings. At this moment, the domineering power of the Shura fire was displayed to the extreme. It was also at this moment that a light shadow suddenly appeared in the Blood River Tower. The light shadow flickered, and immediately enveloped the two of them. It was the other experts in the Blood River Tower who had made a move. If they didn't stop them, the power of these two fellows would continue to spread. Who knew how many people would die in their hands? The power of these two guys was really too terrifying. Even the green-faced Shura felt a little helpless. To be able to become a green-faced Shura, their talent was naturally unimaginable. But back when they were still green-faced Shura, who could reach such a level? These two people were the true geniuses of the heavens. In front of them, even if his cultivation had already surpassed theirs, he would still be overshadowed. Fortunately, they were still green-faced Shura now. This was what they were thinking at this moment. This was really something that made them feel helpless. At this moment, the fight between Su Yan and him had changed again. One of the flame pythons directly rose into the air, and violent power continued to sweep, until in the end, it directly pressed down from the sky. That was Su Yan's Shura fire. In the battle of Shura fire, Su Yan won. Su Yan's control of flames was taught by the flame tyrant, so he was naturally very proficient in it. It was definitely not difficult for him to defeat his opponent. However, this surprised the surrounding people. One had to know that Su Yan's opponent was Aina, an invincible figure in the green-faced Shura. But at this moment, he had lost. Just how strong was Su Yan? Just how strong was he? What happened next made their hearts jump out of their chests. At this moment, an extremely high-pitched sound was heard. It was a sound that many of the Shura had never heard in their lives, but Su Yan knew that it was a dragon's roar. At this moment, his flame python was emitting the majesty of a dragon. At this moment, the flame python that was struggling to resist finally couldn't bear it anymore. Its power kept twisting, as if it was about to collapse, but this was just the beginning. Later on, this power kept entrenched, and Su Yan's Shura fire began to devour it. Chapter 960. Female Literature, the Shura fire devoured the Shura fire. What's going on? At this time, the Shura people's minds couldn't process what was happening. Such a phenomenon was really terrifying to the extreme. Using fire to devour fire, let alone seeing such a scene, they probably never thought of it before. But this Su Yan in front of them did it. And what he devoured was Aina's fire. Such a change was simply terrifying. Boundless power rolled at this time, and the terrifying aura was also constantly changing at this time. The flame continued to change, and soon, it changed from a flame python to a flame dragon. At this time, Aina's expression had become extremely ugly. In fact, he already knew that his attainments in the Shura fire were not as good as Su Yan's. This was something that Sui Xiong had already said, but he was not convinced. He wanted to know how much better Sui Xiong was than him in this aspect. However, at this time, he found that the gap between him and Sui Xiong was so big. He actually began to devour his Shura fire. This was already unbearable for him. Damn it, how can his Shura fire be so powerful? Aina's expression became extremely ugly. However, he also knew that if this continued, his fire would be directly devoured. At that time, it would be really too late. So, he directly used his power to take back the Shura fire. However, at this time, his expression changed. His Shura fire was actually out of his control. At this time, Su Yan suddenly smiled softly, and Aina immediately felt that the strong suction force disappeared. He took back the Shura fire. But at this time, his expression was still ugly. Because he knew very well that this Shura fire was actually released by Su Yan. If Su Yan had not released it, it would not be so easy for him to take back the Shura fire. Although he didn't specialize in Shura fire, he still spent a lot of effort on it. If the Shura fire was completely devoured, then his power would be severely damaged, and even his own source would be damaged. This was absolutely intolerable to him. However, this guy seemed to know his limits and immediately pulled back. However, for Aina, this was not something he could accept. Because this meant that he was no match for this guy. If he hadn't pitied her, she would have been in an even worse state. He took a deep breath and said, "Your Shura fire is indeed powerful, but I lost in this aspect. I am much worse than you." Although he was angry, he was not a sore loser. A loss was a loss. If one didn't even have the courage to admit defeat, that would be a true failure. Then, let's begin the second round of the battle. At this moment, he unsheathed the dagger in his hand. Almost everyone knew that Aina was good at using the saber. However, the others also knew that he was good at using the saber, but he never used it lightly. This was unless he encountered someone who he felt was worthy of fighting. When he fought against the green-faced Shura, he hadn't used his saber for a long time. Even when he fought against the number 1 green-faced Shura under the King of Destruction, who was known as the Little King of Destruction, he had only taken out his dagger after 178 rounds of battle. However, at this moment, he had already taken out his dagger when the battle had just begun. This made everyone extremely shocked. Was this green-faced Shura called Su Yan really that powerful? Aina was indeed an extremely powerful person. The moment his dagger appeared, it was as if all the light in the world disappeared at this moment. A sharp aura silently spread to the surroundings. Such power could be said to be terrifying. In fact, the surrounding people were far enough away from the battle, but at this moment, they still felt that their faces were somewhat painful. Perhaps this was just a psychological illusion, but it also showed how heavy and terrifying Aina's dagger aura was. At this moment, a red spear appeared in Su Yan's hand. He was now a Shura, so he would not use his power. The crimson spear was the weapon he had snatched from Cole. This style of spear was very common in the Shura world, so there was nothing special about it. Compared to Aina's terrifying aura, Su Yan's aura was much more ordinary. There was no sense of overbearingness around him at all. Judging from the aura alone, Aina was going to win. However, a real powerhouse knew that although aura was important, it was definitely not the deciding factor. In terms of aura, Su Yan was indeed at a disadvantage at this moment. However, at this point, how could they still dare to underestimate Su Yan? He had already proven everything with his strength. He defeated the 3 azure-faced Azuras in a single stroke of his hand. In the previous battle with Aina's Shura fire, he had won with an absolute advantage. At this point, if anyone still thought that Su Yan was weak, then they would be the real idiot. Come on, if you let me make the first move, then you'll be very passive. He said so straightforwardly, obviously very confident in himself. There was no reason for him not to be confident. Aina's battle record was just too strong. At this moment, Su Yan said, okay. Since he wanted him to make the first move, then he would make the first move. This was not a lack of confidence in himself, but a kind of calmness and indifference. Since he said okay, then he made the first move. Su Yan's speed was very fast. In an instant, a flash of light appeared. His attack was very direct, rushing toward Aina. Everyone knew what Su Yan was thinking at this time. He was going to fight head-on. He was going to fight Aina head-on. Aina's most praiseworthy trait was her strength. Blade techniques were the path of the strong and fierce. Shura's blade technique was even more so. When the blade fell, gods and ghosts would be killed. The terrifying aura was enough to devour everything. Seeing Su Yan directly rushing toward him, Aina's aura immediately calmed down. His blade aura became even more violent. At this moment, the blade aura suddenly began to concentrate on his body. It was like a terrifying vortex. The terrifying aura of the storm was so terrifying at this time. At this moment, the blade aura swept out, and at this time, it turned into an endless and terrifying edge. When the blade fell, the world was silent. This was Aina's most powerful blade technique, Shura's blade of extinction. His idea was very simple, and that was to determine the winner with one blow. He could feel that Su Yan was an unprecedented enemy. Otherwise, he would not have let Nana Shio praise him so highly. In a battle between real experts, although the winner would not be determined by one level, the first blow was very important. If one could gain an advantage in the first blow, then it was equivalent to gaining the absolute initiative. At this time, Su Yan was the one who took the initiative to attack. If he was directly counterattacked by Aina, then it would be the beginning of his defeat. Aina let Su Yan make the first move, not only because he had absolute confidence in himself, but also because of his own calculations. Just as Aina's aura continued to sweep, Su Yan's spear finally began to change at this time. When a little red light appeared, it was as if the entire universe had changed at this time. At this time, that terrifying power rolled out. Then, everything gathered in the spear. The blade was a domineering weapon, and the spear was a fearless weapon. Su Yan was a swordsman, but that did not mean that he was not familiar with other weapons. Before he was reincarnated, he had tried all kinds of weapons. In the end, he chose to use a sword. This time, he held the spear in his hand. This feeling was completely different from before, but at this time, he was also completely different from before. At this time, he had a sword in his heart, and he was a swordsman. When he hid a spear in his heart, then the spear was his divine weapon. At this time, the power of the seal of inheritance in Su Yan's body was directly stimulated. That was the inheritance of a Shura king. Even the people of Aganda's family were unable to fully exert this power. The most talented Aganda's family became the Blue Mask Shura because of this. Although Su Yan was able to analyze it, it was naturally impossible for him to unleash this power in such a short period of time. However, he did not need to fully exert it. As long as he could understand the essence of it and then integrate his own understanding, it would be enough to exert the most terrifying aura. Startling dragon. Su Yan lightly shouted. At this moment, his long spear actually glowed with a brilliant light. The light was like a dragon roaring unhindered. At this moment, the storm of blade chi and the dragon-shaped spear finally met. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and they met in an extremely short instant. However, to many people, it seemed like an extremely long time. In everyone's eyes, the two powers were slowly clashing. However, they did not know that the two powers were continuously clashing, erupting with the most powerful light. Many Shura's eyes could not keep up with the changes in power at all. Only the top-tier Blue Mask Shura could see the true changes at this time. At this moment, the berserk power was in the most terrifying confrontation, and the terrifying changes in auras seemed to have surpassed a certain limit. That kind of power was simply too terrifying. At this moment, the expression of one of the Blue Mask Shura in the Blood River Tower suddenly changed. It was this Blue Mask Shura who had set up a barrier to prevent the power of the battle from spreading out and causing harm to the surroundings. But at this moment, he discovered that it was actually difficult for him to maintain this barrier of power. At this time, he did not care about his face and directly shouted to his companion, "Don't be in a daze, quickly come and help me." At this time, the other Blue Mask Shura did not say anything and directly displayed his power. Chapter 961. Female Literature. After the addition of the power of the other blue-faced Shura, the defense finally calmed down. However, although the barrier had calmed down again, the two of them were still unable to calm down. But the two of them couldn't calm down. A battle between two blue-faced Azuras required two blue-faced Azuras to maintain the barrier. What kind of monsters were they? At this moment, the Crimson Dragon Spear and the terrifying Blade Storm continued to attack at this time. After an unknown amount of time, the power finally erupted. Both Su Yan and Aina were unable to remain where they were and were forced to retreat. Both of their expressions changed. At this time, many people were amazed. A draw, it was actually a draw. This exchange of blows was actually a draw. Previously, when Copperbone, and Wu, and Mu Hu appeared, there was a domineering aura. But at this time, they only had amazement and fear. These two people were too strong. Aina was definitely recognized by the Blood River King for a reason. The three of them had never really fought with Aina, so they were still quite dissatisfied with Aina's status. When Aina ordered them to attack, Copperbone was actually not convinced. But at this time, how could he dare to have such thoughts? At this time, Copperbone had also woken up. After all, Su Yan did not kill him. When he woke up, it was just as Aina's terrifying power and Su Yan's stunning sharpness clashed. That terrifying impact caused his mind to be alarmed once again. He felt that if he was in the battlefield, he would probably be killed directly. Such power was simply insufferably arrogant. As for Su Yan, he felt even more apprehension and even fear towards him. Su Yan had such power. If he had wanted to kill him directly, it would not have taken him much effort at all. There was a word called fear. Perhaps when he experienced it, he might not feel it, but when he recalled it, he would feel incomparable fear. Of course, no one cared about his thoughts now. After experiencing the first attack, everyone was paying attention to Su Yan and Aina's follow-up. At this time, the strange thing was that after the first exchange, the two of them did not continue to attack. Su Yan's gaze was calm, his power slowly flowing. Fighting was indeed the last way for him to improve his strength. After this experience, his analysis of the inheritance imprint had actually deepened a little. Being able to directly analyze the Shura king's rules was an extremely rare opportunity. Although the heaven's will of this world was against him, his luck seemed to be quite good. In fact, this attack was nothing to Su Yan. The green-faced Shura was only at the level of a dragon realm. Although with Aina's strength, this attack was almost comparable to that of a venerable. At this time, for Su Yan, it still did not matter. However, he wanted to stabilize the Shura's power after his analysis to make him stronger. At this time, Aina was mobilizing an even more powerful power. The previous attack was indeed Aina's strongest attack, but it was not the ultimate power. He still had his own trump card. Back when he was facing the Skeleton King's blue-faced Shura, he relied on his trump card to injure his opponent, allowing him to escape. He never thought that he would need to use this trump card when facing a green-faced Shura. However, life was always like this. If everything was as expected, it would not be very meaningful. A strong enemy like this suddenly appeared was truly worth looking forward to. Suddenly, one mark after another appeared on his body. They were imprints of human heads one after another. They were blood-colored imprints. At this time, a terrifying power swept over. The violent aura was so domineering that a kind of whining sound suddenly appeared in the sky. It sounded like a wail, but also like a roar. Such power was really too terrifying. At this time, the sky above his head had already changed. At this time, bit by bit, power condensed at this time. This kind of power seemed to have begun to break a kind of boundary. At this time, the two blue-faced Shura's complexion changed again. Damn it, what kind of power is this? It's so terrifying. Not good, I have to calm my mind. This was a battle between Su Yan and himself, but for these two blue-faced Shura, it was also very difficult. What worried them was that Aina's eruption alone was already terrifying enough. What if the person called Su Yan also erupted with such a powerful power? At that time, this power would inevitably become even stronger. At that time, it was hard to say whether they would still be able to defend themselves. At this time, Su Yan's aura was constantly changing. Facing Aina's terrifying aura, he began to use more power. Fortunately, he was able to decipher more of the Azura's power in the previous clash. Outside his body, there was also a light flickering, but this was a completely different kind of power. Two completely different feelings. Aina's aura was vast and boundless, while Su Yan was calm and incomparably calm. This kind of feeling was indescribable. Stable and calm aura, it was simply unimaginable. Well, stop. At this time, a voice sounded. Qin Na Rui. It was Qin Na Rui's voice. In Blood River City, Qin Na Rui's position was extraordinary. His fighting strength was definitely not the strongest, but his position was the most important. Blood River King trusted him very much and entrusted him with the position of the city lord. In Blood River City, no one dared to disrespect him. A blue-faced Shura's strength was not a small matter, not to mention here, he could mobilize the power of Blood River City. This made him even more powerful. At this time, although it was just a soft voice, but the power in it was already extremely powerful. At this time, the violent aura directly pressed down, and immediately suppressed the power of Su Yan and Aina. Let's stop here. In this soft voice, there was a terrifying aura like thunder. Whether it was Su Yan or Aina, after hearing this voice, the power of the two people began to stop at the same time. Such a terrifying and violent power could be considered great. Aina's face showed a trace of unwillingness. He really wanted to fight with Su Yan, he wanted to know, between him and Su Yan, who was the strongest Shura. But Qin Na Rui obviously did not want to give him this opportunity. After being together with Chin Na Roy for so many years, he knew Chin Na Roy's thoughts. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he knew in his heart. Chin Na Roy was protecting himself. He was afraid that he would fail. At least, he did not think that he could win after using the Shura Futu. He was really unwilling. He was so strong, but at this time, he could only rely on Chin Na Roy. Compared to Aina, Su Yen was extremely dignified at this time. The blow just now was really terrifying. Such power was much stronger than that of an ordinary blue-faced Shura. At this time, Su Yen could kill an ordinary blue-faced Shura, but he understood that it was really difficult to win under such power. Unless he could use the Godslayer sword again. However, in the last battle, the God-slaying sword had used up too much of its power. If it wanted to recover, it would need a long time to recuperate. At this time, Su Yan's face was so dignified. He had to prepare for the worst. If his secret was exposed, then the person in front of him would immediately become his most terrifying and powerful enemy. Of course, at this time, Su Yen immediately restrained his mind. He tried to calm himself down and pretend to be suppressed. Today, he had achieved his goal. Su Yan's ultimate goal was the Shura Cave. If he wanted to enter the Shura Cave, then one thing was very necessary, and that was, he had to be good enough. He had to be so good that he could be noticed by those big shots. It was because of this that he directly took the risk and made such a scene. Speaking of which, Aina had helped him. If Aina did not appear, Su Yen would have easily defeated the 3 blue-faced Shura, but he would not have caused such a sensation. But now, it was completely different. Aina's reputation was too great. Everyone knew that he was the strongest of the azure-faced Azuras in this generation. Everyone knew how terrifying his strength was. But today, Su Yen was able to fight with him to such an extent. In the fire of the Shura, Su Yen completely suppressed Aina. In this battle, he and Aina were almost evenly matched. Of course, at this time, everyone was actually very disappointed. How good would it be if the city lord did not intervene? Then, everyone would have been able to see the most exciting battle. Unfortunately, in this world, everything did not go according to one's wishes. The city lord's decision was definitely not something that they could influence. At this time, in the sky, flashes of light were constantly flickering. That was the most terrifying and powerful edge, and it was also the manifestation of the city lord's power. When this power began to fade, everything returned to normal. The boundary that the 2 blue-faced Shura painstakingly created also disappeared. Both of you are very outstanding people. Today's battle is a draw. Su Yen offending the Blood River Tower is a small matter, the Blood River Tower will not pursue it. Moreover, you will be a distinguished guest of the Blood River Tower. Everyone, let's disperse here. His words settled everything. Since he said that he would not pursue it, then no one dared to mention this matter again. Chapter 962. Female Literature. At this moment, the waiter was no longer as arrogant as he was before. His expression was constantly changing. In the world of Shura, strength was everything. He was very clear about this point. At this time, this blue-faced Shura called Su Yen in front of him actually displayed such terrifying strength. He was able to be on par with Aina. Such a person would definitely be able to soar into the sky. Aina was able to have his current status not because he was the person that Nana Shio favored, but because of his heaven-defying battle strength and extremely terrifying potential. And at this time, another person unexpectedly appeared, who was similar to Nana Shio. What was worse was that he actually offended this person. But after all, he was also a person who had experienced great storms and waves. At this time, he immediately calmed himself down. He took a few deep breaths, and then directly said, "City Lord, please rest assured. This little one will definitely treat this distinguished guest seriously." Being able to stand here without collapsing naturally meant that he had his own abilities. First of all, his smooth and slick manner in dealing with people was already very powerful. He had a very clear understanding of himself, and knew that a person like him actually didn't have much capital. When facing those who weren't worth much, he could naturally be arrogant. But when facing a person like Su Yan, the best way was to completely show his respect. Grievance? What grievance? For a person like Su Yan, not to mention going against his wishes and brushing away his face, even if he slapped himself, so what? Maybe this was his own glory. He directly walked to Su Yan's side, and said in the most sincere voice, Su Yan, Sama, I'm really sorry for what happened before. It's also the rules of Blood River Tower. You have the ability, so it's natural for you to teach Black Bear a lesson. After such a big battle, you must be tired. This little one will immediately arrange the best room and the best food for you. Blood River Tower had always spared no effort in dealing with the strong. Of course, the strong referred to the type of people who could be roped in. At this time, Su Yan was clearly alone and only had 2 maids with him. If the Blood River King were to extend an olive branch at this time, there was a very high chance that he would be able to take him under his wing. At this time, the waiter naturally had to do his best to please them. Su Yan nodded calmly. Of course, before that, he still expressed his gratitude towards the distance. In the distance, Rusty revealed a slightly surprised expression. He actually found out where I am. How amazing. Hee, it seems that this kid is still above my expectations. If he could pull this brat to his side, it would be like adding another valiant general to the Blood River King's ranks. In the future, the Blood River King's strength would only grow stronger and stronger, which would also mean that his territory would increase. The increase in territory meant the expansion of resources and everything else. In that case, his strength would naturally grow stronger, and the Blood River King would naturally have more confidence in breaking through to become a ruler. This was why Rusty was valued by the Blood River King, because everything he did was for the sake of the Blood River King. Rusty walked in front of Su Yan and looked at Su Yan with a smile. It's painful. It's really satisfying to be able to fight with you today, but it's a pity that we couldn't determine the winner. This is a pity. If there's a chance in the future, we'll definitely fight again. He spoke so straightforwardly. This person was a typical battle maniac. Among the many green-faced Shura, he was already an invincible existence and had the feeling of a powerhouse being lonely. However, Su Yan's sudden appearance allowed him to have a new opponent. For someone who pursued the path to the peak, how lucky was this? Su Yan smiled and said, I also feel happy, but I don't want to fight with you again. It's too tiring. After hearing Su Yan's words, Aina immediately laughed out loud. At this moment, he did not have that kind of melancholy, only boundless heroism and happiness. Alright, then go and rest today. But you still have to be careful after killing Black Bear. His father is a blue-faced Shura. Of course, I don't think you'll be afraid of a blue-faced Shura. These guys were only born earlier than us. If they don't know what's good for them, they'll die in our hands sooner or later. When Aina said this, he did not hide it at all. Everyone around him heard what he said. This guy was really a lunatic. How dare he slander the blue-faced Shura like this? However, no one would say anything because he indeed had the qualifications to say such words. His strength was simply too powerful. It had even reached a terrifying level. What's more, he had once injured a blue-faced Shura. With the body of a blue-faced Shura, he injured a blue-faced Shura and escaped directly. Such a record was very powerful. At this time, he was already so strong. Then, with the passage of time, when he became a blue-faced Shura, how terrifying would he be? He might even be a powerful figure in the blue-faced Shura. Su Yan was able to fight him to a draw at this time. Moreover, they seemed to be about the same age, so naturally, he had the qualifications to say such words. However, at this time, Su Yan just smiled and said, I won't leave the Blood River Tower for the next few days. The anger of a blue-faced Shura is not something I can bear, but still, thank you for your concern. His words made Aina's smile disappear again. He said it so boldly, but Su Yan did not cooperate with him at all. However, although Su Yan was like this, he found Su Yan more and more pleasing to the eye. He said, okay, Xiaobai, take Su Yan to rest. He cupped his hands and left immediately. Su Yan watched Aina leave and admired Aina in his heart. This Shura did things cleanly without the slightest hesitation. More importantly, he was extremely talented and his combat strength was incomparable. Among the humans of the infinite world, he was probably a figure like the demon's son of the infinite demon sect. Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, and the others were all first-class geniuses, but compared to him, there was still a gap. Moreover, he actually felt hostility towards him for no reason. This showed that his strength was terrifying, and he would become a formidable opponent in the future. At this moment, the waiter known as Xiao Bai walked in front with a smile and led Su Yan to the Blood River Tower. No one dared to block Su Yan's path in front of them. That was because the strength that Su Yan had displayed earlier was too terrifying. Moreover, he was decisive in killing. He killed the son of a blue-faced Shura without hesitation. Although his words just now were very cowardly, no one would take it seriously. But no one took it seriously. Who wouldn't dare to bear the wrath of a blue-faced Ashura? Then why didn't he hesitate in the slightest when he killed the black bear? People like that were extremely dangerous. At this moment, the three blue-faced Shura guards of the Blood River Tower had different expressions when they looked at Su Yan. When Tong Gu looked at Su Yan, his eyes were full of fear. The strength that Su Yan displayed was truly terrifying and unparalleled, already to the extent that it made him incomparably fearful. When Su Yan glanced at him earlier, the image of his impending death appeared in his mind almost immediately. After just one exchange, Su Yan had already planted a seed of fear in his heart. Although Mu Hu fared better than Tong Gu, he was also extremely afraid. His end was better than Tong Gu's. At least he didn't pass out on the spot. However, the attack that Su Yan had given him was still fresh in his mind. Best of all, Wu. Although there was also awe and fear in her eyes, there was also a different meaning in them. This was the expression of a hunter when they saw their prey. In her heart, Su Yan had already become Wu's prey. Her strength was naturally no match for Su Yan, but don't forget that she was a female Shura. The hunting between a man and a woman had never had much to do with strength. Interesting. Hee, Su Yan. I have my eyes on you. The waiter brought Su Yan to a new room. When they first entered this place, although Ellen also had money from the Shura, she didn't dare to spend it recklessly. Therefore, she only found an ordinary room. However, that ordinary room was actually luxurious enough to make people feel extremely comfortable. At this time, the waiter brought them to the most luxurious room. This room was more than 10 times bigger than the previous one, and all the decorations in the room were the most luxurious. Even compared to the luxurious restaurants of the humans in the infinite world, it was not inferior to them at all. Ellen and Linda had never seen such a luxurious place in their lives. Even the Aganda family couldn't decorate a room so luxuriously. Therefore, the two of them were naturally amazed at this time. However, Su Yan's face was still calm. Su Yan was only a little surprised by this room. That was all. He came from another highly developed civilization, Earth. Although such decorations were indeed novel, they couldn't be considered luxurious. He found a place to sit down and then closed his eyes to rest. Su Yan didn't want to waste any time. After a big battle, although he was very tired, he knew that the more tired he was, the more suitable it was for cultivation. Here, he didn't have anyone to rely on. The only thing he could rely on was his own ability. The waiter had been secretly sizing up Su Yan. When Su Yan entered this place, he wasn't surprised at all. His eyes were very calm, which surprised the waiter. It was rare to see someone so calm after entering the Blood River Tower's VIP area. Moreover, this person seemed to be cultivating at all times, which made him admire him. It was no wonder that his strength could reach such a level. At this time, he said, "Sir, please have a good rest. I will send someone to bring some food later." Chapter 963. Girls' Literature. The night passed quickly. The service in the VIP room was unimaginable. All of the services were top-notch. Of course, Su Yan did not care about any of this. After all, to him, it was nothing more than a fleeting cloud. A person who truly pursued cultivation would never take these things to heart. Only by pursuing it wholeheartedly would one be able to become stronger. Su Yan had always been a cultivation maniac. At this moment, he was even more crazy about cultivation. His very supreme sword soul was frantically analyzing the Shura's seal of inheritance. To the very supreme sword soul, this was a completely foreign power system. As Su Yan's mastery of the very supreme sword soul gradually deepened, he found that the very supreme sword soul was the most mysterious thing in the world. Not only was its strength terrifying, but it also had the characteristic of being inclusive. It could accommodate any power, even Shura's power, and it could analyze and transform it. If it were not for the very supreme sword soul, Su Yan would have been killed by Heaven's will when he first entered the Shura realm. But now, he had turned into a Shura. As long as he hid his soul's aura, no one would be able to find out. Only the very supreme sword soul could have such an ability to deceive the world. It was no wonder that the Godslayer sword valued the very supreme sword soul so much. When he fought with the Dragon King last time, in order to be able to use the very supreme sword soul's power for a short period of time, it even gave him a trace of its sword's will. Although it was a very dangerous time, Su Yan now thought about it carefully. At that time, the Godslayer sword must have had other tricks up its sleeve. However, at that time, Su Yan was already in an extremely dangerous situation. Under the pressure of the crisis, Su Yan had no choice but to agree to these. Compared to an existence like the Godslayer sword, he was still too weak and had been directly schemed against. But it did not matter. Although the Godslayer sword had gotten what it wanted, he had also gained a lot. At the very least, if it wasn't for the Godslayer sword intent, he definitely wouldn't have been able to reach this point. In fact, no one lost out in this transaction. As for what would happen in the future, that would depend on the future. For Su Yan, the most important thing now was to analyze the situation. The power of the Shura world was incomparably overbearing. It was actually a different system from the infinite world. He had a feeling that if he could completely analyze the power of the Shura world, his strength would increase again. Everything could only be done one step at a time. He didn't know what was happening in the infinite world, whether the demon plan had begun, or whether Lu Lan was still alive. All of this was out of his expectations. He was actually very worried. However, he knew that his worries were useless. All he could do was to make himself stronger and return to the infinite world as soon as possible. Lu Lan, wait for me. These words seemed to be Su Yan's motivation. That night, Su Yan spent the rest of the night quietly cultivating. Ellen and Linda, the two women, began to enjoy themselves comfortably. In fact, their hearts were still a little heavy. Ellen was better. Her personality was also considered decisive. In fact, she had already accepted her role at this time. However, Linda was different. She was still afraid. However, the terrifying strength that Su Yan displayed today and her current gains had already made her hide this worry in her heart. The night passed quietly. And on the other side, Aina, have you recovered? You're also reckless. You actually started to use the forbidden technique. Don't you know the price of using this method? When Aina walked in, Nana Rusty said helplessly. At this moment, Aina smiled and said, well, I was wrong. It's just that it's so difficult to meet such a powerful guy. It really makes my blood boil. I really want to have a showdown with him. At this moment, Aina's eyes were still shining with a blazing brilliance. Obviously, he was very regretful that he didn't make the last move. After he used the Shura Futu, his strength was extremely terrifying. At that time, he was able to injure a blue-faced Shura. At this time, his strength was even more powerful than before. If he released it at this time, it would probably be even more terrifying. However, he could also feel the terror of Su Yan's attack. That powerful strength seemed to be no less than his. Therefore, even though half a day had passed, he was still reflecting and calculating at this time. Like Su Yan, he was also a cultivation maniac. In fact, if they weren't so persistent in cultivating, how could they have today's achievements? No matter which world it was, there was always a price to pay for everything. Many times, instead of being envious of how good others were, it was better to think about how hard others worked. As long as he thought about this point clearly, he would be able to continue to improve. It's just that too many people forget this point and are jealous of others' good luck or something else. Jinna smiled bitterly, then said, "This Su Yan, although I don't know where he came from, I'm basically sure that he has nothing to do with the King of Destruction." Carlot and Arthurs also seem to be very unfamiliar with him and are still analyzing his strength. Hearing Jinna words, Aina said, "That's not good, we can draw him over. This guy makes me feel very dangerous." Aina's intuition is extremely powerful and terrifying. He seems to be a person blessed by the supreme Shura god. Jinna, tell me, in your opinion, if I were to fight with him in the last move, who would have a higher chance of winning? Aina asked. "Don't worry, I just want to know the true strength of each other." Aina was afraid that Jinna would misunderstand his unwillingness, so he said this. Jinna shook his head and said, "It's really hard to judge. His attack is also extremely terrifying. It seems to be able to move the surrounding power. That might be the means of the King of Shura, but looking at his application, he doesn't seem to be familiar with it, so he shouldn't be able to exert its full strength, so it's really hard to judge. Aina, go and invite this Su Yan over tomorrow. With such a strong person, as the city lord of Blood River City, I naturally have to do my part as a host." Tan Nushio's words clearly indicated that he wanted to invite Su Yan. Aina said, "Okay, I'll go there myself tomorrow." "What about the bare-faced Shura?" At this time, he suddenly asked. Today, the black bear who was killed by Su Yan, his father was the bare-faced Shura. The bare-faced Shura, as a blue-faced Shura, was also the Shura general. His strength was not weak. If Jinna did not rely on the power of Blood River City, he was afraid that he would not be his opponent. And now, his two characters were dead. Presumably, he wouldn't give up so easily. When such a strong person, when he wanted to kill someone, it was actually a very troublesome thing. Shura, especially the powerful Shura, each one of them was a rebellious person. How could he let go of such a grudge of killing his son? Jinna also frowned. This Su Yan, in the end, was too impulsive. But he was not surprised, because all the powerful Shura, which one of them was not an impulsive person? Just like the hyena in front of him, he was like this. If Black Bear offended him like this, he could only end up being killed. At this time, he was facing a more awkward situation. On one side, there was a young expert with unlimited potential, and on the other side, there was a veteran expert who had already achieved strength. It was almost impossible for the two of them to reconcile. Jinna did not even think about it, so he had to choose one of them. Forget it, let them solve their own problems, and we just need to do our own things. Jinna said that he would not help either side, but in fact, he already had the intention of protecting Su Yan. At this time, Aina directly said, "Humph, an old thing, thinks that he is infallible, and thinks that he has some strength, so he wants to jump up and down. In fact, I have not liked that Black Bear for a long time, but this Su Yan did what I wanted to do. Where there are people, there will be struggles." Jinna was the city lord, and this position was personally given by the Shura Blood River King. But not everyone was convinced, and this bare-faced Shura was one of them. One of the most important factors was strength. His strength was above that of Jinna, so he felt that he was the most suitable person for this position. He had always coveted the position of city lord. And the reason why Black Bear was so unscrupulous was also because of his indulgence. In fact, everyone knew his purpose, which was to bring some instability to Blood River Tower. Of course, this was actually just a small trick. However, Aina had not liked him for a long time. Jinna and him were teacher and friend, and there was even a faint father-son relationship. The bare-faced Shura did not respect Jinna, so it was strange that he had a good impression of the bare-faced Shura. "Well, Aina, don't talk nonsense. You have to remember, before your strength reaches the level of a blue-faced Shura, don't easily provoke a blue-faced Shura. Do you think that because you can hurt a blue-faced Shura with a secret method, you don't care about all the blue-faced Shura? At this time, Jinna Roy's tone had become very serious. Aina said, "Don't worry, I will not be arrogant, but I will not belittle myself. I will invite Su Yen tomorrow." If it was another person who said this to Aina, he would not be happy, but it was Jinna Roy, so he would not be like this. Chapter 964. Female Literature. Early the next morning, Aina had already appeared in the Blood River Tower. Aina's reputation had always been very resounding, but many people had never seen him in action. Therefore, although many people were wary of Aina, they were not afraid of him. It wasn't until the battle yesterday that they understood how powerful and terrifying a genius was. At this point, no one dared to disrespect him. Even the blue-faced Shura didn't dare to be arrogant when he saw Aina and showed his goodwill. Aina also responded kindly. In fact, according to his personality, he didn't like this. But at that time, he was clinging to that rusty request. He went in front of the waiter and said, "Xiao Bai, did you settle Su Yen down yesterday?" When the waiter saw Aina coming, he had already come up to serve him. When he heard Aina's question, he immediately said, "Lord Aina, don't worry. This little one has already arranged the best room for Lord Su Yen and provided the best service." "That's good. I know you are a smart person, so don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. You know what I mean," Aina said casually. The waiter hurriedly nodded. "Lord, do you want to see Lord Su Yen? This lowly one will pass on the message to you." He immediately activated the communication artifact. At this time, Su Yen was still in deep thought with his eyes closed. Ellen received the message and then carefully walked to Su Yen's side. "Master, I just received news that Lord Aina is looking for you," Ellen said in an extremely soft and gentle voice. She was afraid that her voice would disturb Su Yen, but at this time, it was Aina who came, so she naturally didn't dare to be careless. Su Yen said, "I know. Calculating the time, it should be about time." Yesterday, he had already shown great strength, and he had a general understanding of the situation in the Shura realm. Therefore, if this city lord wasn't stupid, he would naturally come to recruit him. This time, Aina came in person, which showed that this city lord valued him. He tidied himself up and said, "Ellen, come with me. Linda, you wait in the room and have a good rest." These two women, Su Yen couldn't say whether he liked or disliked them. After all, to him, these two people were destined to be passers-by. Of course, if one had to say, Su Yen valued Ellen more. Linda didn't have her own opinions, and was more easily swayed. Letting her come in contact with outsiders would be more dangerous. Of course, Su Yen didn't really care because he could directly cut off this danger. But more or less, it would be more or less. As for Ellen, her mind seemed to have changed these 2 days. Hearing Su Yan's order, Ellen's face lit up. Linda, on the other hand, was terrified. She was always afraid of Su Yen. "Huh, brother Su Yen, you look good today. It seems that you had a good rest." When Aina saw Su Yen, he took the initiative to greet him. At this time, he was really very surprised. In yesterday's battle, he had consumed a lot of energy, but with the help of Shou, he was able to recover his energy in a short time. But what about Su Yen? Although he lived in the best room in the Blood River Tower, after all, he didn't have the cooperation of spirit items. It was actually more difficult for him to recover, but at this time, he didn't look tired at all. This made him think more highly of Su Yen. "Thank you for the care of the city lord," Su Yen said. "By the way, brother Su Yen, my city lord has set up a banquet and wants to invite brother Su Yen to the banquet. While we are at it, we can have a chat. What do you think?" In the entire Blood River city, Su Yen was the only one who could make Aina personally invite him. The people who were active in the Blood River Tower had already noted this point. Su Yen said, "It is naturally Su Yan's honor to be invited by the city lord." This was Su Yan's goal, so how could he refuse? Although he had read the memories of a few people, those people's understanding of the Shura world was too one-sided, so they didn't know too much crucial information. It was a pity that the blue-faced Shura Aganda had been killed by him, and his soul had been scattered. If he could read his memories, it would be much better. Of course, this was just a thought. Su Yan was able to kill the blue-faced Shura, but if he wanted to read the memories of the blue-faced Shura, he might not be able to do it. If he didn't do it well, he might end up making a fool of himself, which would be terrible. This meeting with the city lord was a good opportunity for him to better understand this world. Of course, meeting with the city lord was also a good opportunity. How strong was the city lord's mind? The memory of the power he had displayed that day was still fresh in his mind. If he had any special means to directly discover Su Yan, then he would have to run away immediately. This was also the reason why Su Yan didn't bring Linda out. As for Ellen, when he passed on his power to her and raised her potential, he also planted a heart-locking seal in the depths of her soul. This was a change of the puppet seal, which could lock the mind. As long as the master's mood didn't change too much, it could lock her mind. Oh, that's good. But it's still early, why don't you let me take you to visit the Blood River City? Aina politely invited. Su Yan naturally wouldn't refuse. In fact, Su Yan also wanted to know more about the Blood River City. As an outsider, for a strange place, it was necessary to be familiar with it. Only in this way would he be able to plan for the future step by step. Today, even if there was no invitation from Aina, Su Yan already had this plan. But at this time, with Aina leading him, it couldn't be better. He already understood the identity of Aina, his status was very high, with him leading him, he could save a lot of unnecessary trouble. The two people ate some food, and then left the Blood River Tower, and began to tour the Blood River City. But at the moment when the two people left the Blood River City, a person quietly disappeared into the shadows. Su Yan's powerful spiritual consciousness had already discovered the existence of this person, but he deliberately didn't say anything, because in his opinion, this was already unnecessary. There was no need to say anything, he could already guess the identity of this person. After all, he had just killed his son yesterday. A blue-faced Shura, if he didn't care about this, then it was really too exaggerated. But Su Yan didn't care about this. He could see that the city lord and Black Bear's father didn't have a harmonious relationship. This was a very simple reason. If the relationship between the two of them was really good, then when he made a move, the city lord should have stopped him. Unfortunately, he didn't, and instead let him do as he pleased. Su Yan didn't believe that the powerful city lord didn't have the ability to stop him. If that was the case, then this city lord was just a joke. Not to mention, he could clearly see that at that time, Aina had already arrived. Su Yan made such an extreme action, admittedly with the idea of killing the chicken to warn the monkey, but also to probe. He succeeded in getting the information he wanted. This was already enough. The choice between the Blood River City Lord and the blue-faced Azura was actually a very simple matter. To be able to become the City Lord, he must have his own outstanding points. At least, he could easily get close to the Blood River King. So Su Yan naturally chose to side with him. He hoped to be able to get close to the Blood River King through this person. Of course, Su Yan also knew that the foundation of everything was based on his own strength. On the other side of the Blood River City, in a mansion, a strong man directly smashed a bluestone table into pieces. This bluestone was very hard, generally speaking, it was enough to forge a sharp sword. Moreover, it was obvious that this stone table had been polished by a master. It was very sturdy. However, in front of this person, it directly turned into powder with a single grab. This showed how powerful this attack was. Humph, what an arrogant kid, you actually chose to leave the Blood River Tower today. Humph, you dared to kill my son, so do you think I will let you live? Following that trash, it seems like you want to rope this kid in. Unfortunately, I will let you know that my anger is not something that anyone can bear. Sir, let us take action and capture that kid. At this time, a blue-faced Shura stood up and said. This blue-faced Shura was already quite old, but his body didn't have the slightest bit of Twilight's aura. Instead, it had an indescribable sharp aura. He was the #1 warrior under the bear mask Shura, Liam O. This Liemo rarely took action, but many people said that he was enough to fight Aina. Aina had already fought with almost all of the blue-faced Shura in the Blood River City, but this one was the only one he hadn't fought. In fact, Aina had actually provoked this Liemo many times, but unfortunately, this Liemo had never taken action. No need, this time I will go personally. The bear mask stood up. Liemo said, General, won't this give people a reason to talk? If a blue-faced Shura personally took action against a blue-faced Shura, people would indeed gossip. The bear mask said, this seat's son is already dead, why would I care about this? Moreover, Liemo, do you have the confidence to defeat Aina? Liemo said expressionlessly, we will only know after we try. Although his answer was very calm, one could still see his powerful confidence. Aina was already a first-rate genius, even praised by the Blood River King himself. For the blue-faced Shura, the name Aina was almost a taboo. From this, one could see how powerful Aina's battle strength was. But at this moment, he actually showed enough confidence. Chapter 965. Female literature. He was definitely not someone who spoke without thinking. For him to be able to say such words, it meant that he had absolute confidence in himself. Bareface continued, you'll only know after you try. Does that mean you're not completely confident? Liemo said, Aina's Shura Stupa is too domineering. It's a pity that he didn't use it completely that day. Otherwise, I would have been able to see his limits and even find his flaws. At that time, he wouldn't be worth mentioning in front of me. Liemo was truly confident. If someone else had said this, they would have been bragging. But it was Liemo who said this. Bareface knew that Liemo definitely had this ability. The heavens were actually very unfair. Aina, for example, had such talent at such a young age. She was practically invincible as she moved unhindered. No one doubted whether he could become a blue mask Shura. Everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before Aina became a blue-faced Azura. He was someone who had received the heavens' attention. And for Liemo, the heavens were undoubtedly unfair. His strength was very strong, and his combat strength was terrifying. He was even confident that he could defeat Aina. Unfortunately, his talent was too poor. Yes, it was talent. Such a powerful blue mask Shura was actually unable to become a blue mask. Liemo had stood at the peak of the blue mask Shura for decades. It had been such a long time. He was clearly only a step away from that step, but in the end, he was unable to break through that step. This was his sorrow. It was like a curse, and the one who cursed him was none other than the supreme god of Shura. He didn't know why the great god of Shura was targeting him. Sometimes, even Bareface wondered if he would have gone crazy if he were Liemo, or if he would have given up on himself and given up on cultivation to enjoy life. But Liemo didn't. He had never given up on making himself stronger. Even if the chances were slim, it was still the same. After so many years, his battle prowess increased step by step, but his realm did not loosen in the slightest. When he became famous, Aina might not even have been born yet. By this time, Aina's reputation had long surpassed his. Sigh, Liemo, I know your battle prowess is strong, but so what if you can defeat Aina? Don't forget, there is still Su Yen with a mysterious background. This was a fact. There was no need to mention Su Yan's strength. Aina had already proven Su Yan's strength. That was an expert who wasn't any weaker than Aina. In fact, he might even be stronger than Aina. Facing the combined forces of these two, Liemo did not have the slightest chance no matter how powerful he was. Liemo obviously knew this as well. Liemo, you go fight with Aina later. I will capture Su Yen. Bareface said directly. Liemo nodded and said, okay. Bareface thought for a moment and suddenly said, Liemo, I know you don't believe in fate. In fact, I don't either. If we Shura believe in fate and believe that everything is arranged by God Shura, then it will be sad. So, no matter what, we have to rely on ourselves. This might be a chance for us to break the curse. Bareface continued, losing a son to me is naturally very sad and angry, but you don't know, at this time, I am very excited, because I see hope. At this time, Liam suddenly looked up. Yes, I see hope. I watched the battle between the two through special means. I am sure that the green-faced Shura called Su Yen must have an inheritance, the inheritance of a king. At this point, his eyes were burning with passion. Whether it was fighting for the position of the city lord or fighting hard, in the end, he only had one goal, and that was to become stronger. Only by making himself stronger would he be able to achieve all that mattered. And now, he saw this opportunity. That was Su Yen. He was the best of the blue-faced Shura and had reached the peak of the Shura general. He was only one step away from the position of Marshal Shura. However, this step was something he had been unable to cross. This time, he saw the inheritance on Su Yen, and it was very likely that it was the inheritance of a king. He believed that Qin Shio must have seen this, so Qin Shio must have tried to recruit Su Yen. Whether it was to obtain the inheritance from Su Yen or to recruit Su Yen, it was a good thing. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Bareface to make Su Yen submit, but it was also impossible for him to give up like this. In that case, he would snatch it. Wasn't the Shura always like this? The inheritance of a king? I know. Li Mo's expression had already become excited. Brother Su Yen, do you see this long river of blood? This long river directly runs through the entire city. It is said that the place where it originated is the core of the Shura realm. Although this is only a rumor, it still made it the holy land of Blood River City. You must have thought that Blood River City got its name because of the Blood River King, right? You are wrong. Qin Shio spoke frankly to Su Yen. It is because of this river of blood that Blood River City exists. Back then, our king comprehended the Tao in this long river of blood and directly reached the sky in one step, becoming the king of the Shura. Even Aina had a look of yearning in her eyes when she said this. After all, this was the king of the Shura. How many Shura regarded it as the end of their life? But there were too few who could reach the other side. Aina dared to say that he would definitely become a blue-faced Shura, a Shura general, or even a Shura marshal, but he did not dare to boast that he could become the king of the Shura. This path was truly too arduous. Su Yen understood why he sighed. The king of the Shura was equivalent to the human Tao master. To some extent, it was even more difficult than becoming a Tao master. Since ancient times, there were countless people with amazing talent who died and fell one by one, but they were unable to achieve anything. Looking at this long river of blood, Su Yen was also moved. He felt that there seemed to be an extremely terrifying power hidden in the long river of blood. This power had a great majesty to him. In front of such power, he actually felt that he was so small. Of course, this was not what shocked Su Yen the most. What really shocked Su Yen was that he felt a consciousness in this long river of blood. Although it was an extremely weak and faint consciousness, Su Yen was sure that his perception was not wrong. Moreover, even the Taishang sword's soul palpitated when facing the long river of blood. If there was no one in this place, Su Yen would definitely explore this long river of blood. But at this time, other than the throbbing and rueful emotions that he should feel, he hid all his emotions. The two of them were ready to continue their tour. But at this time, a strong aura suddenly came from afar. Aina, fight with me. A very old but deep voice came directly. At this moment, Su Yen found that Aina's body was trembling slightly. Obviously, he was very excited at this time, or rather, he was very eager. Su Yen probed with his divine telekinesis, and in his divine telekinesis, he saw a ray of light rushing over. The person who came was also an expert. He was a green-faced Shura, and his aura did not seem to be below Aina's. This surprised Su Yen. He originally thought that there would not be many green-faced Shura as heaven-defying as Aina. But at this time, another one appeared here. This was truly an accident within an accident. At this time, Aina said, Liam. You cowardly turtle, I really didn't expect that you would actually take the initiative to appear in front of me today. Su Yan naturally did not know about the grudge between Li Mo and Aina. But he could see that Li Mo was a powerhouse, and Su Yan also keenly felt that there was something strange about Li Mo. At this time, Aina transmitted his voice to Su Yan. Brother Su Yan, you should return to Blood River City later. I will look for you later. His words surprised Su Yan. At this time, Aina continued, this Li Mo is the #1 warrior of the bare-faced general. He is very strong, and is at the absolute peak of the green-faced Shura. I have provoked him many times, but he did not fight with me. But today, he actually took the initiative to come. I think you should know why he is here. At this point, if Su Yan still did not understand, then he could only be described as stupid. Obviously, this guy had come for him. The bare-faced general? This guy could not help but make a move on him. However, this was also a matter that gave him a headache. If he was not in Blood River City, he would not be sensed by the city lord and the powerful Blood River King. Then, Su Yan would be able to display his strength without any scruples. He might even be able to directly kill this guy and devour his strength. Including Aganda, Su Yan had already devoured the strength of 6 green-faced Shura. This feeling of directly obtaining strength was really intoxicating. Even Su Yan felt that he was addicted. Of course, he actually understood that this kind of strength was definitely not the right way. If he was really addicted to this kind of devouring, his strength would certainly increase rapidly. But for the future, it would definitely not be a good thing. Of course, at this moment, he could not care so much. Okay, you be careful. This was Blood River City, so Su Yan naturally did not dare to act rashly. He still hoped to be able to get the help of the Blood River King. At this time, he directly went to the Blood River Tower. Chapter 966. Female literature. The Blood River was actually not far from the Blood River Tower. With Su Yan's speed, it would not take long for them to arrive. Seeing that Su Yan had already moved, Aina was finally relieved. His gaze fell directly on Li Mo. Old thing, you even made a move for Su Yan. Unfortunately, other than you, the bare face has no one else to show, Aina said sarcastically. At this time, Li Mo said directly, Aina, I know you're not an idiot. You should understand that if you join forces with Su Yan now, then I might die here. But you didn't do that. In the end, it's because your heart is too strong. Li Mo directly saw through his thoughts. He was not wrong. Aina asked Su Yan to leave, not because he wanted to let Su Yan escape, but because he wanted to seize this opportunity. A chance to fight a big battle with Li Mo. Back then, before he became famous, Li Mo was without a doubt the strongest green-faced Shura under the Blood River King. He worked for the bare-faced general. After he'd become famous, one powerful azure-faced Azura after another had been defeated by him. Even the one known as Little Devastation had only been able to fight him to a draw. His strength was recognized by everyone. However, Aina was still unhappy. Because he had not fought with this person, and this person was Li Mo. In fact, Aina was a perfectionist. He wanted to defeat all his opponents. Although no one thought that Li Mo would be a match for Aina, Aina always felt that Li Mo was a thorn in his heart. In the past, he had provoked him many times, hoping that he could defeat Li Mo directly. However, this guy became a coward. No matter what, he did not accept the challenge. But today, this guy actually appeared. Of course, he knew that they were here for Su Yan. However, it didn't matter. The Blood River Tower was just nearby. With Su Yan's ability, entering the Blood River Tower wouldn't be too difficult. And now was the chance for him to have a big battle with the severe devil. The surging Blood River was right beside them. How delightful would it be to be able to fight against such an expert? Therefore, at this time, he had already displayed an extremely high fighting spirit. Li Mo grinned. His green face was filled with vicissitudes of life and ferociousness. Huh, you really are a cute kid. Li Mo's words made Aina exceptionally angry. How dare he call himself a brat? Who does he think he is? Even if it was the bare-faced general, Aina would not put him in his eyes. Very good, you have successfully angered me. Shura appeared. After Su Yan, he once again took out his Shura blade. At this time, the sharp and powerful blade Qi expanded to the extreme. A powerful fighting spirit surged, and even the blood-red river began to boil. It was an invincible will, the most terrifying power. At this time, his aura was constantly surging, like boiling spring water. It was so violent, so intense, so insufferably arrogant. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. At this moment, he wanted to kill. Kill. With an angry roar, the blade was revealed. The terrifying blade Qi turned into a whirlwind, rolling out. Like the water of the blood river, it pressed forward, never looking back. Liemo let out a soft cry. At this time, his palm changed, turning into a terrifying owl-like claw. Then, he suddenly grabbed at the void, and immediately, a blood-red mark appeared. Such a powerful force directly spun out. At this time, the terrifying and powerful aura was constantly changing. At this moment, an extremely powerful force was constantly spinning. That kind of sharpness could be said to be extreme. The first confrontation between the two was so domineering. The power that was stimulated by the two sides was not inferior to the battle between Aina and Su Yan yesterday. It was even stronger. In an instant, the confrontation began. The blade and the claw met, and the two forces turned into two terrifying beasts that began to kill each other. Such a violent movement almost spread throughout the entire Blood River city. The eyes of the experts all focused on this place. Aina, who is he fighting with? Is it Su Yan? The two of them are fighting again. At this time, everyone was boiling. The Shura was belligerent. And such a powerful battle, for them, made their blood boil more than a feast. Although it was only a confrontation between the green-faced Shura. But even the green-faced Shura paid attention to this place. Just as the two people began to fiercely fight, Su Yan was not in a hurry to leave. After he left this place, he stopped directly. His gaze fell on the two people fighting. He was not purely watching the show, but the battle of the Shura in the school. Although he had analyzed a lot of things from the inheritance imprint. Unfortunately, there were some things that were not comprehensive enough. Since he had already started to learn, he would not miss any opportunity to learn. Of course, at this time, he was not in a hurry to leave, but there was another reason. That was, he clearly knew that someone would not be willing to let him leave at this time. Su Yan? At this moment, a voice interrupted his train of thought. This voice was calm and indifferent, but it was imposing without being angry. Suddenly, a powerful divine soul shockwave attacked him. The Shura was not good at the spiritual power. At least under the same conditions, if it was a pure spiritual power contest, compared to the experts of the Wuji world of the same realm, they were at a disadvantage. But this person's spiritual power was very strong. If Su Yan was just an ordinary green-faced Shura, he would have been immediately invaded by the spiritual power. But now, it was different. When the spiritual power entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness, it did not cause the slightest ripple and was directly swallowed without a trace. However, Su Yan still pretended to be a little surprised, and then immediately got rid of it in the next moment. Who is it? Although he was questioning, Su Yan did not seem to be very flustered. Because Su Yan had already discovered this uninvited guest. Su Yan's spiritual power was invisible and very powerful. For Su Yan, as long as he was not facing the Shura king or the existence of Shura martial level, he would not be discovered. If Su Yan guessed correctly, this person who appeared at this time was the bare-faced. This was indeed a powerful green-faced Shura. At least, compared to Aganda, he was obviously much stronger. If Su Yan's estimation was not wrong, his strength had almost reached the peak of the general-level Shura. This was a very terrifying and difficult person to deal with. Compared to his son, the difference between him and him was like heaven and earth. To be able to break free from my spiritual power so quickly, you are indeed not simple. No wonder you are so bold, you actually dared to kill my son. At this time, Su Yan's vigilance against the Shura in front of him had once again increased by a level. His son was killed by him, so it was reasonable to say that he should hate him very much. But at this time, he did not seem to care at all, and just looked at him very calmly. This was a very terrifying enemy, without a doubt. At this time, hatred was a very powerful force, and he could even control people's minds, and people who could control hatred were really terrifying and difficult to deal with. Is it the bare-faced general? Su Yan asked directly. Hee, yes, it's me. You can still be so calm after seeing me, I appreciate you more and more. If you hadn't done something that I can't forgive, I wouldn't have had the heart to kill you. Well, I won't talk nonsense with you, come with me. If so, I can make you suffer less. After saying this, the bare-faced general did not say anything more. He directly stretched out his palm, and immediately grabbed Su Yan. This Blood River city, in the end, was still the territory of Noah Rusty, and he was the city lord here. He was afraid that he would not be able to hide from this guy. If it was a real confrontation, the bare-faced general would not put Noah Rusty in his eyes. But he had the support of the Blood River city. In this city, the bare-faced general was definitely not his opponent. Therefore, he had to be fast, to use a thunderous attack, to directly subdue Su Yan, and then leave in the shortest time possible. With this palm stretched out, Su Yan's surroundings immediately lost color. The aura of this power was not obvious, and it was even suppressed to the extreme. But the majesty revealed was terrifying, and it was simply suffocating. This kind of power, except for the word terrifying, was almost impossible to describe. This kind of powerful power was almost like the light of time. Aina Shura Stupa was actually very terrifying, but compared to this power, it was almost nothing. This was the difference between the two. After all, the blue-faced Shura and the blue-faced Shura were on two different levels. Humph, don't think of resisting, your strength is not bad, and you may even be a threat to the blue-faced Shura, but in the hands of this seat, do you think you can overturn the heavens? As one of the strongest Shura generals under the Blood River King, the bare-faced general naturally had absolute confidence in himself. Not to mention a blue-faced Shura, even if it was a blue-faced Shura, he would be able to directly defeat him with this attack. At this time, a strong sense of crisis surged in Su Yan's heart, and Su Yan felt as if he had fallen into an endless dark space. The bare-faced general's palm actually swallowed the surrounding light. Su Yan knew that this was a critical moment, and he did not dare to be careless, so he directly activated the power of the Shura mark. During this period of time, Su Yan had been analyzing this power at all times, so that his control of the Shura mark became deeper and deeper. Suddenly, the red spear appeared in his hand, and then the power of the mark immediately rushed out, causing the red spear to turn into an extremely terrifying flame snake. Chapter 967. Female Literature. In the darkness, a crimson light burst out at this moment. That crimson light seemed to be a fearless pioneer that wanted to break through all restraints and destroy all darkness. The power kept trembling, and it was almost incomparably powerful. Even the palm of darkness began to tremble slightly at this time. What kind of power is this? It can actually shake my dark Shura palm. It's really amazing. You really do have the inheritance of the Shura king. Su Yan's power made his heart burn even more fiercely. Su Yan's resistance was strong, which meant that Su Yan's inheritance was even more powerful. This was exactly what he wanted. He immediately used an even more powerful power. The power of inheritance is indeed powerful, but it's a pity that your own strength is too weak. A man's wealth will arouse the envy of others. Why do you have to resist? He immediately flipped his hand, and the power of darkness became several times heavier. At this time, Su Yan immediately felt that it was extremely difficult. No, if this continues, I won't be able to escape from his evil clutches. According to Su Yan's estimation, if this were to continue, he would be suppressed by the other party in just a short moment. However, it was even more unworthy to reveal his original power at this time. Because once he was discovered, his entire plan would be ruined, and he would be in even more danger. Moreover, at that time, Su Yan would not only have to face a blue-faced Shura, but also the entire Shura realm. No matter how terrifying his power was, it was impossible for him to fight against someone from the Shura realm. At this time, he kept thinking about his final strategy. No, I can't just give up like this. He was also very clear that if he fell into the hands of this guy in the end, his end would not be too good. The inheritance mark, then I just have to gamble. At this time, Su Yan directly changed his mind, and at this time, a light appeared at this time. That ray of light condensed into a special symbol, but this symbol appeared to be very incomplete at this moment. It was the mark of King Shura. In the Shura realm, if one became the king of Shura, they would have their own royal seal. The inheritance imprint that Su Yan obtained was just like that. Of course, after such a long time of inheritance, this imprint had lost a lot of its power. In these fields, Su Yan was constantly analyzing and nibbling away at the power of this strand of power. Of course, the power contained within was still precious to Su Yan. But no matter how precious it was not as important as one's own life. At that moment, he directly sent out a palm strike. At the same time, he let out a furious roar. Bareface, you old dog, you want to capture me? You must be dreaming. The Azura seal was directly thrown out by Su Yan. At first, Xiong Mian was still ridiculing Su Yan for overestimating himself. At this time, he still wanted to struggle. He wanted to see what kind of means Su Yan had to be able to escape from his power. But in just a moment, he saw it clearly. King Shura seal. At this moment, he was simply torn apart. The struggle in the Shura realm is very cruel. Even the high and mighty Shura kings have fallen. In Xiong Mian's not short life, he once saw the death of a Shura king. Therefore, he was lucky enough to know the King Shura seal. Although he knew that Su Yan might have the inheritance of King Shura, he never thought that he would have the King Shura seal. This seal is the most precious thing of King Shura. Su Yan, a mere green-faced Shura, can get such a precious thing. Sure enough, the heavens are unfair, everything is bullshit. However, at this time, he wanted to laugh out loud. If he gets this thing, although it won't be able to reach the sky in a single step, it will be enough for him to do whatever he wants. At that time, he might be able to break the shackles and become the Martial Shura. And his subordinates, Liemo, can break the curse and improve again. But his dream didn't last long, because at this time, he suddenly found that the Shura seal released a light at this time. At first, he didn't notice it because he was shocked by the King Shura seal, but now he finally saw it clearly. Detonation. What did you do? At this time, he finally roared in anger, but in his anger, there was also fear. Yes, at this time, he was really afraid. Of course, he knew what Su Yan did. He actually detonated the King Shura seal. The King Shura seal is the core of a Shura king's power. There is no doubt about how powerful it is. But at this time, Su Yan actually detonated such a powerful power. This guy, is he crazy or stupid? Is he courting death? Damn it, damn it. He thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that Su Yan would do this. At this time, he suddenly felt a deep sense of fear. The boldness that Su Yan displayed caused his entire person to be extremely shocked. But at this time, it was too late. Su Yan roared again, ha ha ha, old dog, I told you, if you want to capture me, Su Yan, it won't be so easy. So what if you're a blue-faced Shura? I, Su Yan, can still kill you. At this time, Su Yan was so crazy, so hysterical. His voice was drowned out by the terrifying energy fluctuations. At this time, Liemo and Aina, who were fighting on the bank of the bloody river, were all shocked. A terrifying aura appeared out of nowhere. Their attention immediately fell on the place where the terrifying vitality was concentrated. At this time, Liemo anxiously shouted, General. He didn't understand why such a terrifying power appeared in this place, but he knew one thing, and that was that even General Shura couldn't withstand such a terrifying power. It was really too terrifying. Endless light was constantly rioting, and the boundless power was like a terrifying storm that kept spreading. Even the bare-faced general would die. What, that bare-faced guy actually made a move himself. At this time, Aina heard this and immediately understood. Bare-faced guy actually made a move himself. The Blood River King had set a rule that only blue-faced experts and above were allowed to make a move in Blood River City. It was because of this that he felt that Su Yan would be safe and sound if he left alone. Even if bare-faced general sent out more blue-faced experts, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Su Yan. And he himself could take advantage of this opportunity to fight Li Mo to see who was better. But in the end, he underestimated bare-faced guy's determination. He actually made a move himself. Although such an action was not betraying the Blood River King, such an action was already an extremely serious violation of the law. How dare bare-faced? And what made him even more panicked was the sudden burst of power. What the hell was going on? Such a terrifying power had already surpassed the power of a blue-faced Shura general. That aura of nirvana made him completely panic. This terrifying explosion spread out, and it was unknown how many lives would be lost. In fact, in the Shura world, life was not worth much, and a lot of people died every day. But the problem was that this was Blood River City, a city built by the Blood River King. If this city suffered such a blow, the Blood River King would definitely be furious. How dare you? At this moment, an extremely angry voice sounded. Aina naturally recognized that it was Qin Ruo's voice. At this time, along with this voice, a red light appeared. The strong red light, at this moment, was like a huge sliding cover, directly shrouding down. A powerful and terrifying force had covered everything in an instant. At the same time, the Blood River seemed to be inspired at this time, and the long river water at this time actually went against the sky, directly towards the sky. The endless river water at this time formed a huge water dragon. The water dragon crossed the sky, constantly circling. A terrifying and powerful force surged and immediately drowned everything. The boundless waves continued to roll. Qin Ruo. At this time, Aina showed a worried expression. He knew that Naroi was relying on the power of the Blood River City to suppress this terrifying power. He wanted to suppress this terrifying power. He was the city lord of Blood River City, and naturally shouldered the responsibility of protecting this place. However, he was also clear that although he could use the power of Blood River City, Qin Ruo would still have to suffer a heavy blow, and even pay a huge price. When he was fighting against the human race, he was injured. Although he survived with the help of the Blood River King, and even his cultivation stabilized at the level of a blue-faced Shura, the injury had never been cured. At this time, if he consumed so much power, his injury would relapse. Although it would not necessarily take his life, it would certainly destroy his life. At this moment, the entire Blood River City seemed to have come alive. That powerful force had already manifested into an endless majestic aura. Under this terrifying aura, everything was suppressed. The mark of the Shura King was almost completely boiling, and then the most terrifying destructive force would erupt, but at this time, it was actually forcibly suppressed. Such power was simply terrifying beyond compare. The power of the Blood River. At this time, Su Yan, who was in the midst of the power, was shining. He felt the powerful power of the Blood River, and at this time, he knew that he was saved. Just now, he had actually reached a point of desperation. So in desperation, he did the most crazy thing, and that was to detonate the Shura King seal. In fact, his purpose was not to kill the blue-faced Shura bear with the Shura King seal, but to attract the attention of the city lord and even the Blood River King. Chapter 968. Female literature. At such a time, if he didn't want to expose his true strength, and wanted to survive under Bare-Face's hands, this was the only way. In fact, when Li Mo had just appeared, Su Yan had already started to plan. Aina had asked him to enter the Blood River Tower, but Su Yan didn't do so. It wasn't because he was arrogant, but because he already knew that Bare-Face had arrived at that time. If he only cared about rushing, then he might even be attacked from behind by this guy, which might even lead to his death. Su Yan didn't want to die, so he didn't leave at that time, but stayed where he was. It seemed stupid, but at that time, he was already prepared. Of course, he couldn't have calculated everything. That was Bareface's powerful strength. Therefore, he had no choice but to take the risk and make such a terrifying move. Everything just now was really dangerous. If something went wrong, he would be in trouble. However, Su Yan wouldn't easily seek death. If there was no other choice, he could only expose himself and then use the regal sword escape to leave here. Fortunately, this time, he was the winner again. The city lord of Blood River City really intervened, and his strength was so terrifying. Even the explosion of Shura's royal seal was forcefully confined. At this time, Su Yan's heart was trembling with fear. Such a thing was simply playing with his heart. If he was given another chance, he wouldn't dare to do it. At this moment, the river of blood had sealed everything within. Whether it was Su Yan or Bareface, they were already unable to move. At this time, Nana Roy finally appeared. Blue Mask, Su Yan, how dare you? At this time, Nana Roy's complexion wasn't good. Just as Aina had said, he needed to expend too much strength and pay a huge price to activate the power of Blood River City. This directly damaged his foundation, so it would be strange if his complexion was good. You two dare to disobey the king's order, both of you come back with me. The power of the Blood River swept over, and an extremely powerful force rushed over at this moment, and then both of them were swept up. The Shura's royal seal was also taken away by Blood River. Aina, Liamo, you two get the hell over here as well. Immediately after, Rusty's voice rang out again. At this moment, the entire Blood River City was trembling with fear. That power just now was too terrifying. In fact, at this point, many people still did not know what had happened. At this time, Bareface was very angry. He looked at Su Yan and wanted to swallow Su Yan. As for Su Yan, he had a calm expression. On his cyan face, there was even a cold smile. Old dog, if you can't kill me this time, I'll make you pay the price in the future, Su Yan said provocatively. At this moment, he didn't care at all. Even if the seal of Shura was no longer under his control, he didn't care. When he detonated the seal of Shura, he was already prepared to lose the Shura's royal seal. Moreover, before this, his analysis had already reached a certain point. At this time, he simply closed his eyes and rested. As if he had forgotten everything around him. Seeing Su Yan like this, Bareface was even more angry, but he was helpless. At this time, his power was firmly imprisoned by the Blood River, and he couldn't even move. The reason why he couldn't compete with Rusty was because in this Blood River City, Rusty was simply half Ashura's king. This time, he had truly witnessed the terrifying might of the Black Dragon King. At this time, he was naturally very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Now, Rusty was simply an invincible existence. With the terrifying majesty of Blood River City, half Ashura's king was definitely not empty words. At this time, Rusty was in a rage. If he directly killed him, then he would be too wronged. Although he knew that Rusty was very cautious, he and Rusty had always been enemies, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it were him, he would definitely not let this go. Therefore, at this time, he didn't dare to say anything at all. He simply closed his eyes and waited for the follow-up. Of course, in his heart, he knew very well that he was in the wrong in this matter. After all, he had violated the rules of the Blood River King. However, he also had his own excuse, and that was his son was dead. The concept of family in the Shura world was not as important as the concept of the Wuji world. But after all, his son was dead, and it was impossible for him to be indifferent. Time passed bit by bit amidst the silence of the crowd. Not long after, suddenly, a huge movement was heard. They saw that the Blood River had disappeared, and they had actually arrived in a dark and gloomy cell. The atmosphere in this cell was incomparably oppressive, and it gave people a very bad feeling. Su Yan sized up his surroundings, before closing his eyes and concentrating once again. He did not seem to be worried about what had happened to him. But at this time, Bareface roared directly, "Rusty, you old man, how dare you treat me like this?" Su Yan didn't know the meaning of this prison, but Bareface knew very well. This was the place where the serious criminals of the Blood River City were imprisoned. The defensive power of this place was extremely strong, and what was more rare was that there was an extremely powerful and terrifying prohibition here. This prohibition would emit a gloomy aura, and then constantly corrode the vitality of the people imprisoned here. Even some people with stronger cultivation would feel pain here. After all, the power that tortured the vitality was very vicious, and had an extremely terrifying destructive power to the physical body. If an ordinary Azura were to come here, their cultivation would definitely regress without much effort. If time passed, it was possible that he would die here. This was a place where serious criminals were imprisoned, and Bareface was a Shura general under the Shura king. According to reason, he shouldn't be imprisoned here in any case. But at this time, he actually did it, and Rusty actually did it. For Bareface, this was the biggest insult. This was definitely Rusty taking the opportunity to take revenge on him. Even Bareface couldn't sit still at this time. But at this time, he had no other way. It turned out that Rusty had already sealed Bareface's power with an extremely powerful force from the beginning. Of course, Su Yan was the same. At this time, he was a blind bear locked in a cage. He roared again and again, but except for the echoes here, there was no other sound. In the end, he finally swallowed his anger for the time being. Damn it, Rusty, you old bastard, I will definitely make you pay the price, definitely. At this moment, his eyes fell on Su Yan. Damn you, green-faced Shura, you are ruthless. You even dared to detonate the Shura's royal seal. He also resented Su Yan. If Su Yan didn't resist and detonate the Shura's royal seal, he would have already succeeded in his plan. He would have captured Su Yan, obtained the Shura's royal seal, and started his new path. Hearing his words, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes at this time. You old dog, why do you keep barking? You are not tired, but my ears are tired. Can't you be quiet? Towards his enemy, Su Yan would not be the least bit courteous. He directly mocked and ridiculed them. Humph, stupid boy, you are still so complacent at this time. Don't you feel that the gloomy power is eroding your body? Humph, maybe you don't know, then let me tell you. This is the absolute prison. As the name suggests, this is a hell of despair. Here, you will enjoy pain bit by bit. The aura here can corrode your body bit by bit and disintegrate your power. At this time, the bear wanted to continue to speak and let Su Yan know fear, but Su Yan had already spoken. Okay, don't be so complacent, as if you are not locked in here. Are you stupid? If I were you, I would keep my mouth shut. You! The bear was angry again. But at this time, he didn't know what to say. In fact, Su Yan was right. At this time, it was better to save his energy and talk less. After all, at this time, his fate was in the hands of others. At this time, he finally calmed down. After a while, the blue-faced Shura really couldn't bear this anger and finally said, Humph, boy, if I go out, I will kill you. This sentence was calm. Su Yan, haha, in Na Roa's house, Aina stood beside him. Are you all right? Aina was very concerned at this time. He could see that after this, Na Roa's vitality seemed to have weakened a lot. Na Roa was a powerful blue-faced Shura, but at this time, his vitality was only comparable to that of a green-faced Shura. This showed how great the loss this time was. At this time, Na Roa waved his hand and said, It's okay, I won't die for the time being. This is fate. In fact, Aina didn't like Na Roa's words, but for some reason, over the years, Na Roa had become more and more convinced of fate. Maybe all this is the arrangement of Shura, so Aina, you don't have to be sad. Aina and Na Roa had a special relationship. In fact, the two of them were like father and son. At this time, Aina said, It's all my fault. If I didn't want to fight with Liemo, maybe this wouldn't have happened. At this time, Aina felt very guilty. Na Roa had been suppressing the battle desire in his heart. If he couldn't control the desire to fight, he could only become a tool in battle and eventually lose himself one day. Chapter 969. Female literature, but that was never the thought in his mind. In his opinion, fighting was a Shura's natural instinct. A warlike Shura was a real Shura. If a Shura didn't even want to fight, then it was really sad. But today, he found that his belief was wrong. If he didn't fight Li Mo and stayed with Su Yan, maybe Xiong Mian wouldn't show up. At this time, Na Xiao shook his head and said, "Okay, Aina, you've never been such an indecisive person. In fact, you and I both know that Xiong Mian is determined to fight this time. So what if you're here? He'll still fight by force." Na Xiao knew Xiong Mian very well. In fact, the people who know you the most are not your friends, but your enemies. He knew Xiong Mian's character. Once Xiong Mian decided to do something, he would never give up easily. The reason why he let Li Mo lure Aina to fight was to distract Aina. Xiong Mian just didn't want to completely fall out with Na Xiao. But he would never give up his plan because of this. So even if Aina didn't separate from Su Yan, Xiong Mian would still fight. To him, this was just a change of circumstances. From the beginning, I guessed that Su Yan should have a powerful inheritance. I didn't expect it to be the inheritance of a Shura king. The inheritance of a Shura king was very precious. Generally speaking, after a Shura king died, the Shura king's seal would disappear from the world. Only very few Shura king's seals could be passed down through special methods. Bloodline inheritance was one of them. Of course, no family would say that they had the inheritance of a Shura king's seal. The Shura king's seal was very precious, even for a Shura king. When a Shura king got another Shura king's seal, it was possible for him to master a second power, or it could make him stronger. No matter which one it was extremely rare. The Aganda family had passed down this Shura royal seal for many generations, but they had always kept it a secret, not daring to leak it. They knew very well that if this matter was made public, the Aganda family would be destroyed in an instant. A blue-faced Shura was a symbol of power. A blue-faced Shura was enough to protect a medium-sized family, but it definitely couldn't protect the inheritance of a Shura king. Shura's seal. That's right, I really didn't expect it. No wonder I felt an extremely terrifying power from this guy when I was fighting with him. It was as if there was an endless abyss. Aina sighed. When he fought with Su Yan, he did not hesitate to use his strongest trump card because he sensed Su Yan's danger. That was why he wanted to use his greatest strength to directly defeat Su Yan in a single strike. Now that he thought about it, he immediately realized that the terrifying power he felt from Yi Shiwen actually came from this. That aura was so terrifying that it was simply terrifying. It turned out to be the Shura's seal. If that was the case, then it made sense. However, he didn't know that the terrifying aura he felt from Su Yan came from Su Yan himself, not the Shura's seal. After all, the Shura's seal had always been in a state of being analyzed by Su Yan. At this time, Aina suddenly said, "Yi Shiwen, the Shura's seal is an excellent opportunity for you." When he said this, his heart started to beat faster. The Shura's seal was the inheritance of the Shura king. If Yi Shiwen could refine the Shura's seal, then not to mention the lost vitality and old injuries, even breaking through a new realm wouldn't be a big deal. This was a great temptation. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shiwen's face immediately darkened and he scolded, "Presumptuous. Xiao is talking nonsense." Yi Shiwen's face was very serious and even dignified. It could be seen that he was very angry at this time. If it was in normal times, as long as Yi Shiwen showed an unhappy look, Aina would admit his mistake. He respected Yi Shiwen very much. But this time, facing the extremely angry Yi Shiwen, he took a deep breath and said, "Yi Shiwen, I'm not wrong. If you refine it, then, shut up." Yi Shiwen shouted angrily again, and then he said, "You have to remember that everything we have was given to us by the Blood River King. So what if the Shura's seal is given to me? At most, it will make me stronger. At most, I will have one more martial Shura. But what if the Blood River King gets it?" But Aina seemed to have guessed that Yi Shiwen would say this. At this time, he still wanted to say something, but Yi Shiwen continued, "You are a short-sighted person. Why don't you think before doing things? As I said before, everything you and I have is given to us by the king. Only with the king's permission can we obtain it. If the king doesn't allow it and I take it, then I will be digging my own grave." Yi Shiwen had to admit that Yi Shiwen had seen through everything. He had been injured for such a long time. Being able to recover his health was a huge temptation for him. Moreover, as long as he refined the Shura seal, it wouldn't be as simple as recovering his strength. It might even make him a Shura marshal. If the Shura god took pity on him, he might even have a small chance of breaking through and becoming a Shura king. This was an unimaginable temptation for any Shura. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen, Aina would have swallowed the Shura's seal himself. But Yi Shiwen didn't think about it at all. Because he was very clear about one thing, and that was that today, they were able to have such status and such treatment because of Blood River King's bestowal. Putting aside the so-called loyalty, the Blood River King was the most powerful person in the world. If he really refined the Shura's seal, what would the Blood River King do when he found out? Perhaps in a fit of rage, he would only die. He clearly knew that this was just a broken Shura's seal. Even if it was complete, so what? How could he be a match for the Blood River King? And if he died, then what was the point of everything he had done? It wasn't wrong to want to become stronger, and it should be the pursuit of every Shura. However, this must be established under one condition, and that was to be able to survive. If he couldn't even survive, then what was the point of talking about all this? Aina was still too young. He was still too impulsive. But Rusty wouldn't. He had seen everything with his own eyes. At this time, Aina finally fell silent. His body was trembling slightly. Everything, in the end, still depended on strength. He wasn't strong enough. So even if the Shura's seal could help Yi Shiwen recover and make him stronger, they couldn't use it. But if he was strong enough, then he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. The Shura's seal? Just kill a Shura king and take it. At this moment, Aina's heart was incomparably firm. Become stronger, he must become stronger. If he couldn't become stronger, then everything was just empty talk. I will definitely become stronger. Yi Shiwen, there will be a day when we don't have to live by the whims of others. After Aina finished speaking, he left without looking back. Rusty heaved a sigh. He had long regarded Aina as his own child. Seeing Aina like this, he naturally didn't feel good in his heart. Aina, I don't know how long I can live. I just hope that you won't lose yourself in your own pursuit of power. At this time, Yi Shiwen's face became even older. Such a state was simply unbearable. He calmed his aura, and then his expression became solemn. Then, his power began to condense. When the power was condensed bit by bit, a small blood river suddenly appeared in front of him. Although this blood river was very small, it was quite charming. Soon after, the blood river rolled, and then a vague image appeared. "Great Blood River King, your servant Yi Shiwen pays his respects to you," Yi Shiwen said in the most respectful tone. At this time, the vague shadow opened his eyes. "Yi Shiwen, you don't have to do this. I said that this is the privilege I gave you." The shadow's voice was somewhat ethereal, but also very calm. However, Yi Shiwen was still very respectful. At this time, the Blood River King said, "Yi Shiwen, you used the power of the Blood River, and not a small part of it. This caused your vitality to be greatly consumed. Tell me what happened." His tone was very indifferent, and no one could see any emotion from him. At this time, Yi Shiwen gently raised his hand, and a faint blood light appeared, and wrapped in the blood light was a seal. It was the Shura's seal. "Great King, I found a Shura's seal. I offer it to the Great King," Yi Shiwen still said calmly. He didn't have the slightest reluctance, but was full of indescribable sincerity. The vague shadow's aura changed, and then his palm moved slightly, and the Shura's seal flew towards him. Shura's seal? Yes, it is indeed a Shura's seal. Although it has lost most of its power because of the bloodline inheritance, it is still precious. Yi Shiwen, tell me what happened here. The Blood River King said calmly. Yi Shiwen didn't dare to hide anything. He told the Blood River King everything that happened after Carlet and Arthurs entered the city, and then after Su Yan entered the city. Chapter 970. Female Literature. After some time, Naka Roy finally finished his story. Just by telling this story, he was already slightly out of breath. For a blue-faced Shura to reach such a state, it could be seen that he was at the end of his rope. At this time, a bloody light suddenly shot out from the blurry shadow. Naka Roy, you did well. This is my gift to you. Your life force is fading too fast, even I can't do anything about it. However, this Shura's royal seal can make you stronger. The Shura King suddenly said. Naka Roy prostrated himself on the ground and said respectfully, the Shura's royal seal is something that you, the great Blood River King, should possess, but it's not something that a person like me can bear. Naka Roy is a person who deserves to die. Thanks to your special treatment, I've been able to live for so long. I'm already satisfied. The Blood River King was silent. Finally, he said, I'll keep this royal seal for now. Don't worry, since I've said it, I'll definitely do it. I won't absorb the energy here. Once I've comprehended the energy of this king's seal, I'll bestow it to you. Of course, before that, I'll have to meet Su Yan. Since he and Bareface are both in the absolute prison, let them stay for a few more days. Naka Roy said, your will is everything. At this time, he finally chose to leave quietly. The Shura's royal seal. Interesting, it seems very interesting. After Naka Roy left, the Shura King let out an extremely strange laugh. King of Destruction, you think that your battle strength is unparalleled, but this time, I don't know if you can keep being proud. The surroundings became quiet again. After Naka Roy left, he immediately went to rest. He had used up too much energy. However, the Blood River King's bloody light made his body feel much better, and even his life force became more vigorous. Compared to his current physical condition, this was actually a drop in the bucket. However, in reality, this was already a very rare thing. To be able to directly increase the vitality of a blue mask Shura, one could see that the Blood River King himself was extremely powerful and terrifying. And at this time, Su Yan was suffering in the extreme prison. At this moment, Bareface no longer spoke. Instead, he guarded his mind. He was also resisting the pain of the absolute prison. This absolute prison was indeed worthy of being called the Hell of Despair. That sinister and cold aura kept seeping in, and his physical defense seemed to be unable to stop it at all. Even the blue-faced Shura's powerful physical body could not defend against it. He could only rely on his powerful strength to minimize the damage that this terrifying aura could do to him. In the end, Bareface was still very powerful, so when he began to seriously resist the sinister aura, the damage that the sinister aura was able to inflict on him was greatly reduced. However, Su Yan's strength was not comparable to Bareface's. The degree of invasion of the power of the cold air was much greater than that of the Bareface. Therefore, the pain that Su Yan was enduring was naturally much more intense than that of Bareface. However, Su Yan did not give up at all. He continued to circulate his chi of the Most Supreme. The power of the Most Supreme was the most powerful and mysterious power. The cold air kept invading Su Yan's body, bringing him intense pain. However, it also made Su Yan stronger. His power of the Most Supreme was actually analyzing this power, and continuously devouring it. This change was simply delightful for Su Yan. In the depths of his body, the dragon chi was gradually recovering. The dragon head trembled slightly. The cold air that entered Su Yan's body was actually directly assimilated into the dragon head after being converted by the power of the Most Supreme. Time passed little by little, and the accumulation of the aura became even more powerful. Su Yan was pleasantly surprised to find that his strength was unknowingly increasing. He was naturally overjoyed to be able to increase his strength. In comparison, so what if he had to endure some pain? His power continued to circulate, causing more and more cold air to enter his body. He had almost forgotten about the terrifying pain. Unknowingly, 2 days passed in a flash. The speed at which the cold air gathered had increased significantly at this time. Most of the aura gathered towards Su Yan. Su Yan was like a magnet, constantly absorbing the aura. The gloomy and cold air in the absolute prison was already very heavy, and at this moment, it became even heavier. Another day passed, and the cold air grew at a rate that was more than 5 times faster than before. At this time, Bareface finally opened his eyes again. Damn it! Why is this cold air growing so fast? Even for him, it was already very difficult for him to resist at this time. Then, his eyes fell on Su Yan. He found that the cold air around Su Yan was more than 10 times thicker than his. He sneered, this kid has such strength. Although it is rare, it is nothing in front of this cold air. It seems that he can't resist, so the cold air is surging towards his body. I'm afraid he will freeze to death here. At this time, he was naturally gloating. Being able to see his enemy suffer was simply the greatest enjoyment. However, he did not know that the cold air here had become so dense because of Su Yan. He thought that the powerful cold air that could kill Su Yan had made Su Yan stronger. If he knew about this, his expression would definitely be very interesting at this time. Damn it, it has been almost 4 days, but Na Xiu still hasn't let me out. Does he really want to use this opportunity to kill me? At this time, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He was obviously extremely angry with Na Xiu. But now, he was at the mercy of Na Xiu. Other than waiting and blocking the cold air from harming him, there was nothing he could do. In this way, Su Yan concentrated on cultivating, while Bareface waited anxiously. Another 3 days passed. On this day, the door of the extreme prison was finally opened. A weak light pierced through the darkness, and Bareface immediately opened his eyes. It was clearly such a weak light, but at this moment, it was so dazzling to Bareface, but also so intimate and warm. After a while, he finally got used to the light. Under the weak light, he saw 2 people. One of them was Aina, and the other was Li Mo. Seeing Li Mo, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Na Xiu did not dare to do anything to him. After locking him up for a few days to vent his anger, he was forced to let him go in the end. At this moment, Aina and Li Mo had already arrived before them. Under the orders of the Great Blood River King, I summoned Su Yan. After saying that, Aina walked to Su Yan's side. Looking at Su Yan, Aina frowned. At this moment, Su Yan was wrapped in a thin layer of white frost. He looked extremely wretched. Naturally, he knew how terrifying the extreme prison was. Seeing Su Yan in such a state, he could not bear to see it. He did not waste any more words. He unshackled Su Yan and immediately lifted Su Yan up, preparing to leave. At this moment, Bareface coldly snorted and asked directly, "Why are you still not letting me go?" He was also very uncomfortable in this place. Although he was not as miserable as Su Yan, he was definitely not feeling good at this moment. This Aina brat was really outrageous. He thought that he had Na Xiu's support and had been summoned by the Blood River King. He had never put Bareface in his eyes. If there was a chance, Bareface would kill him. However, Aina did not stop. He only said, Bareface General, I did not receive an order to release you. I'm afraid you will have to stay here for a few more days. After he finished speaking, he left without looking back. Impossible, Aina, don't use your position to avenge private grudges. Bareface was extremely angry, but Aina did not care at all. At this moment, Li Mo bitterly smiled and said, General, please calm down. Aina did not lie. The Blood River King personally gave the order for you to reflect in this extreme prison for a period of time. Bareface immediately froze. Just like how Na Xiu had absolute trust in Aina, Bareface also had unconditional trust in Li Mo. Li Mo would definitely not lie to him. Bareface forcibly suppressed his anger, but after thinking for a moment, he calmly sat down. Alright, I do need to reflect properly. Although this place was very painful, but at this time, Yishuan felt relieved. Blood River King had asked him to reflect here, and although he had to bear the pain, but this also showed the attitude of Blood River King. At the very least, he would not continue to investigate. For Bareface, this was actually a good thing. After all, what he did this time had already violated the Blood River King's rules. If the Blood River King was in a bad mood, it was possible that he would kill Bareface. Although Bareface Shura was a blue-faced Shura, his value in the eyes of the Shura King was unknown. This was how the world was. In the eyes of more powerful people, one's life was actually not worth much. When the powerful people were in a good mood, they would naturally give you kindness. However, when they were in a bad mood, they could directly take everything back, including your life. It was because of this that all Shura wanted to become stronger. Because only by becoming stronger could one truly control one's own destiny. Liamo, don't worry. Since the king has made such a decision, I will not be in any big trouble. You don't need to worry. However, keep an eye on Nashio for me. See what he does.